Chapter 477. I'm talking to you and don't interrupt, it's rude. You're pestering my wife. Who's rude? Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Tao Yuan felt a headache coming on. Stop quarreling. I Ching, your sister doesn't want you to see me for your own good. You shouldn't quarrel with the closest person for me. She'll be sad. You go home first, okay? It wasn't easy for me to escape. I won't go back. I want to be with you. He was already so miserable. Looking at his pitiful eyes, Tao Yuan really couldn't bear to drive him away. Then you stay here for the night. We'll talk tomorrow. And Fang Yiqing nodded obediently, turned his head, and raised his chin at Lu Li. Did you hear that? Yuan want me to stay here for the night. Hurry up and leave. Don't get in our way. The man's eyes emitted murderous intent. I think you're really tired of living. Fang Yiqing knew that he would definitely be at a disadvantage in a fight with his current physical strength, so he slyly hid behind Tao Yuan. Look, he's hitting me again. Stop it. Go take a shower first. Fang Yiqing kissed her on the cheek, then gave 2 middle fingers to Lu Li. What do you mean by this? Are you really going to let him stay here tonight? Lu Li angrily asked, his face surging with murderous intent. What else can I do? He's already so miserable. How can I drive him away? He's just pretending. Rabbit City is so big. He can go anywhere. Why must he stay at your house? Maybe what he said just now was a lie. He won't lie to me. Tao Yuan replied with certainty. If I let him go home now, it will only aggravate the conflict between him and his family. It's good for both sides to calm down for a night. Then have you considered my feelings? Why should I consider your feelings? Tao Yuan asked back. This is my house. I have a right to keep guests. I'm your husband. How can you be so righteous when you let another man spend the night at your house? Lu Li was so angry that he wanted to strangle her to death. Do you think I'm dead? Or do you want to piss me off? If you can't accept it, you can leave now. Tao Yuan wished that was the case. It was too dangerous to leave 2 bombs at home. You didn't ask him to leave, but asked me to leave? This was absurd to the extreme. Lu Li couldn't understand why she would say such a thing. He was in a better mood today, but now he was in a terrible mood because of her. He really wanted to slam the door and leave, never talk to her again. However, he knew that once he left the room, he would definitely regret it. He would constantly speculate about what they had done together, whether or not they had kissed. He would drive himself crazy, so no matter what, he had to stay. Only one of us can stay. Who are you going to leave? Him. Tao Yuan did not hesitate for even a second. Fine, you win. But do you think you can anger me like this? I'm not that gullible. I want to see what you can do in front of me. Tao Yuan had never seen someone who was so good at finding a way out. She had already made it clear that she wanted him to leave, but he could still find an excuse to stay. This man was too thick-skinned. In case a world war broke out tonight, she could only say some harsh words against her conscience. I've already explained my relationship with I Ching to you very clearly. Although you are my nominal husband, he is my real man. Please be sensible and don't disturb us. Then explain, what is a real man? Have you done it? Tao Yuan's face turned red. Of course we have done it. We have done it many times. Your ability to lie is really terrible. The expression on Lu Li's face clearly showed that he didn't believe a single word. No, he didn't even believe the punctuation marks. Next time when you lie, remember to look into someone else's eyes. I bet that other than that angry kiss, you haven't had any more intimate contact with him. You're not me. What right do you have to say that? To me, he is a very important person. My body has long been used to him. He grabbed the back of her head and brought her into his embrace. Her lips were blocked by him, and they moved intensely. Even the skin of her lips was burned by the sparks. Tao Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and her hand stopped in midair. Then, are you used to being intimate with me? My kiss or his? Who made you enjoy it more? He pressed his lips against hers, and his nose opened and closed. He panted heavily, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you're so casual, then you should also like the 2 kings and 1 empress. Tao Yuan's skin was thin. Her face burned with a whoosh, burning from the bottom of her skin. She struggled to break free from his wrist and said angrily, "Don't go too far. I will say the words you say to me based on what kind of person you are. Since you want to create an image of cheating, then I have to use the corresponding method to speak to you, right? Do you want me to act like I'm pure and talk to you about poetry and life philosophy? It's more direct, isn't it? You, my dear, I'm done. Fang Yiqing ran out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He immediately smelled that the atmosphere was not right. It was very hot and very stiff. Tao Yuan's entire face was tense, but it was also very red. Luli, you bastard. What did you do to our Yuan again? He threw the towel and rushed over. Tao Yuan hurriedly stood in between them. Although Fang Yiqing was still very weak, he was much stronger than before. He clenched his fists tightly and looked like he was going to beat him up. Luli looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He was very disdainful. He had an expression that said, "Come on, you're just looking for death." He was extremely arrogant. Stop arguing, all of you. Tao Yuan felt a headache now, and her mind was about to collapse. He's the one arguing now. I didn't say anything. If you want to fight, be quick. Let's fight outside. Don't talk so much nonsense. You're a coward. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Come out. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Enough. If you continue like this, all of you can get out. Tao Yuan was very tired. Fighting at the drop of a hat. Do you think you're gangsters? You think you're very cool, but in fact, you're very childish. Luli chuckled. His voice was cold. Huh, you just realized that he's childish? She clearly said that you're childish. Okay? Yuan has already chased you away, but you're still shamelessly staying here. How can you be so thick-skinned? Luli couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He turned his head to the side, fully demonstrating what silence is the highest form of contempt meant. Tao Yuan took this opportunity to quickly return to the room to get clothes and a blanket for Fang Yiqing. This is what you left at my house last time. I've washed it. Quickly put it on. I'm not wearing it. It's not comfortable. Fang Yiqing actually wanted to show off his muscles. He went to the gym every few days to train. His chest and abs were all bulging. It wasn't as exaggerated as a fitness trainer, but it was definitely a very fit body. Moreover, the lines were very nice. Not only was it sexy, but it was also very manly. He made a few exaggerated poses, showing off his strong chest muscles and 8-pack abs as he taunted Luli. See that? That's a man. Luli laughed. You have the cheek to call yourself a man with your white-cut chicken body? You're a sissy inside and out. A man's skin was whiter than a woman's. Wasn't the term gigolo used to describe people like Fang Yiqing? I'm a sissy. Don't lie with your eyes wide open. My figure's obviously very good. You're wrapped up so tightly. Your body must be very bad, so you don't dare to show it. I'm bad? I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. I don't believe you. If you have the guts, take off your clothes and see. Seeing that Luli was really going to take off his shirt, Tao Yuan hurriedly held his hand. Are you two done? Isn't it childish for two men to compare their bodies? She really had enough. What was the difference between this and being a nanny for two brats? Then tell him what my body is like. Luli's lips curled up evilly. You've seen it with your own eyes and touched it with your own hands. When I'm not wearing my shirt, your face is very red, just like now. When he was acting like a hooligan, Tao Yuan couldn't resist. She lowered her head, obviously lacking confidence. Don't say such strange things again, isn't it? The last time you were pressed on the bed by me. Luli, Tao Yuan almost screamed. He doesn't believe that my body is better than his, and you won't let me take it off. You have to tell him yourself. This concerns a man's dignity. Don't tell me the two of you have dignity when you fight like this. What a joke. After scolding one, Tao Yuan turned her head to scold the other. Quickly put on your clothes and go to sleep. I'll sleep in the living room. Aren't I sleeping with you? Fang Yiqing protested. Dream on. Of course my wife will sleep with me. Luli pulled Tao Yuan into his arms, and Fang Yiqing was so anxious that he was hopping mad. Let go of me right now. You sleep on the sofa. You sleep in the guest room. I'll sleep alone. Fang Yiqing was overjoyed when he heard that. So you're sleeping in the bedroom all the time. I said, how could Yuan sleep with you? You keep saying that you're husband and wife, but will a husband and wife sleep in separate rooms? Yuan doesn't want to see you at all. You're the one who's staying here. You can't argue anymore, right? Luli didn't even frown. Instead, his lips curled up into a smile. Not everyone is an impatient primary school student. Mature men like to take things slowly and enjoy the fun of conquering a little. Since I can live here, then it's only a matter of time before I share a room with her. Fang Yicheng rolled his eyes. Don't brag. You'll only make Yuan hate you more if you keep pestering her. On the contrary, she likes me more and more. Back then, she loved me so much that she wanted to die. Now, I can make her love me again. That's impossible. You're still a scumbag, but our Yuan isn't blind anymore. Don't think that you can fool her with the old tricks. She's no longer the Tao Yuan from before. Is that so? Then, I like the current Tao Yuan better. Luli reached out his hand and touched her small and delicate chin. He was a bit like a playboy, but strangely charming. The temperature of his fingers instantly burned Tao Yuan's chin. She hurriedly escaped from his arms. Her heart was beating fast, and she didn't dare to look at his magical eyes. Stop fooling around. Go to sleep. Chapter 478. Really, every time Luli was around, she felt as if the air was taken away and she couldn't breathe. Her usual calmness and composure at work was completely broken, and her brain couldn't think normally at all. The more she tried to resist this nervousness, the more nervous she got, and she was often at a loss of what to do. After a while, she came to her senses and was angry at herself for being so weak that she always panicked in front of him. He was about to become her ex-husband. What was there to be afraid of? She felt terrible. Tao Yuan didn't dare to go out again and went to bed without taking shower. However, she couldn't sleep and kept paying attention to the movements outside. In the end, she was too tired and closed her eyes. She didn't sleep for long. Bang! As soon as there was a sound outside, Tao Yuan jumped up from the bed like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring and rushed out of the door. There were two voices in the dark. One man was grabbing another man, and they were full of murderous intent. She quickly turned on the light. Luli was pinching Fang Yicheng's clothes, and his other fist was already raised to hit him. What are you doing again? Yuan, he hit me. Fang Yicheng complained with tears in his eyes, like a little animal being bullied, pitiful and pitiful. Who let you into her room? Luli's face was very ugly, and his forehead was blue. I just wanted to pour a glass of water. Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. I left a gap in the door and kept an eye on it. You just wanted to sneak into her room. Tao Yuan imagined Luli squatting behind the door and waiting for Fang Yicheng. She was angry and amused at the same time. Was this something a domineering CEO would do? The degree of childishness he showed today had refreshed her view of the world. We are together. It's normal for me to enter her room. Fang Yicheng couldn't deny it, so he said it confidently. He didn't intend to do anything. He just wanted to take a look at Tao Yuan, who knew that Luli was so sinister and actually hid behind the door to block him. To be honest, he was quite bored. She's my wife. She's mine. Tao Yuan was about to go crazy. Wave after wave, it didn't stop for the whole night. Were they trying to torture her to death? I'm begging you. Can't you all calm down? I still have to work tomorrow, so I don't have the energy to deal with you guys. You guys might as well fight. Hearing this, Luli let go and threw Fang Yicheng back onto the sofa. With a stern face, he warned him and went back to his room. The door was still ajar. Fang Yicheng complained pitifully. Look at that barbarian. He wants to hit me again. He's a violent maniac. That's enough from you. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Why are you in my room? Even if he beats you up, you deserve it. I miss you so much. I want to see you. Fang Yicheng grabbed her little finger. He was so aggrieved that his eyes were wet. It reminded Tao Yuan of a little white dog she had in primary school. Every time she went to school, the little dog would look at her with this kind of expression. She knew that he was acting, but she still felt sorry for him. She patted his head and said in a gentler tone, "All right, go to bed early. It's been a long day, and I'm tired." Fang Yicheng pouted. "I want a good night kiss." "Stop it. Mwah. If you keep doing this, I'm really going to kick you out. Be good, okay?" Fang Yicheng pursed his lips. "All right, go to bed early." In the latter half of the night, Tao Yuan was still very nervous. Whenever there was any movement outside, she would wake up immediately. Fortunately, the two of them did not continue to quarrel. She fell asleep at 4 in the morning. When she woke up, it was already past 8. Tao Yuan was dizzy and unable to work, so she simply took the morning off. When she came out of the room, Fang Yicheng was still sleeping. The man, who was more than 8 meters tall, was nestled on the small sofa. His legs could not even straighten, so he could only curl up his body. The sleeping posture of a baby was very, very cute. The quilt was wrapped tightly, revealing a small face like an angel. Under the small floral quilt, only Fang Yicheng's small face was exposed. The sun shone on his fair skin. The outline was very beautiful. His facial features were exquisite and delicate. His lips were pink and full like a young girl's, making people want to take a bite. What a pure and innocent face. It was exactly the appearance of an angel in Tao Yuan's imagination. Even though he was a little arrogant and domineering in front of Lu Li, he was a very gentle man in his bones. Tao Yuan's heart softened in an instant. She could not do anything about such a cute man. He could always arouse her maternal instincts. She wanted to love him and tolerate him. She looked at Lu Li's room again. It was empty. Tao Yuan was a little surprised. Fang Yicheng was still around. Lu Li actually left. Didn't he want to turn the world upside down? However, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. After taking a shower, Fang Yicheng had just woken up. He sat on the sofa and rubbed his eyes. His upper body was bare, and his snow-white skin glowed under the sunlight, as though it was transparent. If other women saw such a seductive body, they would definitely have a nosebleed. However, Tao Yuan was already immune to it, so she did not feel anything special. She walked over and threw the shirt to him. "Hurry and get up. Where's that be asterisk starred?" Fang Yicheng's first sentence was to ask. "I don't know. He went out." "Oh, he must be afraid that I would beat him up, so he ran away. He even said that I'm a coward. He's the coward himself." Fang Yicheng got out of bed happily. Without putting on his clothes, he walked over in a few steps and hugged Tao Yuan from behind, intimately rubbing her ears. "That's great. Now it's just the two of us. Hey, don't be like this." Tao Yuan struggled out of his arms. "We are not in that kind of relationship." "Then what's your relationship with Lu Li? You actually let him stay in your house. Do you really want to reconcile with him?" "Of course not." Tao Yuan denied it without thinking. "I had no choice. I knew it. That be asterisk starred must have forced you. How can there be such a shameless man?" Fang Yicheng said as he clenched his fists. "Hurry up and divorce him. It's not as simple as you think. This marriage is not something that I can divorce just because I want to. Both of us have to sign it." Tao Yuan walked into the kitchen, took out bread and milk from the fridge, and heated the milk. Fang Yicheng followed her in. "I've asked. You can divorce after 2 years of separation. That's just filing a lawsuit. As long as Lu Li doesn't agree, you can't divorce." She did not sleep well last night. Tao Yuan still had a bad headache. She pinched her eyebrows. "The situation is already very complicated. Can you stop forcing me?" "I don't want to force you. I'm just afraid that you will be bullied." "Why? Another headache? What do you think?" She rolled her eyes at him. "Last night, you guys were fighting for the whole night. I couldn't sleep at all. Isn't it because of that guy?" "All right, I'll stop talking. I'll help you massage." Fang Yicheng turned her body around. His fingers landed on her temples and gently rubbed. "How is it? Is the strength appropriate? Do you feel better?" "Yes. As long as you don't make me angry, I won't have a headache." "This is not what I want. It's all that be asterisk starred's fault. He made my dear Yuan have a headache. I must find a way to teach him a lesson. Don't bother. You can't beat him." Tao Yuan pushed his hand away and turned around. She looked into his eyes and exhorted him seriously. "If you really care about me, don't get involved in this matter. Promise me." "But you're a woman. How can you be his opponent? You will be bullied by him." "I know what I'm doing. Just let me worry less about it. I don't want to deal with him. I don't want to spend my mind on you. After breakfast, you go home. Don't let your sister worry. It's not easy to escape. I won't go back." "Yicheng. Ding dong, that be asterisk starred must be back. I'll help you drive him away." Fang Yiqing hurriedly ran to open the door. But the person standing outside the door was not Lu Li. Instead, it was Fang Wen. Sister? Looking at his naked body, Fang Wen was so angry that she grabbed his hand and dragged him out. Come home with me. I won't. Fang Yiqing was strong enough to push her hand away in an instant. If I go back, you'll lock me up again. I don't want to go to jail. Do you think I want to lock you up? Isn't this for your own good? Don't always say that. You think you're doing this for my own good, but you don't know what I want. Fang Yiqing looked impatient. You can find someone to kidnap me. Anyway, I won't go with you. How long do you want to make trouble? I'm not making trouble. I'm just fighting for my own happiness. When Tao Yuan came out with breakfast, she immediately met two angry eyes. Miss Fang? The person Fang Wen hated the most right now was Tao Yuan. She didn't care about her manners and directly pushed Fang Yiqing away, walked in and said without any politeness, I've already said it clearly. I told you to stay away from my brother. Why are you still pestering him? I thought you're a woman who understands propriety, justice, and honor. But I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. Do you remember that you're a married woman? You misunderstood. Yiqing and I are not like what you think. Last night, he spent the night here. What do you want me to think? I'm an adult. Do you want to say that nothing happened between you, a man and a woman, in the same room? I'm not a 3-year-old child. This kind of lousy excuse won't work on me. The more aggressive Fang Wen is, the calmer Tao Yuan is. If she didn't do it, then she didn't do it. She doesn't feel guilty. The relationship between the two of them is already stiff because of her. She can't worsen the contradiction. I can understand what you're thinking, but please listen to my explanation. Last night, Yiqing slept on the sofa. His quilt is still there. We didn't sleep together. It's easy to create this illusion. What can a quilt prove? You clearly know that Yiqing had a conflict with his family because of you. You still let him spend the night here. Obviously, you want to worsen our relationship. Do you think that by doing this, you can take him away? He has his own thoughts. His legs are also his own. All the decisions are made by him. No one can take him away. No one can force him. He has been deceived by you. He's wholeheartedly on your side. Of course you'll say that. Fang Wen tried hard to restrain her temper. She didn't want to say anything too ugly. No matter what, she is a well-educated woman. She's not the kind of shrew who will curse when she's angry. However, Fang Yiqing is her weakness. So, her attitude is still very fierce. Chapter 479. I'm the same as you. I want Yiqing to be good. Tao Yuan's words are very measured. Her attitude is also very cultured. But the more she is like this, the more Fang Wen's prejudice against her becomes. Hypocritical, duplicitous women are the most difficult to deal with. Is she using this disguise to confuse Yiqing? She will never allow this to happen. But what you did is completely contrary to what you said. Any man who is entangled with a married woman will be spurned by the secular world, let alone Yiqing. He still has a bright future. Do you want to destroy him? Sister, enough. It's my one-sided love for him. It has nothing to do with Yuan. Fang Yiqing put Tao Yuan behind him. I won't allow you to say these excessive words to her. Also, I will not go back with you. You can forget about it. When Fang Wen was speechless with anger, Tao Yuan suddenly opened her mouth. You should go home with your sister. Yuan, didn't I say it? I will not give in. Don't pay attention to what my sister said. She can't control me. No matter what, I want to be with you. You come with me to the room. I have something to say to you. After getting Fang Wen's consent, Tao Yuan took Fang Yiqing into the room. What do you want to say? I will not go back no matter what. Fang Yiqing stubbornly emphasized. He thought that Tao Yuan will earnestly say a lot of words to persuade him, but she asked, Do you really like me? Of course, do you still need to ask? Don't tell me that my 2 years of company is not enough to prove my determination. So, are you going to love me in this way? What do you mean? You running away from home will only make me bear more hatred from your family. I will not want to love without the blessing of my family. So, even if I want to be with you, it's impossible. Moreover, your current ability is not enough to compete with Lu Li. To put it bluntly, you don't even have the ability to love me. Fang Yiqing wanted to refute, but the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't deny it. He was an arrogant man and always thought that he was the best. It was just that he liked to play around and didn't have a stable mind. Once he got serious, no one could compare to him. However, Lu Li's appearance gave him a sense of crisis. No matter how much they disdained him in terms of character, in terms of ability and achievements, that man had indeed widened the gap between them. He would need at least 5 years to catch up to Lu Li. However, the more successful a person was, the faster they would improve. It was impossible for Lu Li to stay in the same place and wait for him. Then, he would never be able to catch up to him. Fang Yicheng couldn't bear the feeling of being suppressed, especially when the person above him was Lu Li, his rival in love. Most of the time, in front of Tao Yuan, he felt that he couldn't lift his head. If you really love me, go and fight for this love. Go and make yourself a better man. It's useless to turn against your family and fight with Lu Li. To put it bluntly, without the support of your family, you won't be able to beat him. But I want to be with you now. I want to protect you at any time. Have you thought about the future? Do you really want me to go back and take over the Fang group? Yes. This is not only for our future, but also for your future. Yicheng, I hope you can become a very good man. I also believe that you can do it. Fang Yicheng thought for a long time and finally nodded. Okay, I promise you I will work hard. Yuan, wait for me. I swear I will get you back. When Tao Yuan just tidied up the quilt in the living room, Lu Li came back. He was wearing sportswear and headphones. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He looked refreshed, and his complexion was very good. Why did you come back? I just went out for a run. Who said I left? Lu Li went into the kitchen and took a bottle of mineral water. He looked relaxed as if nothing happened. Tao Yuan originally wanted to remind him that he shouldn't drink too much water after running, but then she thought that it would be better if he drank too much and got a stomachache, so she swallowed her words and let him gulp down a few mouthfuls. After drinking the water, he wiped his mouth with his fingers. His posture was very sexy as he ridiculed. A primary school student was taken home. Did you find Fang Wen? He acquiesced. Do you want to keep him here? He is my guest. It's not your turn to drive him away, especially with this kind of means. You deliberately want to intensify the conflict between them. He asked for it. He barked in front of me. He's courting death. By the way, aren't you, Tao Yuan, very charming? Why did they choose such a lousy primary school student? Lu Li's tone, every word, and even every punctuation revealed a strong contempt. Perhaps his ability is not as good as yours, but he's not bad at all. He's kind and sincere. He doesn't have a bad mind like you. So what? Incompetent is a waste. Tao Yuan shook her head with a smile. Compared to incompetent, not having a heart is more terrible. No matter what, at least he sincerely wants me to be happy. But you, no matter how outstanding your ability is, you only think about how to make my life more miserable. Tell me, who would I choose? That's not an excuse for his incompetence. Lu Li snorted. A man, if he doesn't even have the right to choose his own woman and is bound by his family, then what's the difference between him and a waste? Do you want to give your life's happiness to an incompetent waste? He's not a waste. Even if he is, a waste is still better than a devil. I can bet more than 10 years of my youth on a devil. So, why can't I choose him? I don't care what you think of him. Anyway, in my heart, he's 10 million times better than you. Lu Li knew that he should listen to these words as a joke. A person with a strong heart, in the face of such humiliation, should only feel that it's funny. It's not worth getting angry at. But he still felt unhappy. Even if it wasn't the truth, he couldn't accept that his position in Tao Yuan's heart was inferior to that of Fang Yicheng. His expression was still relaxed, but his eyes were faintly revealing a bit of gloominess. You better take these words back. I say what I think in my heart. Why should I take it back? Even if I don't say it, my heart is full of these thoughts. It's impossible to change it. A person with a bad character, no matter how great his achievements, will still be looked down upon. But for a period of time, you probably won't see him. He will go back to take over the Fang Corporation. You can come at me for the grudge between you and me. If you dare to play dirty tricks on him, I won't let you go. Her threat must be very ridiculous to him, right? It's probably like a teddy bear baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in front of Tibetan Mastiff. But she must show her attitude and determination. What? Are you afraid that I will destroy his small broken company? Oh, it seems that you're still very clear about his ability. He is a spoiled brat, and he can only act like a tyrant in his small territory. If I want to kill him, it's easier than killing an ant, but I don't want to dirty my hands. I want to see, even if he has the backing of the Fawn Corporation, how can he fight against me? Even if I don't go to him, he will come to me by himself. In the end, there's only a dead end. The smile on Lu Li's face was like the ripples on the surface of a lake. It looked gentle and harmless, but made people feel a chill in their bones. I can promise you, I will leave his body intact. In the afternoon, when Tao Yuan went to work, she received a call from Director Li, who said that there was a dinner party in the evening and invited her. This Director Li, whom Tao Yuan had dealt with several times when she was in the business department, was a very greedy and lecherous person and was extremely difficult to deal with. The previous few times, she had a struggle to get rid of him, and she really did not want to jump into the fire pit again. But as a business person, it was inevitable to deal with officials. The project of the new hotel area all needed to be approved by Director Li, so Tao Yuan really had no way to refuse, so she had to go. The dinner party was set in a big hotel, and the private room was full of businessmen and senior officials. Each of them had their arms around a young beauty, which was obviously not their first wife. The room was full of the strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Tao Yuan almost frowned as soon as she walked in. In the past, she often attended such occasions, but she was still very not used to it. She resisted from the bottom of her heart and felt uncomfortable all over. Manager Tao, hurry, come and sit. Director Li smiled and called her over. Let me introduce everyone. This is the business manager of the Wilton Hotel, Tao Yuan. Manager Tao, a very capable woman. The men all looked at each other. Most of their female companions were nightclub girls or college students who knew how to please men and were easy to spend money on. This Director Li's taste was quite special. He actually liked strong women. However, strong women had the charm of strong women, and they were also very beautiful, so they might be more attractive in bed. So, one by one, they followed suit and took turns toasting Tao Yuan. She could not refuse, so she drank more than a dozen glasses at once and felt a little dizzy. Director Li leaned over and gently held her waist, asking with concern, Manager Tao, are you okay? The hand on her back kept touching, and Tao Yuan had goosebumps. She felt very disgusted and subconsciously moved away. I'm fine, but that hand seemed to be stuck to her back, and she could not get rid of it. Director Li's fat body kept pressing against her, half pressing against her. In the eyes of others, it was very intimate, but she was completely forced. Director Li, I'm not in a good state today, so I'd better go back first. Otherwise, when the alcohol gets to my head, I'll say something that I shouldn't say and offend all the big shots here. Don't worry, I've seen your alcohol tolerance. How can such a small amount of wine make you drunk? Director Li could not wait for her to get drunk so that he could take advantage of her. This woman was very smart. When the two of them were alone, no matter how much he urged her to drink, she would not drink more than 3 glasses, so he deliberately set up this trap. She would not refuse a toast from each of them, right? He had long been tired of female students, prostitutes, and public relations, and he liked a challenge like Tao Yuan. A strong woman and a wife, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it made him excited. Tonight, you must get her into bed. Chapter 480. I still have something to do. Let's talk about it later. We could talk about the East District project. He had already started to grope her, and Tao Yuan felt like she had swallowed a fly. It was extremely disgusting. The people around her were also looking at her with bad intentions, especially the women's eyes, which were full of contempt. They were probably thinking, what manager? Isn't he just an escort? As I said, I'm no longer in the business department. I'm now in the housekeeping department. If you have any problems, you can contact our manager Chun. I don't know any manager Chun. I only know that you have always been in charge of me, so you have to be responsible for me, Manager Tao. You know, I approved the project so readily because of you. But once you signed the contract, you ignored me. Don't burn the bridge after crossing the river, don't you think? I will be sad. Director Lee deliberately spoke in a very sad tone, and there was a hint of coquettishness in it. Tao Yuan almost vomited when she heard it. Up close, Director Lee's fat face was uneven and full of pimples, just like the surface of the moon. It was so ugly that it made people want to vomit. God, why did she have to deal with such a disgusting person who looked like a toad? The smell of cigarettes and alcohol in the private room was very heavy, and it was very stuffy, making Tao Yuan's head even more dizzy. Her body was also hot and weak, and her strength was being drained. There was a voice in her ear reminding her that she had to escape from this place, or something bad would happen. I'm really not in a good state today. Shall I drink with Director Lee another day? You say that every time, and when I really look for you, you find an excuse to avoid me. Director Lee saw a layer of pink seeping out of her face, which was becoming more and more charming, and he was even more eager to pounce on her immediately. The hand holding her shoulder kept increasing its strength, and he was so excited that he wanted to rub her into his arms. His nostrils flared, and his teeth were clenched in anger. Manager Tao, you really are a woman that I love and hate. Do you know? I've been thinking about you these days. Did you drug me or something? Otherwise, why would I like you so much? Huh? He was getting more and more outrageous. Tao Yuan felt extremely uncomfortable. The smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and his stench almost suffocated her to death. Director Lee, you must be joking. We are only partners. How can I drug you? If it weren't for you, would I have approved the project so quickly? I'm doing all this to make you happy, little vixen. I can have any kind of woman I want. Do you dislike me so much? Why are you always avoiding me? If these words came out of Lu Li's mouth, it might be very tempting. But if it was said by a toad, it would only make Tao Yuan feel nauseous. If it weren't for the fact that she still needed his help with the project, she would have slapped him. However, she would not tolerate it blindly. She struggled even harder, and her expression became very ugly. It's not good if Madame knows about this. Bah, that old woman dares to meddle in my affairs. She only knows how to play cards all day long. What can she do about how I play with women? Ignore her. In desperation, Tao Yuan could only use Lu Li as a shield. My husband is still waiting for me to come home. If he knew you were like this, he wouldn't be happy. Tao Yuan thought that after mentioning Lu Li, Director Lee would definitely be afraid, but she didn't expect him to laugh instead. Your husband? Are you talking about President Liu? I just saw him when I entered the hotel. He was with a female celebrity called Xiao Jiao. They should be busy right now. They don't have time to care about you. Manager Tao, you are so naive. Ha! He was with another woman. Normally, Tao Yuan wouldn't feel anything. But when she was in danger, her heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife. It was stuffy and painful. Then, she felt that she was ridiculous. Was she still expecting him to protect her? For the past few years, she had faced these things alone. She had to think of a solution herself. President Liu is more handsome and capable than me, but he doesn't like you. What can I do? No matter how good a man is, if he doesn't care about you, then you are useless. Wildflowers are always more fragrant than home flowers. Men like them outside, don't you think? Boss Liu, you have so many women outside, and you're so lucky with women. You're so busy that you don't even have time to deal with them. But don't be sad. You are young and beautiful. What are you afraid of? He doesn't like you, but I like you. Why should you be a widow for him? It must have been hard these past few years, right? I'll take care of you tonight, okay? You go away. Tao Yuan stood up with the help of the table. She was dizzy and knocked over a few cups. Everyone around could see that she was forced, but no one came out to help her. They were all waiting to see a good show. She's drunk. I'll send her back first. We'll meet another day. Director Lee also stood up. He forcefully grabbed Tao Yuan's shoulders and took her out of the room. Hotel, presidential suite. In the luxurious room, Lu Li stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire bustling city. He held a cigarette in his hand and burned it quietly. He seemed to have forgotten about it. When the cigarette burned out and burned his hand, he realized that he had put it out in the ashtray. His finger was burned red, but he didn't feel any pain. "Honey, do you want to take a shower together?" An enchanting female body hugged him from behind. Her breasts were pressed against his back, swaying gently. It was a scene that was full of meaning. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" She kissed the back of his neck and licked it with the tip of her tongue. Luli seemed to exist in another world and couldn't feel her presence. Even though it was such a provocation that made a man's blood boil, he didn't feel anything at all. "Honey?" The woman was displeased and circled her arms around his neck. The floor-to-ceiling window outlined the reflection of her beautiful back. Her fair skin and perfect female body wrapped around him like a water snake. Luli suddenly looked at the beauty in his arms, but he didn't feel anything at all. In fact, he didn't even know why he was here. Ever since Zhang Mingmei, he hadn't had any other women. All his energy was spent on Tao Yuan, and he had no time to think about other women. However, this was very abnormal. Even if she took up most of his energy, he still had the most basic needs. He had always been a vigorous man. However, every time he wanted to find other women to vent, he would feel bored. It was as if he was only interested in Tao Yuan and only wanted to push her down. He actually had feelings for the woman he hated the most, which made Luli feel disgusted. At the dinner tonight, the developer gave him this model called Xiao Jiao, who was also a female star, but he was still not interested. However, in order to prove that his heart was not controlled by Tao Yuan, he brought her to the hotel. But now he was still not interested. On the contrary, he was a little annoyed and a little disgusted with her. "Honey, let's take a shower together, okay?" Xiao Jiao hooked his tie and slowly twirled it. Her fingertips poked his chest from time to time, teasing him. "We can do a lot of other things besides a couple's bath. Don't you want to try?" Luli looked down at her. Her face was as charming as a vixen's, and her pair of phoenix eyes were very enchanting. Such a stunning beauty, the souls of other men would be hooked by her, wouldn't they? But why was his first reaction that the makeup was too thick, which made him feel a little disgusted? He still liked Tao Yuan after a bath. She looked clean, her facial features were delicate, her skin was white, and her eyes were like an innocent and harmless fawn. Every time he saw her neck exposed under the cartoon pajamas, he couldn't help but think of the beautiful body hidden under it. But now, with a beauty in his arms, he could see every part of her body clearly, so he lost interest. What the hell, was he incompetent? Impossible. When he was in the same room with Tao Yuan, his mind was roaring with the impulse to push her down and tear her apart, which proved that he was a strong man. "Don't you want me?" Xiao Jiao kissed his Adam's apple and seduced him with her eyes. Luli's heart was as still as water, and he didn't have any reaction at all. But if he sent her away, didn't that mean he admitted that he only wanted Tao Yuan? His heart was swayed by her. No, he would never admit it. His dark eyes darkened, and Luli pinched her chin. His eyes suddenly became a little more lingering. "Who said I don't want you? You don't know how much I want to swallow you." The passionate whisper of a lover almost made Xiao Jiao fall into his arms. She didn't dare to think about this high and mighty man, but she couldn't help but sink into his charm. Even if it was only for one night, she was willing to die for him. "Go take a bath first. I'll wait for you," he whispered intimately in her ear. "Aren't you going to shower with me?" Xiao Jiao pouted. "Don't you feel more excited in the bathroom?" You're a drug. I'm already excited just looking at you. It's the same everywhere. Be good." He pressed her into his strong chest. Xiao Jiao's heart melted because of him. Even if he told her to die, she would not hesitate to nod. Then wait for me." She tiptoed, held his face, and kissed him, but Luli tilted his head to avoid it. Her bright red lips landed on his cheek, leaving a deep lipstick mark. She looked forward to it and ran into the bathroom excitedly. However, the smile on Luli's face had faded. He was just trying to brush her off. Now, his face was cold, and he even felt a little disdain for his own acting. Did he need to torture himself to prove that Tao Yuan was not attractive to him? How could she be that important? Recently, he had been too out of control, and even he couldn't understand it. He hated the feeling of being out of control. He was Luli. How could he be controlled by a woman? Even when he loved Tao Yinran the most, he didn't have this kind of trouble. It must be because their relationship had changed, and he was too eager to make that woman submit to him. So he tortured her. It must be that. Luli comforted himself in his heart, but he didn't feel much better. Chapter 481. Baby, I'm done. Xiao Jiao wrapped herself around him, tried her best to show off her skills. She wrapped one arm around Lu Li's neck and kissed his Adam's apple. Her other hand slowly unbuttoned his shirt and moved it down, revealing his bronze chest. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. It turned out that under the suit hid a beast-like body. Every inch of his skin was taut and more muscular than a male model's body. This man was the best. Facing the increasingly wild Xiao Jiao, Lu Li's eyes became colder and colder. He resisted such intimacy from the bottom of his heart. He was more like enduring it. If he pushed Xiao Jiao away, then he would continue to have no interest in other women in the future. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Tonight, he must have her. Ring, 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 his phone rang. Lu Li glanced at the number. It was actually Tao Yuan. This was the first time she called him. He frowned, hesitated for a few seconds, and then reached out his hand. Don't, baby. Xiao Jiao was afraid that he would be called away, so she grabbed his hand. I don't want to be disturbed. Xiao Jiao held his head so that he could only look at her. Don't you want me? Huh? At this moment, he couldn't answer Tao Yuan's call. Otherwise, wouldn't it prove that she was very important? Lu Li emphasized this in his heart, but his body made a completely different reaction. He reached out and took the phone. Baby, Xiao Jiao pouted her lips and stomped her feet. She looked coquettish, but in her heart, she had already cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Hello. His firm lips twitched. He was suddenly curious about what she would say to him. However, the sound coming from the phone was very noisy. Director Lee, let me go. Here, be good, listen to me. Manager Tao, I've liked you for a long time. I've been waiting for this day. Tonight, I'm your husband. I'll love you. Let me go. What do you hold in your hand? Phone? He won't care about you. Just give up. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was cut off. Lu Li's expression was one of terror before the storm. Even Xiao Jiao was frightened by the murderous intent emanating from his body. Baby, baby? She asked weakly. What happened? Lu Li pursed his lips and pushed her away without a word. He picked up his suit and rushed out. He walked faster and faster, ignoring the woman behind him who tried to persuade him to stay. Rushing out of the room, she called Zhou Shenyang on the phone, her voice uncontrollably nervous. Find out where Tao Yuan is now immediately. When Tao Yuan was drinking, she didn't expect the red wine to have such a strong after effect. Now she was dizzy. Her head felt like it was being torn by countless hands. It was so painful that it was about to split open at any time. Her consciousness was also being numbed by the alcohol. However, she could sense the danger, so she continued to struggle. Director Lee hugged her from behind and dragged her forward. There were many waiters around. She begged them to help her, but no one dared to stop her. In a moment of desperation, she could only secretly take out her phone and call Lu Li. He was with another woman now. Would he answer her phone? Would he care about her life or death? However, he was the first person she thought of in such an emergency. Save me. Save me. The call went through, but she couldn't speak directly. Director Lee, let me go. Let me go. It wasn't easy for me to catch you. How can I let you go? Director Lee couldn't hold it in any longer. He was extremely anxious. Here, be good, be obedient. I've liked you for a long time. I've been waiting for this day. Tonight, I'll be your husband. I'll love you. She was usually an icy beauty, but after drinking, she must be very open in bed, right? It was said that women were different in bed and outside. He was already very excited. Let go. What are you holding in your hand? Phone. He won't care about you. Just give up. Director Lee grabbed the phone, hung up, and dragged her to the elevator. He had already booked a room upstairs. Your husband is also in this hotel. He's doing it with another woman, and you're doing it with me. Are you very excited? Huh? Tonight, I'll make you feel good. I'm more powerful than your husband. The elevator continued to descend. Ding! They reached the first floor. Director Lee was very excited. Just as he was about to bring Tao Yuan in, a cold figure rushed out of the elevator. Their eyes met. Lu Li saw Director Li holding Tao Yuan, and his anxious expression completely froze the moment he saw him. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Boss Lu. Lu Li didn't say anything. He took a few steps forward and took Tao Yuan back from his arms. She collapsed weakly in his arms. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and she looked very aggrieved, as if she had waited for him for a long time. With one hand, he gripped his suit tightly. His heart was torn apart in an instant. He gently touched her face to let her know that he was still there, to make her feel at ease. When he looked at Director Li, his gaze was as sharp as a knife, enough to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Boss Lu. Director Li's scalp was numb. He wasn't upset that his plan was ruined, but he was worried that he would lose his life. Didn't the rumors say that Lu Li didn't care about this wife? But why was it so scary now, as if he was going to kill him? He was so scared that cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Your wife is drunk? I want to send her upstairs to rest. It's really just like that. I don't have any improper thoughts about her. Believe me, if it weren't for protecting Tao Yuan, Director Li would have been a corpse by now. However, Lu Li had 10,000 ways to make him suffer worse than being beaten. Director Li apologized profusely. Boss Lu, I'll give you one night to disappear from Motu City forever. Otherwise, at this time tomorrow night, your family will find your body in the Huangpu River. Lu Li coldly forced out this warning, picked up Tao Yuan, and strode away. Director Li directly knelt on the ground and cried. He had worked hard for so many years, but it was ruined in the hands of a woman. Pa! The lights in the living room were turned on. Lu Li carried Tao Yuan all the way and gently placed her on the sofa. She had already fainted, and her face was redder than fire. She seemed to be suffering from the fever, and her mouth was constantly moaning. Just as Lu Li was about to get her a towel, she grabbed his sleeve. Her 5 white fingers were tightly clenched, like an insecure child, afraid that her parents would leave. Her eyes were half opened, filled with tears, looking at him pitifully and begging. Don't go, I'll be back soon. No, I'm scared. She looked drunk, but the fear in her eyes was very real, as if she was using all the strength in her life to make him stay. Don't go. Ollie. This seemed to be the first time she called him that after being separated for 3 years. Ollie. This name, coming from her mouth, was like a gentle whisper, especially intimate. Ollie, stay tonight, okay? Ollie, what do you want to eat? Ollie, please don't do this to me. I'm very sad. Ollie, she always called him so intimately, full of strong attachment, which used to make him extremely disgusted. But at this moment, it tugged at his heartstrings. His heart uncontrollably moved. It turned out that when his name came from her mouth, it was so touching, so gentle. Perhaps Lu Li himself did not notice that his face was much gentler, and his tone also carried a bit of love. Okay, I won't go. She seemed to be relieved and obediently closed her eyes. However, not long after, her stomach turned upside down. She pushed him away, stumbled into the bathroom, leaned against the toilet lid, and began to vomit. She did not eat anything, so what she vomited was acid, which was even more uncomfortable, so disgusting that she wanted to empty her chest to squeeze out the feeling of vomiting. The whole bathroom was filled with a stench. She lay there, violently twitching, as if she was going to vomit out all her internal organs. Lu Li was actually very distressed, but he was unwilling to admit it. And in order to resist, he deliberately frowned and said something against his heart. Uncomfortable. You reap what you sow. Serves you right. She seemed to sober up a little as she vomited. She raised her head. Her eyes were red with tears, and her hair was messy, stained with some dirty water. She looked like a beggar. Compared to the physical pain, his ridicule stung her heart more. Do you think I want to? Her dry lips made a hoarse sound, suppressing the pain. I don't want to go either. No one is forcing you with a knife on your neck. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. I think you enjoy that kind of occasion. Don't women like the feeling of being surrounded by men? Don't you like to be a butterfly on the table, showing off your charm as Tao Yuan? Every single word was as hurtful as ice shards. I heard that when you were in the business department, You were even better than the public relations, and you couldn't miss out on that kind of dinner. Luli's voice was a bit sour. Huh, do I have any other way? Nowadays, when discussing cooperation, if you don't drink, if you don't attend the dinner, who will care about you? Do you think I really want to? Her eyes became even redder, not knowing whether it was because of the alcohol or her tears. It was clearly a sad and aggrieved past, but he used it to satirize her, every word piercing her heart. You won't understand how much I hate dinner, how much I hate dealing with those men. Do you think I can't see the things in their eyes? I don't know their ulterior motives. But what can I do? Every time I attend a dinner, I'm very afraid. I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing. I'm afraid of drinking too much. I'm afraid of letting others take advantage of me. Do you think it's easy for a woman to gain a foothold in this circle? Chapter 482. I risked my life to drink, risked my life to work. I was hospitalized a few times because of stomach problems, but I still had to continue working. I just had an 4 drip in the afternoon, and I had to drink at night. No one would care if I lived or died. The more I forced you, the happier they were. So, I could only risk my life to exchange for those projects. I was alone, and no one would feel sorry for me. I didn't even have the strength to feel sorry for myself. That was how I went through the years when you weren't around. I put in so much effort, I exhausted all my efforts, and finally had a little bit of success. But one sentence from you turned all my efforts into nothing. You were always so cruel, knowing how to completely destroy me. And you never showed mercy, because you were originally a heartless person, and I was the person you hated the most, destroying my efforts. You must be very happy. Anyway, in your eyes, I relied on sleeping with men to get to where I am. I'm a dirty woman. I don't deserve to get those things, do I? The lowly me can only be your plaything, manipulated by you, played by you. Some of the sadness that she had suppressed in her heart, which she had never spoken about before, all came out with the help of the alcohol. She rambled on a lot. You said I changed. That's because I've been through a lot. When I was suffering, where were you? Huh, which woman's bed were you on? I always thought about it, and thinking about it made me hate you, hate myself. If the person I liked wasn't you, then maybe I wouldn't have had such a hard time. I'm a woman, I also want to rely on my husband, and I don't want to live so hard, but you can never give me what I want. I can only rely on myself and become more and more independent. Haha, do you think I want to become like this? Luli, you will never know how much pain you brought me. Of course, you don't care at all. You're right, I deserve it. After saying so much, as if she had used up all her energy, Tao Yuan collapsed on the toilet bowl. She closed her eyes and giggled alone. She laughed and laughed and laughed until tears came out. It was so desolate. That smile was the most heartbreaking smile Lu Li had ever seen. Like a poison, it slowly seeped into his body, producing a kind of sore and powerless pain. It wasn't a strong feeling, but it was enough to make him feel powerless and hate himself. She was the cause of everything that had happened today. She was the one who ruined him. He kept telling himself that. Therefore, even if she was injured, it was not worth his heartache. For the sake of revenge, he should sprinkle salt on her wounds. However, she was his wife. If he let his woman live such a miserable life, was he still a man? For the first time, Luli felt remorseful and could understand why she was so cold to him now. After experiencing so many disappointments, no matter how strong the love was, it would still be consumed by despair, right? After all he had given her was pain. Should he let her go? Divorce would end the pain for both of them. There was no need to aggravate the damage. However, there was still a voice screaming in his body that he could not let go just like that. Why? Was it just because he was unwilling? Was it because he wanted to torture her and give her a destructive blow in the future? That didn't seem to be the case. For a moment, Luli couldn't tell the true thoughts in his heart. Probably because he was used to this kind of chaos, he actually didn't want to deliberately distinguish it. He only knew that at this moment, he only felt heartache and pity for this woman. Even the most vicious beast would have a moment of tenderness. He didn't want to force himself to treat her badly. He walked over, half squatted down in front of her, and cupped her face. She dodged, not willing to let him see her face that was filled with tears. "Don't touch me." She whimpered and wanted to avoid him, but her body was being melted bit by his body temperature, becoming powerless to resist. This was her. Even when her face was covered in tears, her eyes still flashed with a stubbornness that couldn't be ignored, causing Lu Li's heartstring to become tighter and tighter. His heart trembled as his strong body slowly leaned over, bringing with it a gentleness that he himself didn't realize. "Don't cry. With me here, no one can bully you anymore." She whimpered. You're lying. You're the one who bullies me the most," she complained like a child. "I won't do it again," Luli promised. Although he wasn't sure if he could do it, he didn't want to see her cry and feel wronged again, at least for now. "I won't bully you anymore," he whispered with heartache, held her in his arms, gently stroked her back, and repeated the promise in her ear over and over again. "I won't bully you anymore. Don't cry. I'm here," in the dream, a gentle voice echoed. Tao Yuan slowly opened her eyes. Her whole body was soft, as if she was weightless. She couldn't feel anything, but she could hear some sounds in her ears. She couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. Outside, the television was broadcasting the news. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but her whole body was indescribably soft. After a long time, she gathered her strength, sat up, and looked around the familiar room. Some scenes flashed in her mind. Drinking party, men and women's entanglement, and director Li's greedy smile. Tao Yuan's back shivered, and she almost jumped out of the bed. Her clothes were changed into pajamas. Who changed it for her? Luli? She remembered him. It seemed to be at the elevator. Her heart of fear returned to its place. When she walked out of the room, the television was on, and the male news anchor was broadcasting the latest morning news. The aroma of coffee was very mellow. A handsome man, bathed in the morning light, elegantly crossed his legs, holding a newspaper and reading it. His slender fingers rested on the edge of the coffee cup. His eyes stared at the newspaper, picked up the coffee cup, and took a sip. The mellow taste spread between his lips and teeth. When his thin lips opened, a row of snow-white teeth were revealed, and there was a smile on those teeth. "Morning!" That smile appeared on his face, like the warm rising sun, instantly made a numbing feeling from every part of her body, from Tao Yuan's heart, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. This man had a fatal attraction to her. "Why are you here? Do you need me to help you recall what happened last night?" He put the newspaper aside and pointed his chin at the television. "Maybe this can help you recover some of your memories first." Tao Yuan looked at the screen, which was broadcasting the news of director Li being taken away for investigation after his resignation. A group of reporters surrounded him, and the camera flashed nonstop. He kept using his hands to cover himself, like a mouse exposed to the sun. Tao Yuan had long known that there was something wrong with him, and her first reaction when she saw the news was that this kind of person should have been arrested long ago. God really had opened his eyes. Of course, this was obviously not God's credit, but she looked at Luli, and there was a faint smile on his lips, very deep. After loving him for more than 10 years, she knew too well what his every expression meant. When he was a student, every time he received an award, there would be such a faint smile on his lips. "I originally only wanted him to resign and disappear from Motu City forever, but after thinking about it, I really let him off too easily. This kind of scum should be in prison, don't you think?" He smiled very politely, but deep down, he was a demon. However, on this matter, Tao Yuan liked that he was so ruthless. "Did you know that you were the first to call me for help last night? It turns out that I was the first person you thought of when you were in danger." Tao Yuan blushed and opened her mouth to deny it. However, the truth was there, and the more she denied it, the more guilty she was. In an emergency, she actually had more reliable people to contact. For example, Fang Yiqing or Pan Shi, they would definitely rush over. However, she bet her life on Lu Li. Now that she thought about it, she felt that it was unbelievable. She only had one chance to call. What if he didn't come? She was very scared, but Tao Yuan pretended to sit down calmly and poured a glass of milk. Because she didn't want to answer this question, she asked him instead. You were with a woman at that time, right? Am I bothering you or something? I didn't expect you to come. Luli twitched the corner of his mouth. You didn't expect it, and neither did I. It was his body's instinct to save her. If she asked him to give a reason, he couldn't give it. No matter what, you are my wife. How can I let you be violated by a toad? This reason was dignified and could cover up his nervousness at that time. Of course, she wouldn't show how worried she was. Tao Yuan nodded. This did seem like his motive for doing this. She couldn't hope that he was worried about her. Anyway, thank you. Even if he had brought her irreparable harm, she was still very grateful to him for this matter. With your words, I didn't even sleep with the female model last night and took care of you the whole night. His tone was quite frivolous. A scene flashed through Tao Yuan's mind. It was in the bathroom. He hugged her, and he comforted her gently in her ears. With me around, no one can bully you. I won't bully you anymore. Was it not a dream? Her ears suddenly turned hot. He was actually so gentle to her. Was he acting? However, she was already drunk to that extent. So why should he continue acting? Last night, you vomited all over yourself, so I helped you change your clothes. He suddenly said with some evil intentions. Tao Yuan didn't know how to respond. Should she say thank you? I remember I vomited in the toilet. Yes, but you were very smelly. I didn't want to be suffocated by you. So I helped you change into your pajamas. He stared straight into her eyes, which became more and more charming and evil. I changed all of them. Couldn't it be enough that they both knew about it? Why did he have to say it out loud? Was he deliberately making her feel embarrassed? Tao Yuan felt that if she didn't say anything, she would tacitly agree to his shameless behavior. Who asked you to do that? You were simply taking advantage of me. Chapter 483. All right. Don't say anymore. Tao Yuan's face was as red as an apple. I don't want to hear you say those words. Anyway, there won't be a next time. Don't even think about it. Don't think about it? Huh. But I'm already thinking about it now. Don't you think that we're progressing very quickly now? First we kissed, then we moved in together, and now I saw you naked. What do you think is the next step? There's no next step. You can only take advantage of me when you're drunk. I'll be more careful in the future. There are some things that you can avoid just by being careful. Perhaps you don't want to avoid it. What's going to happen will happen sooner or later. Isn't it better to let it take its course? After all, I'm looking forward to our first time very much. The more he said, the more he went overboard. Tao Yuan raised her neck and revealed a very disgusted look. You always say these things. Is your lower body growing on your head, and you only think with your genitals? You, Boss Liu, have power and influence. What kind of woman can't you get? Why do you have to pester me and not let go? Anyway, sex is just a way for you to vent. You can find anyone. That's how it is. Luli took a sip of his coffee and nodded slowly. But now I realize that I'm getting more and more addicted to you. Other women can't be like you. When I'm with you, all I can think about is how I can push you down. Even if there are other women who are more beautiful than you standing naked in front of me, I'll also think about how good it would be if it was you, so I'll lose interest in them. He was lying, right? He had so many women. How could he only have her? But he really didn't have to lie like that. Just last night, didn't he also abandon another woman to save her? It was such an evil look, but she felt that it was so serious, like a fire burning her whole body. He leaned over, and her figure was reflected in his bottomless black eyes. In this world now, the only one I want is you, Tao Yuan. In this world now, the only one I want is you, Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan was lost again, and these words kept echoing in her ears. Even if she shook her head to drive the voice out of her mind, she still couldn't forget his burning and serious eyes. It was like a whirlpool, sucking her soul into it. Is this one good or this one? Hey, I'm talking to you. Pan Chi pushed her and said unhappily, I asked you to accompany me to buy my dad's birthday present. Why are you so distracted? Why are you so distracted? Nothing. Although Tao Yuan said that, her eyes were still a little unfocused. It was obvious that her mind had not completely returned. Do you know what it reminds me of when you look like this? Pan pant. It reminds me of when you were infatuated with Luli. Back then, you were also distracted just like now. I say, Don't tell me you've rekindled your feelings for him. However, they never got back together in the first place. There was no possibility at all. So why should she feel guilty? You don't dare to look at me when you're lying. Didn't you say you want a divorce? How's it going? It's less than a week. How can it be so fast? How long can it take to sign the papers? Didn't you say you must get a divorce last time? You won't regret it now, will you? No, I still have to get a divorce, but now is not the time. Then when do you think the time will be? The moment she moved away, Pan-Chi chased after her relentlessly. How long do you think it will take? How would I know? The divorce isn't something I can handle alone. I need him to sign it. If he doesn't want to sign it, can I put his finger on the agreement and force him to sign it? It's his business if he doesn't want to sign it. What I'm afraid of is that you don't want to get a divorce. Pan-Chi said worriedly. I see that he's been quite attentive to you recently. You wouldn't be deceived by a few words of his, would you? Let me tell you, that bastard is good at dealing with women. He's pestering you now because he's cheap. He can't accept that you don't like him. He can't accept that you divorced him for another man. He can't accept that he's the one who was dumped. It has nothing to do with love. At the end of the day, it's all for his dignity. When you fall head over heels in love with him again, he will torture you to death in minutes. Do you believe it or not? You've suffered enough and been foolish enough for the past 10 years, haven't you? Don't make yourself suffer. Otherwise, I will ignore you if you cry to me in the future. Tao Yuan didn't have much hope for Lu Li, but after hearing Pan-Chi's words, she felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. That was the feeling of good advice grating on the ear. I know, I will definitely divorce him. Don't worry about it. Don't just say that you know. Take some action and quickly get a divorce. The longer you delay, the older you get. Do you know that? My father's birthday is in 2 days. He will invite a lot of people. I will introduce some young talents to you. I promise they will be 10,000 times better than that bastard. Pan-Chi said excitedly. She couldn't wait to send them to her. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to be accused of adultery. When I get a divorce, I can find a good man, right? Then you have to be careful. I will keep an eye out for you. I will go out to take a call. You can help me choose. Tao Yuan thought that it was Pan-Chi's father's birthday. It would be inappropriate if she didn't buy a gift. So she decided to buy a tie to show her sincerity. His gaze wandered around and was attracted by a dark striped tie. It was a simple style, very elegant, and the color was very low-key. It would look good with Lu Li's gray suit. Why did she think of him? But she just felt that this tie really suited him. It seemed to be tailor-made for him. Do you want to see it? The shop assistant asked enthusiastically. This tie is this year's latest style. It suits you very well. You have a good eye. Tao Yuan was a little hesitant. Hearing the shop assistant's words, she was more tempted and nodded. Holding it in her hand, the texture was very good. She liked it even more. Seeing that Pan-Chi was still on the phone outside, she said hurriedly, "Wrap it up for me." "Okay. Should I wait for Miss Pan to pay together?" "No. I will pay by card first." Tao Yuan added, "It's a surprise. Don't tell her. Please make it quick. Just wrap it up." "Okay." Tao Yuan kept looking outside, afraid that Pan-Chi would come in. After the shop assistant wrapped it up, she quickly stuffed it into her bag and swiped her card. All the actions were done in one go, like a thief. After work, when Tao Yuan returned home, Lu Li had already arrived. He was sitting on the sofa watching TV. It was a sports channel. Listening to the sound from the TV and looking at his relaxed posture, she suddenly had the illusion that they were an old couple who had lived together for a long time. She didn't say anything. She put down her bag and went into the kitchen to cook. While cooking, she kept thinking about the tie in her bag. She really regretted it. She must have been crazy to buy it for him just now. If he found out, he might laugh at her. Why did he have to humiliate himself for no reason? She was crazy. The feeling of being a thief had lasted from the moment he bought the tie until now. It was as if he was carrying a ticking time bomb. She was in a dilemma whether to give it or not. She had already bought it. Wouldn't it be a waste if she didn't give it to him? Besides, it was just a tie. It was normal for friends to give each other a gift. Did she need to think so much? She didn't like him. What was there to feel guilty about? He consoled himself and felt that this seemed to be the case. But on second thought, she was already asking for a divorce. Why did she look for trouble at this time? He would think that she was trying to be nice to him. She could imagine how he would mock her. She said one thing to his face and another behind his back. She said she wanted to divorce him, but gave him a tie to persuade her to stay. What a hypocritical woman. There was a burnt smell. The fish was fried. Tao Yuan flipped it over hurriedly. She was flustered and it was really hard. The hour of cooking felt like 10,000 years of conflict. Finally, she decided not to give it to him. It was a waste. She breathed a sigh of relief. But when she took the dishes out, she saw that Lu Li had already put on her tie. Her eyes widened. She bought it. That's right. The package was still on the table. Why'd you take my things? Didn't you want to give it to me? Lu Li looked quite satisfied with the tie and teased her. You pick a tie as well as you pick a man. Tao Yuan was speechless when he praised her in a roundabout way. Who said I was giving it to you? Why did you go through my bag? That's very rude. Who went through your bag? It was on the table. It was wrapped so well. Isn't it a gift for me? When did she put on the table? She couldn't remember. Take it off. It's not for you. She was in a hurry to snatch it back. Lu Li avoided her with a sidestep and smiled. A man's tie. If it's not for me, is it for you? It's for my father. The design and color are for young people. It's not suitable for your father. Lu Li had an expression of, I knew you were lying. Feeling guilty, Tao Yuan was even more anxious to deny it. Do you think you know how to dress? This color is very popular for middle-aged men. Why should my father dress like an old man? I think this tie suits him very well. Really? But why do I feel that it was tailor-made for me? I'm a man. I know how to match men's clothes better than you. This tie is obviously for me. Don't flatter yourself. What's the relationship between us? Why should I buy it for you? Even if it's not for my father, I can't buy it for other men. Didn't you say that I like to hook up everywhere? Can't I give it to other men? Tao Yuan raised her head and refuted word by word. She didn't know that the louder her voice was, the more determined her attitude was, the more guilty she was. In Lu Li's eyes, she was like an angry kitten. Yes. Why don't you admit it? Look me in the eye and tell me, who did you buy this tie for? Tao Yuan wanted to say, anyway, it's not for you. But when she met his charming and sharp eyes, she couldn't say it. Chapter 484. Do you not want to admit that you gave me a necktie? Since you bought it, why are you hiding it? I'm afraid you'll misunderstand, she compromised. She just couldn't lie. He had already made up his mind. The more she said, the more it would seem. I bought it for you, but I just wanted to thank you for helping me last night. It was just an impulse. After I came back, I calmed down and was afraid that you'd misunderstand, so I didn't want to give it to you. Who knew that you'd have so many hands and feet to take other people's things? She pouted and looked sad and depressed. She was so cute. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. He enjoyed her way of acting cute. Women are so pretentious. It's just a necktie. Why is your brain so long? Aren't you thinking too much? I'm just afraid that you'll think too much. You're so narcissistic. Who knows if you'll mistakenly think that I like you? Don't you like me? I don't. Her tone was firm, but she didn't dare to look at him. Hee, you don't mean it. Do you know what buy me a necktie means? It means that you miss me. So when you see something you like, you'll consciously connect it with me. Isn't it reasonable for a woman to like this man? There was a faint smile on his lips as he spoke in a patient and patient manner, guiding her to understand the true meaning of his inner thoughts. However, such a deep tone messed up Tao Yuan's ears and made her feel even more guilty. She subconsciously gripped her skirt with her hands, and a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of her palms. She didn't like the feeling of guilt in front of him. However, this man's eyes were too sharp. He could always see through her. In front of him, any pretense she put on was transparent. Tao Yuan didn't like the feeling of guilt, but she was the kind of person who would be stubborn to the end, so she still retorted in front of Lu Li. I told you that you're very narcissistic. It's just a necktie. What's there to like about it? Don't forget, we're getting divorced soon. That's just what I thought before. Don't you think that we're getting along better and better? You see, we live in the same house now. That's because you took over my home. I can't possibly abandon my own home just to avoid you, right? When I look at you every day, my heart feels stifled. How is it harmonious? Her words sounded a little childish, but Luli liked it very much. Outsiders could only see the mature and beautiful side of Tao Yuan. However, only Luli could see her angry side. In a man's heart, there was naturally a sense of satisfaction, feeling that she completely belonged to him. You talk about divorce, but you already have the self-awareness of being a wife. Tell me, isn't your body more honest than your mouth? What wife's conscience? You're going too far. Taking care of the husband's daily necessities, this is the wife's responsibility. As soon as you came home, you went into the kitchen to cook and even bought a necktie for me. What a well-behaved wife. Luli took the opportunity to touch her face. Her skin was as smooth as cream. It was probably like this. As his palm brushed past it, it was as soft as tofu. It was so smooth that he could not bear to let it go. Don't touch me. Tao Yuan rubbed the place where he had touched in disgust. Giving a necktie makes you a wife. What kind of logic is this? Can't friends give each other gifts? I can tell you about our relationship. This necktie is very ambiguous. The redder her face became, the more Li's heart moved. His strong body slowly approached her. Have you been thinking about me today? No, Tao Yuan retorted loudly. She was so regretful now that her intestines were green. If I knew that you would be so narcissistic, I wouldn't have given it to you no matter what. No, I didn't intend to give it to you. You took it yourself. Give it back to me, give it back to me. She was anxious to snatch the necktie back, but there was a great difference in strength between a man and a woman. Li easily avoided her, as if he was teasing a little pet. This is mine, you rascal. Tao Yuan tried harder to snatch it back. In the end, she did not know if it was intentional or not, but he stretched out his leg and tripped her, causing her to fall into his arms. The moment she felt a chill on her back, he hugged her tightly. With one arm around him, his strong arm held her firmly, burning her skin. She was instantly flustered. She twisted her body and tried to pull his fingers. Luli, let go of me. You were the one who threw yourself into my arms, but you told me to let go. You really can't get tired of this kind of trick. His sexy lips twitched slightly, forming an evil smile. Even if there was a hint of mockery, it could not hide the fatal attraction. His pitch-black pupils seemed to be able to steal souls, causing Tao Yuan's mind to be thrown into chaos and her entire body to tremble. Her face was red now, and her lips were trembling uneasily. They were thin and tender, making him yearn to kiss them. With such a beauty in his arms, how could Luli not feel anything? His heart stirred. You gave me a gift, so I should return the favor. Shouldn't I give you a gift too? He pressed his body against hers, his voice sexy and mesmerizing. Tao Yuan swallowed nervously. His face, which was illuminated by the light, was extremely good-looking. The dark blue necktie made the edges of his face even more prominent. How could there be such a handsome man? He was like a demon, but also like the handsome Apollo. Her body was unbearably hot, and she could still hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It was beating very quickly. At this moment, her mind was in a mess. Only his masculine scent invaded her mind. Her soft little hands pressed against his chest, and she almost whimpered. Don't do this. You'll like it. Luli moved her hands away. Now, their chests were completely pressed against each other. The woman's soft breast pressed against his muscular chest, rubbing against it gently. Tao Yuan was like a little beast at the mercy of others. She could no longer resist, or rather, she didn't want to resist. She only watched as that handsome face grew larger and larger. Finally, his cold, thin lips kissed her lips. At that moment, an electric current ran through her body. This wasn't their first kiss, but before this, it was like a wild beast snatching food. It was a barbaric plunder without any gentleness. But now, this kiss was like a soft feather landing on her lips. It was as if she was kissing for the first time. Her whole body froze, and she didn't know how to respond. Luli smiled deeply. At first, it was just a gentle kiss, but in the end, he pried open her lips and invaded her with ease. Her taste was so sweet that it made him feel like she was inexperienced. It was as if he was the only one who could pluck her sweetness and let him have a taste of it. A wave of heat gradually flowed down to his lower body. His brain was very excited, and every part of his body was surging with a strong impulse. He couldn't control himself and wanted to torture her ruthlessly. But his lips became gentler and gentler. That kind of tenderness, that kind of entanglement seeped into her soul. Tao Yuan's stiff body gradually softened. She couldn't tell if she was in reality or in a dream. Her whole body was soft. She even couldn't help but respond, chasing after his cool taste. She really liked it. If it was a dream, then don't wake up. This kiss lasted for a very long time. When it ended, Luli was a little reluctant. His eyes were soaked and bright, shining with a light that Tao Yuan had never seen before. He was smiling, and that smile was very real. Was this smile because of her? In her heart, there was a strange sense of happiness. I'm your present. His lips pressed against her burning ears. His smiling voice was so pleasant to hear that it could make her ears pregnant. Tao Yuan opened her eyes wide and blinked a few times innocently, until his eyes became more and more bewitching, and his hoarse voice murmured with a smirk. Are you tempting me to eat you? Swoosh! Tao Yuan's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. She frantically struggled out his arms. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense. I can guarantee you that if I didn't stop the kiss just now, you'd be naked now. Tonight, we're no longer a husband and wife in name. How is that possible? Tao Yuan wanted to mock him for being so self-righteous, but her words were very weak. She felt very guilty. Do you think I'm like those women outside, that you can get me with just one or two flowery words? You're wrong. The women outside have always thrown themselves at me. They don't need my flowery words at all. Only you made me spend so much effort. Luli said half seriously, Does this make you very proud? You still say that you don't know how to use flowery words? What you just said is just flowery words. But I'm already past the age where I'll be fooled by these lies. Oh, really? In that case, we can save those words. Let's go straight to the point. How about it? Isn't adult love just? He touched her hand with a hint of meaning. Tao Yuan was scalded and hurriedly moved away. Don't be so. Aren't you the one who hinted me to go straight to the point? You're simply unreasonable. I can't communicate with you. Although Tao Yuan said so. In fact, she couldn't win against him, so she found a way out of this embarrassing situation. She had been in the business world for a few years and had developed a good eloquence, but it couldn't be compared to a word or two from this man. He said that she had a sharp tongue, but he was obviously the most eloquent one. Okay? Men were better at bickering than women. It was really amazing. Thank you for your gift, but I also gave you a gift in return. You also liked my gift, didn't you? Just now, you responded very passionately to me. His fingers stroked his slightly swollen lips. The man's eyebrows were extremely flirtatious, as if he was still reminiscing about the wonderful taste just now. Tao Yuan felt that if she denied it again, he would definitely think that she was too guilty, so she might as well admit it openly. That can only mean that your kissing skills are superb. I admit that among so many men that I've kissed, your kissing skills are one of the best. Luli knew that this woman was just beating around the bush to make him feel comfortable. But how could such an inexperienced kissing skill be able to kiss many men? He would not believe such a clumsy lie. Oh, how many men have you kissed? Chapter 485. I have slept with many women, and I am a veteran. So, compared to kissing, my bed skills are better. Do you want to try? From what I see, your awkward kissing skills don't look like you have kissed many men. You are lying. Why should I lie? Kissing is always dominated by men. Women are responsible for enjoying it. Don't you know that men prefer their women to be more awkward? You sound like you know a lot. Of course. So I'm not as inexperienced as you say. We are all veterans in this field. Although I have slept with fewer men than your women, I have slept with quite a lot. Tao Yuan thought that these words would anger Luli, but to her surprise, he laughed out loud. Hearty laughter came from his chest, as if he had heard the funniest joke. She was unhappy and felt a little humiliated. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just think that your ability to lie through your teeth is better than your ability to say yes. I admire you. What do you mean by lying through my teeth? I have slept with many men. Tao Yuan emphasized. In your eyes, am I not a fickle, bad woman? She kept emphasizing that she had slept with many men, but Luli did not even believe her punctuation marks. He looked like he did not want to argue with her and let her have her way. Okay. You have slept with many men, okay? That expression made Tao Yuan even more unhappy. What kind of tone is that? I have always been like that. I said yes, but I did not say no. Can we eat now? The fish is cold and smells fishy. Luli sat down, picked up the bowl, and filled it with soup. Tao Yuan stood there for a while, angry. He did not coax her, and she felt bored. She kept emphasizing to him that she had slept with many men. Was she crazy? Did she have to humiliate herself like that? Who was she pretending to be a bad woman for? What a mess. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Let's eat. Her eyes always unconsciously looked at the tie. Although he had taken away by force, she had to say that it really suited him. She had good taste. He was wearing the tie that she had given him. She had picked it herself. Her heart was filled with a sweetness that she couldn't suppress. The corners of Tao Yuan's mouth rose unconsciously. Although he really made her gnash her teeth in hatred sometimes, it was hard to deny the fact that he was an outstanding and mature man. Therefore, most of the time, she couldn't control her heartbeat. Sharing a room with him and having a peaceful dinner like this was something that she didn't even dare to think about in the past. At first, she was really repulsed by it. But now, it seemed more and more natural. She could feel that she was falling into a trap. It was as if she was being controlled by an irresistible force. However, that would be a dangerous trap. The next day, Tao Yuan was in a good mood and worked energetically. Too many things had been bothering him recently, and he had been feeling restless every day. It was rare for him to be able to turn from gloomy to sunny today, and everything seemed to have become better. Was a change in her mood because of Lu Li? She didn't want to admit it. During lunch break, Lin Wei came looking for her for lunch. They had nothing to do after lunch, so Lin Wei suggested that they go to the company's anniversary celebration. This was supposed to be Tao Yuan's responsibility, but she had been very resistant, so she didn't do much. Lu Li had been handling it. After the last time, she hadn't been there for a few days. She didn't know if he had removed the roses. When she arrived at the venue, she was dumbfounded. The whole venue was even more pink, just like a wedding. Even the air was filled with a romantic atmosphere. Every breath she took was fragrant and sweet. Wow, so romantic. This is the company's anniversary celebration, not a wedding? Did I come to the wrong place? Lin Wei's eyes were wide open. Sister Yuan, are you and the president going to have a wedding? You're thinking too much. But in this kind of environment, I can't help but think too much. This isn't your responsibility, right? Did the president arrange it? Tao Yuan didn't know how to answer. Was Lu Li out of his mind? What did he want? Was he trying to use such a high-profile method to embarrass her? Of course, she didn't believe that he did all this because he liked her. She only believed that there was no such thing as a pie in the sky, only a trap. The higher one was thrown, the harder it fell. The supervisor was supervising the workers, moving the things. Tao Yuan asked, "What's inside?" The president personally ordered rainbow-colored roses from Holland. Rainbow-colored roses? Yes, the pink roses and the decorations were all arranged by the president himself. He comes to check twice a day. The supervisor replied. Even a man couldn't help but feel envious. The president is very concerned about this. Lin Wei's face glowed with excitement. Once the supervisor left, she pinched Tao Yuan like a high school student. Did you hear that? It was all arranged by the president himself. The president really loves you. Tao Yuan didn't dare to think that way. You misunderstood. The truth is right in front of you. How could I misunderstand? Do you have so little confidence in yourself? In my opinion, the CEO wants to give you a grand wedding. Super romantic. With our relationship, does he need to please me? Didn't you see how he treats me? That was in the past. I know the relationship between you and your husband isn't good, but you're not the same person anymore. You're so beautiful now and so capable. The president will definitely look at you differently. Who doesn't like smart girls? He even accompanied you to a department event last time. Isn't that enough to explain the situation? When the two of you stand together, you look like a perfect match, and you work well together. The way the president looks at you is different. I'm not exaggerating. People were always so contradictory. Even though she knew the words were fake, Tao Yuan still felt a little moved. She knew she should believe Pan Shi's harsh advice, but it was really tiring to stay awake all the time. She was a woman, and she also wanted to hear sweet words, even if they were lies. He had arranged everything so meticulously. Perhaps he really wanted to please her? Recently, he had really put in a lot of effort on her. Occasionally, he would show gentleness and care, but it wasn't completely fake. She would just think of it as deceiving herself and others. It was too hard to stay awake. She also wanted a dream. Why was there a need to guess at his sinister motives instead of harboring a bit of a beautiful vision? Life was short, and it was better to be happy every day than to be unhappy all the time. Even if the final outcome was disappointment, at least she had happy memories. Thinking about this, Tao Yuan's mood became even more cheerful. If it were just a sunny day just now, then it was warm and sunny now. She didn't even realize that her face and eyes were full of moving expressions. Love was a woman's best nourishment, but also the most poisonous poison. In the evening, Tao Yuan was invited to Pan Shi's father's birthday party. Before she got off work, she sent a text to Lu Li, saying that she wouldn't go home to cook. He didn't reply, so she tacitly agreed. Thinking about it, it was funny. What agreement? She wasn't his nanny, and if she didn't want to cook, then she wouldn't cook. Why would she need his approval? Pan Shi's father, Pan Yishan, was the biggest builder in Motu City and had a lot of influence in the upper class, so the guests that night were all famous people in various industries. Pan Shi held Pan Yishan's hand and accompanied him to greet the guests. When she saw Tao Yuan coming, she quickly waved at her. Tao Yuan and Pan Yishan had business dealings before, and with her relationship with Pan Shi, they were even more familiar, so they warmly exchanged a few greetings. Pan Yishan's attitude towards her was more friendly than others. It's good that you're here. Why did you give me a gift? It's too expensive. You've helped me so much before, and you're Chi Chi's father. It's a small gift to show my respect. Pan Yishan nodded, turned his head, and smiled to educate Pan Shi. Look at how good Tao Yuan is with words, and she's also slick in the business world. As for you, you've been back for so long, but you only know how to play. I asked you to help out in the company, but you kept pushing it around. You don't have any ambition at all. Dad, it's enough for me to have you. Why do I still need ambition? Pan Shi said coquettishly. I just want to be your sweet little cotton jacket and make you happy. Nothing else is important. Do you think Dad can support you for a lifetime? I'm old, Dad. Tui, don't say such things on such a good day. You'll live for 100 years, and you'll never be old. You're such a sweet talker. Pan Yishan, who was very serious in front of outsiders, was just a kind and loving father in front of his daughter. He smiled until his eyes were squinted. Tao Yuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. In her father's eyes, the company and interests were the most important. They would probably never be able to get along so well. Pan Shi held Tao Yuan's hand and left. Come with me. Where to? Aren't you going to accompany your father? I'll introduce you to someone. Pan Shi said mysteriously, her eyes revealing excitement. Who? I'll only stay for a while and leave soon. I don't want to know anyone. Hey, don't ask. You'll know when you see him. A few men in suits and leather shoes were talking with confidence. Pan Shi waved to one of the mixed-race men, and he walked over. Tao Yuan's eyes lit up. What a handsome man. Of course, he was not as handsome as Lu Li, but he was still very eye-catching in the crowd. After all, he was a mixed-race man and had a genetic advantage. He won from the starting line. Let me introduce you. This is my dearest bestie, Tao Yuan. This is my classmate in Spain. His Chinese name is Su Tung, the young master of the Su Electronics Company. Hello. Tao Yuan shook hands with him politely, and then whispered in Pan Shi's ear. What the hell? I'm married. Isn't it too inappropriate for you to do this? Is there any difference between being married and not being married? If you don't tell him, he won't know. I didn't say that you have sex with him tonight. Look around first. Just treat it as making friends. What was the difference between a married woman coming on a blind date and fraud? He's handsome, isn't he? When I was in school, so many girls were crazy about him. He's also very smart. He's not an ordinary rich second generation. The men I can introduce to you must be the best quality men that I've carefully selected. Make good use of them." After saying that, Pan Shi found an excuse and left. Tao Yuan was helpless. She was so obvious that Su Teng must have known her motive. To avoid embarrassment, she took the initiative to tease him. Chapter 486. Su Ting shrugged, obviously used to it. His gaze followed Pan Shi. She moved freely through the guests with a graceful bearing, and she was like a shining pearl. Every move she made, or even a smile she made, emitted a light that moved the heart of others. Occasionally, she would smile slyly at him. Su Teng felt like his heart was about to melt. Tao Yuan saw love in his eyes. Eyes were the easiest to betray a person's heart. Moreover, she couldn't be more familiar with this kind of gaze. She used to look at Lu Li from afar, thinking that she was being careful and didn't want him to see through her, but bystanders could see it clearly. How could love be hidden? "You like Chi-Chi?" This wasn't a question, but a statement. Su Teng was stunned and blushed. A handsome man like him seemed a little shy at this moment. Is it that obvious? Yes. Even if you don't say it, it will flow from your eyes. That's love. You understand at a glance. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi doesn't understand. She's always careless and careless. If you don't expose it, she won't find out. If you like her, why don't you confess to her? Su Teng sighed. She's too beautiful. Since university, she's been the center of attention, shining brightly with countless suitors. Many people who are better than me have been rejected by her. I have no hope. I don't want to lose our friendship in the end. Tao Yuan could understand his thoughts. Having a crush on someone, no matter how good you are, you will feel that you are not worthy of the other party. You will feel inferior, sensitive, and cautious. But if you don't even say it, isn't it a pity? It's Chi-Chi's luck to be liked by you. Find a chance to confess. Don't leave regrets for the future. Just like her, she never regretted letting Lu Li know her feelings. Even now, she was covered in wounds from head to toe in this relationship, but she had never regretted it. "Thank you. You're really different from Chi-Chi. You're more mature than her." Their personalities complemented each other. She was more reckless in high school, and, as her mother, I had to follow behind her and clean up her mess. Su Teng was amused. "You're quite humorous. We're all friends. There's no need to be so serious. I heard that you were the commercial manager of the Wilton Hotel." Su Teng's eyes were filled with admiration. Tao Yuan didn't deny it. She thought that the two of them wouldn't have the chance to get to know each other better, so there was no need to explain so much. "I've stayed in that hotel a few times. I feel that whether it's the facilities or the service, it's the best in the country. But working there must be a lot of pressure, right? You must be very powerful to be able to become a business manager at such a young age." "It's all right. There's definitely pressure, but it depends on whether you can turn it into motivation." Knowing that he liked Pan Shi, Tao Yuan became more casual with him. The more they chatted, the more they got along. "Really? You must visit Spain when you have the chance." "Well, if you come, I could be your tour guide. Let's exchange contact information." "All right." Just as Tao Yuan was about to give him her phone number, her waist suddenly tightened. She was tightly gripped by an iron arm. "Sorry, I'm late." The man's lips landed on her cheek. His lips were cold. A familiar aura instantly enveloped Tao Yuan. Looking at the man's sharp jaw, her chest suddenly tightened. "Lu Li, what was he doing here?" The man standing beside her was wearing a straight black suit. He was tall and slender, exuding an unapproachable coldness. There was no extra expression on his face, so others couldn't see through his emotions at the moment. However, his eyes were handsome, and there was a layer of bright light on his face, which made the bridge of his nose look even taller. In a short moment, his aura had completely enveloped her and locked her in place. Tao Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Teng was already very handsome, but compared to Lu Li, he immediately paled in comparison. Even an arrogant person like him couldn't help but look up to him. Who was this man who had such a majestic aura? Just as Tao Yuan was so nervous that her fingers were trembling, Luli suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, and a gentle smile appeared on his face, which looked very strange. Have you waited for a long time? There was clearly no one waiting for him, okay? How'd he know she was here? She didn't say it in the text message. This is... Before Tao Yuan could answer, Luli spoke first. I'm Tao Yuan's husband, Luli. Su Teng's eyes widened in surprise. Tao Yuan felt very embarrassed. A married woman came out for a blind date. He must think that she was very something, right? From the look of the two of them, it was obvious that Tao Yuan was hiding the situation of her marriage, which was within Li's expectations. She didn't have the guts to go around fooling around as a married woman. Although he had expected it, he still felt a little uncomfortable, and his hand tightened. He was satisfied to see that her little face was pale from the pain. Luli, this name sounds so familiar, Su Ting thought for a while and suddenly realized. You're the CEO of Wilton Group? God, so this person in front of him was the legend of the financial world of Mo2 City, the powerful Luli. No wonder he had such an extraordinary aura. He originally thought that he was not good enough for Pan Shi, but now it seemed that he was far from being good enough for Tao Yuan. He only admired her intelligence, but he didn't expect her to be Li's wife. She must have a charm that he didn't know yet. He was surprised and seemed a little stupid. Li usually didn't want to deal with such lowly people. He smiled coldly and then gently said to Tao Yuan, "Let's go dance." Pan Shi went to entertain the guests and deliberately left the two of them alone. She estimated that it was about time and went back to check on the situation, but Su Teng was standing there alone, staring at the dance floor in a daze. She followed his gaze and thought that she had seen wrongly. Luli, when did that bastard come? Tao Yuan actually left Su Teng to dance with him? What was going on? What's going on? Didn't I ask you to accompany her? Why didn't you tell me that she is Boss Lu's wife? Pan Shi stared at the couple in the middle of the dance floor and said with a sullen face, "That's not important." Su Teng was speechless at her carelessness. Usually, he was willing to accompany her to fool around, but this time was different. What kind of person was Luli? If he misunderstood that he was interested in his wife, he could make the Su enterprise go bankrupt in a minute. When we were talking, her husband suddenly came over. He must have misunderstood our relationship. Su Teng was a little worried, but he didn't want to blame him, so he could only say it tactfully. "Chi-Chi, I'm very embarrassed by what you did." "What's there to be embarrassed about? They're going to divorce soon anyway." "Divorce? It doesn't seem like it. Boss Lu is very gentle to Tao Yuan." "Bullshit, that's all an act. That bastard is the best at acting." Su Ting was confused. "How can you say that about Boss Lu? Do you know who he is?" "Why don't I know? He is a despicable person with a belly full of evil tricks." "Don't say that. It will be terrible if he hears it. Do you think I am afraid of him? I said the same thing in front of him. What would he dare to do to me?" Pan Shi had a good impression of Su Teng, but now she couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. "Why are you so afraid of him? I will look down on you if you are so timid." Su Teng lowered his head. His face was very red. He was hurt by being criticized by the goddess he had a crush on. Pan Shi left him and walked towards Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan was kidnapped to the dance floor by Li. She was very unwilling, but it was not good for her to struggle in public, so she could only dance with him. "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Li asked. "Is there any place I can't go? My wife is going on a blind date with another man behind my back. How can I ignore it? It's not a blind date. It's just a chat between two friends. You are about to exchange numbers. Isn't a blind date? Do you want me to catch the two of you in bed?" Li's smile was strange. Tao Yuan always felt that his words were sarcastic and a little sour. The situation just now was indeed easy to be misunderstood. If she explained that she didn't know, she would be mocked by him for being hypocritical. If that was the case, he might as well take the blame for it. "So what if it's a blind date? I told you that I have slept with many men. You're the one who didn't believe me. So, you're using your actions to prove to me that you've slept with a lot of men. I don't care about what you think, so I don't need to prove anything to you. But now that you've caught me, there's nothing I can say. But this shouldn't be a coincidence. You followed me again? I am really flattered to be highly valued by Boss Lu. Tao Yuan deliberately tried to provoke him, but she had used this trick too many times. Luli definitely wouldn't fall for it. He smiled instead of getting angry. Then, since you have slept with many men, I think you don't mind sleeping with me too? When he smiled, he revealed a row of neat, white teeth that shone brightly. The two of them danced gracefully. The dance was pleasing to the eye. All the guests present were firmly attracted by them. The dark blue diamond cufflinks on the cuffs of the suit reflected in Tao Yuan's eyes. The man in front of her became more and more handsome. He was frivolous and evil, but exuded a natural charm that was enough to make all the Sanuses crazy. Her body was tense. She didn't know if he noticed her nervousness. Her messy heartbeat. He was wearing the tie that she gave him. The champagne, the wine, and the romantic environment were all intoxicating. Tao Yuan was momentarily dazed, until he leaned close to her and whispered in her ear, "Sleep with me tonight?" His magnetic voice stirred up her heartbeat. Her body suddenly heated up as if she was going to fall into his arms. She calmed herself down. "Sorry, I'm not interested in your body." His arms wrapped around her waist, and the two of them danced with their bodies pressed against each other. Tao Yuan had goosebumps all over her body. She must be as red as a roasted shrimp right now. Fortunately, it was winter, so she wore a coat over the dress. Chapter 487. Tao Yuan originally wanted to explain that Su Tong was not interested in her, but Pan Chi. But on second thought, it was good to make him jealous. Although Su Tong was not a threat to him and made him feel a sense of crisis, it was also good to dampen his spirit. She could not bear to see him being too arrogant. "You said that I have a single taste, but do you, Boss Lu, have a wide variety of taste in women? Which one of them is not a brainless woman who likes to stir up trouble? I have never seen anyone with a particularly high IQ. All of them speak without thinking." "Heh, I like it when you have such a sharp tongue." As Luli spoke, he kissed her ear. Where their skin touched, there was an electric current. Tao Yuan could not help but tremble. She subconsciously pushed him gently, but she could not push him away. "You actually put aside such an important thing and came on a blind date. What important thing? Isn't cooking for me important enough?" Tao Yuan was speechless for a few seconds. Was that important? Did he really think of himself as a VIP? Unfortunately, in her eyes, he was just AP*SSY. "For me, there are indeed a lot of important things, but unfortunately, cooking for you can't even enter the top 50. Boss Lu, you can't not even eat without me, right? I only want to eat you." A tender and sentimental voice whispered in her ears. "I can't help it. My appetite is spoiled by you. Only you can feed me now. Hey, don't stick so close. Can't you pay attention to your image in public?" It was getting too much. Just when Tao Yuan was a little flustered, the dance music finally ended and a sarcastic sneer came in. "Hey, isn't this Boss Lu? What brings you here?" Pan Chi stood there in a red gown, like a bright and beautiful rose, but a rose with thorns. Even in the eyes of Lu Li, Pan Chi could be considered a great beauty, but he was very disgusted. Beauty was a woman's capital, but if she relied on this to be too arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, then she would be a joke. She would be more disgusting than an ordinary woman. "I received President Pan's invitation early in the morning, but I didn't plan on coming. I'm usually not interested in attending unless it's an important dinner." Pan Chi gritted her teeth. "However, since my wife wants to come, of course I have to accompany her." Lu Li hugged Tao Yuan's waist and kissed her hard on the face. It was so piercing that Pan Chi's eyes narrowed. This man was a demon. Was he using this pretense of gentleness to confuse Tao Yuan? She might fall for it, but she wouldn't. She wouldn't let her best friend be fooled by him again. Yuan was invited by me. I have a very good friend in Spain, so I specially introduced them to each other. Anyway, you're going to divorce soon. As her best friend, it's not too much for me to introduce you to her for the sake of her happiness, right? Divorce? Why didn't I know that we're going to divorce? Pan Chi thought to herself. Keep pretending, Xiao Lu. President Lu has so many confidants outside. Which one of them isn't sexier and more beautiful than our Yuan? Since President Lu's heart is already on the outside, Yuan doesn't want to hold you up. It's not so convenient to have a wife, and people will talk about it. Who dares to talk about me? Lu Li's tone wasn't heavy, but it had a hint of arrogance. However, this arrogance wasn't without reason. In the entire Motu city, only Si Wenshun could be mentioned in the same breath as him. The other people were worlds apart from Lu Li, and no one dared to offend him. Of course, people won't talk about it in front of you, but you can imagine how nasty it is behind your back. This society still has morals, and cheating is still despicable. President Lu has such a distinguished identity, and every move he makes is the topic of conversation in the entire Motu city. My wife and I are still married, and you're already introducing a man to her. Then, as the accomplice who incited her to cheat, how noble are you? Perhaps it's light to say that you incited her, and it's more accurate to say that you directed it. You like to meddle in our family matters. What are your intentions? Are you jealous that your best friend is married well? Jealous? Pan Shi just wanted to laugh 300 times to the sky. This sentence was the funniest joke she had ever heard. All the ridiculous feelings turned into a charming smile in the end. President Lu misunderstood. The reason why I'm still not married is because I don't want my marriage to be like yours. Tao Yuan's expression turned a little ugly, and Pan Shi could only apologize in her heart. However, the onlookers can't see the situation clearly, and she had to make her words as nasty as possible, or else she wouldn't be clear-headed. Of course, the few words that Pan Shi thought were nasty were just child's play in Lu Li's eyes. Just like how a fish knows the temperature of its water, only we know how our marriage is. As an outsider, how can you know better than us? Self-righteous. My wife and I had some conflicts before, but this time, she gave me a lot of surprises when I came back. Compared with her, those women outside are really too boring, and I naturally know how to choose. Our feelings are constantly warming up. I believe that it won't be long before we become a model couple that everyone envies. Looking at him lying through his teeth, Pan Shi was so angry that her face was cramping. I thought that President Lu's ability in business was already very good, but I didn't expect that your ability to lie was even better. Whether you're sincere or not towards Tao Yuan, and what you're thinking, you know very well. You're not as good at pretending as you think, so you know Yuan and I know. You're playing so many tricks because you're not willing to accept that she was the first to ask for a divorce, and that she can still live a wonderful life without you. But she's not the Tao Yuan of the past, so don't try to deceive her with sweet words. Really? But in my opinion, she likes my sweet words very much. Lu Li hugged Tao Yuan tighter and provoked her unscrupulously. I can make her love me for more than 10 years, so I can make her continue to love me for the rest of her life. The relationship between us, husband and wife, can't be interfered with by an outsider. For the sake of my wife, I won't argue with you about this matter this time, but remember, everything has its bottom line, and you'd better not touch it. This kind of boring dinner party is really not as good as the two of us at home. Let's go home, he said to Tao Yuan in a very gentle manner, and his eyes were as gentle as water, but his hands secretly exerted force, and she couldn't break free even if she tried secretly. Tao Yuan was also very angry in her heart, but she didn't dare to embarrass Lu Li on such an occasion, so she could only apologize to Pan Shi. Then we'll leave first. I'll contact you when we get back. Yuan. Pan Shi was so angry that she stamped her feet. Damn it. Lu Li pulled Tao Yuan and walked very fast. His legs were long, and his strides were big, so she had to jog to keep up, stumbling along the way. Hey, walk slower. Lu Li, let go. When there was no one else, she forcefully pulled her wrist out of his hand. I don't like being dragged around by you. Then do you think that I like being ridiculed by your friend? He mocked coldly, revealing his white teeth, and his deep eyes flashed with a bit of coldness. It was hard to tell whether he was really angry or not. If it was someone else standing in front of me today, they would have been sold to Thailand long ago. Tao Yuan's face was flustered. Don't mess around. She's also helping me. Pimping you is helping you? She's really a piece of work. Being friends with such a person, no wonder you're getting more and more arrogant. I don't allow you to criticize my friend, she said with righteous indignation, which made her even angrier than him insulting her. So you can just watch your friend criticize your husband? She's telling the truth. We're going to divorce anyway. And what's the purpose of doing all these things? She's not wrong. Don't treat me as a fool. She once had a vision, and she also wanted to lie to herself. Even just 10 minutes ago, she was almost immersed in the dream that he weaved for her. However, reality was reality. After leaving that romantic environment, the biting cold wind calmed Tao Yuan down a lot. I always knew that you're good to me now, just to make me fall in love with you again, and then hurt me again. Because you, Luli, are the noblest person in the world, and it's always you who betrays others. How can you be betrayed by others, especially me, the lowest woman in your eyes? Is that right? There was a sneer on her lips, and she tried to make herself say these words in the most indifferent attitude, but her heart still hurt. It shouldn't be like this. Hadn't she already completely lost hope in him? When he just came back, she didn't feel bad when he and Zhang Mingmei teamed up to deal with her. She felt that this person was just a familiar stranger that she used to love, but now she had no feelings for him at all. How long had it been? And she was going to jump into the fire pit again? No, absolutely not. Luli's heart felt as if it was being squeezed by a hand, and it was throbbing with pain. From that arrogant face, he couldn't see any emotion, but his pupils deepened a little, still like a bottomless cold pool, pitch black and boundless. This was the original reason. He really couldn't stand her attitude of disdain towards him. She was clearly a pitiful person who followed behind his ass, but suddenly she didn't care about him and avoided him. If it were anyone else, they would also feel a psychological gap. So, he used many ways to provoke her, wanting to provoke a reaction from her. But over time, living in such a noisy way, the situation seemed to be different, and the feeling gradually changed. He was more and more unclear about what kind of feeling he had for her now. In short, he was always thinking about her, and when he was at home every day, he would feel at ease seeing her busy. Once he left the house, he would feel a sense of loss. He, who was the most focused on a job, would often lose focus thinking about her. For example, this afternoon, when he received the message from her for the first time, he actually felt a long-lost surprise. His fingers landed on the message, but he refused to open it, constantly guessing what she would say. It definitely wouldn't be anything good, but he couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 488. At that time, he was in a meeting and the atmosphere was very serious. In front of so many executives, he laughed foolishly. When that woman sent that text, she must have thought about it for a long time. In order to deliberately show her indifference, she must have deliberately not typed any punctuation marks. It was really not obvious at all. The executives all looked at each other, probably because they had never seen him laugh in a meeting. In order to pretend to be cool, he deliberately did not reply to her text. After the meeting, he made a few phone calls and asked a few of his bad friends to go to a nightclub. He wanted to deliberately go home late to make her anxious and upset. But when he was about to get off work, he went back on his words and stood them up. When he found out where she was, he rushed over. So now that she was accusing him of his crimes, Luli really did not know how to explain it. Silence. An embarrassing silence. Tao Yuan hoped to hear an explanation from Luli. Any word would be good. However, he said nothing. Her heart continued to fall to the bottom of the valley and continued to sink deeper and deeper into the abyss. Wasn't this kind of questioning very ridiculous? Since she had already pointed out all the facts, what kind of explanation did she expect to hear from him? It was already in front of her. There really was no need to say anything more. She used all the strength she had in her life to disguise herself and smiled faintly. But this does not affect me at all. My feelings for you have already ended a few years ago. Since I don't love you, then you can't hurt me. It's quite embarrassing here. Let's go back. She wanted to get into the car, but when she passed by Luli, he grabbed her wrist. But this time, it was different from usual. It was not a very rough kind of restraint. Tao Yuan could even feel the bones in his fingers trembling. His head was half lowered, and his eyes seemed to be suppressing a lot of emotions. His lips were in a straight line, tightly pressed together, as if he had something to say. What are you doing? I want to go back. Let go. I don't like you being with other men. Luli mustered up a lot of courage to admit this fact. He looked up at her, his eyes surging with a lot of emotions. He was suppressing it, but the more he suppressed it, the more the emotions came out of his eyes. It was so strong that it could not be ignored. Tao Yuan was stunned for a moment, but she quickly stopped herself from overthinking and mocked. Of course you don't like it. How could a proud man like you allow a woman you despise and hate to wear a green hat? How could you allow me to tarnish the reputation of the Liu family? Don't you understand me? His gaze darkened and he gritted his teeth. It's not because of any external factors, nor is it because of the Liu family. It's just that I don't like it. Her heart palpitated even more, and her slender body could not help but tremble slightly. What he said was very damaging to Tao Yuan. No matter how rational she was, she couldn't stop her imagination from running wild. The hand that was holding her conveyed his concern for her through strength and warmth. It was not as simple as a man's desire to control her. That's only because of your ridiculous pride. In the end, they were all despicable. Even if it was a woman you didn't want, it would still make you unhappy if she got involved with another man. But here you are. Do you want it? I'm not a chicken rib, and I'm not a chicken rib to you. Do you understand? Do you have to twist my words like that? His face twitched a little, as if he was hurt. Lily was hurt? Ha! The only woman in the world who could hurt him was Tao Yanran. And she, even if she was reincarnated 10,000 times, she would not have that ability. Tao Yanran was a thorn in Tao Yuan's heart. Every time she thought of her, she would become sensitive and angry, and her face became ugly at this moment. Then how do you expect me to understand? I thought that you were jealous, and then I let you mock me? Sorry, I'm not that ignorant. Luli's heart was squeezed by a hand. Jealous. Maybe I really am jealous. This cold joke is not funny at all. Let go of me. It's not good if someone sees it. She twisted her wrist a few times, struggling. Luli, however, when she met his dark and deep eyes, her words stopped at the tip of her tongue. He had never looked at her with such a deep gaze. It was so repressed, yet so surging, as if there was a turbulent torrent in his eyes. In the beginning, I also thought that it was a matter of pride. I couldn't bear to see you living better than me, and I couldn't bear to see you cuckolding me. But it seems that it's not just that. He frowned, as if he was confused. That kind of expression appeared on his usually arrogant and confident face, and it was not appropriate. Any intimate action between you and Fang Yicheng would make my heart feel uncomfortable, a kind of sour feeling. Including tonight, when you went on a blind date with another man. I had an urge to kill him. You're my woman. Why can't you just stay by my side? Why do you like to flirt so much? Ha! But you're so dazzling, and those men always surround you like flies. Luli gritted his teeth. Tell me, if you're not jealous, how do you explain all of this? Tao Yuan was completely stunned. She never thought that she would hear these words from Luli. She tried very hard to think that he was acting, but after more than 10 years of love, she understood this man too well. She didn't think that he was lying. He was jealous? Jealous for her? How could that be possible? Her heart was flustered and in a mess. She was like an ostrich, trying to escape from everything. Don't say these strange things anymore. What you said, I don't believe a single word. Let go. Bam. She was pressed against the car, and just as she was about to reach out to push him, Luli had already locked both his arms. His body pressed against her without any resistance, as if he wanted to embed into her body. The muscular man's body was like a huge magnet, hard, strong, and at the same time, it emitted a strong magnetic field, stimulating her. Tao Yuan was already in a mess, and being suppressed by him like this made her even more helpless. She could feel how pathetic she was at this moment. At any time, someone would pass by and see that she was being played by him like prey. She opened her mouth to scold him, but when she met that pair of abyss-like dark eyes, she couldn't say a single word. Her heart was so flustered that it was indescribable. He just suppressed her like this, not moving at all, not saying a single word, and there was no emotion in his eyes. The smell of tobacco mixed with a strong male scent kept drilling into her nose, seeping into her heart, and softening her strength. During this process, she was still constantly twisting, her breathing was rapid, her body was burning, and she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I said, "I'm jealous. Why don't you believe me?" He finally spoke. His gloomy voice seemed to be mixed with flames, burning fiercely with a hint of accusation. "Is there a single truth in your mouth? Why should I believe you? I've never lied to you." Tao Yuan's body froze. That's right. He didn't even bother to lie to her. His hatred for her had never been concealed, because he didn't need to consider her feelings. If there was a need, it was just to consider how to make her life worse than death. To Lu Li, admitting that he was jealous, especially in front of Tao Yuan, was a very difficult thing to do. However, when he finally faced his heart, she didn't believe him, which made him feel a little angry, because that was equivalent to trampling on his feelings. Then maybe you're lying to yourself. We're just a nominal couple. How could you be jealous for a woman you hate? That's right, I also want to know. Lu Li curled his lips and coldly smiled. Suddenly, he pinched her delicate jaw and forcefully pressed it down as if he was punishing her. I also want to know, Tao Yuan, what kind of charm do you have to make me jealous for you? These few years, your transformation was all because of me? You want to be reborn so that one day I can see you in your dazzling glory and regret that I've let you down? Tell me, is that what you think? Tao Yuan met his cold eyes and smiled slightly. A long time ago, I thought like this. I wanted you to regret. I wanted to take revenge on you. I wanted you to know that you've hurt such a good woman. I wanted you to know that all the women around you added up together can't compare to me. But slowly, I realized that there was no meaning. In the process of trying to transform, I loved myself more and more. I loved the mature and independent me. I loved that I could rely on my own ability to do anything I wanted to do. I slowly became better day by day, to the point that I felt that you weren't worthy of me. You weren't worth my sadness, nor were you worth my effort. Everything I did was no longer for you, but for myself. Now that I'm beautiful and capable, what kind of man can I not have? Why must it be you, Lu Li? So, no matter which woman you're with now, I don't feel anything because you're degrading yourself. And I won't degrading myself for you anymore. You're not everything in my life anymore. You're just a familiar stranger. In the deepest part of his deep eyes, there were two clusters of flames igniting. Lu Li's chest heaved up and down, suppressing his anger. I'm just a stranger to you? Yes. Then, will you let a stranger stay in your house? Will you let a stranger kiss you, hug you, and press down on you like this? That wasn't my request, but you forced it. I just didn't have the strength to resist. Are you unable to resist? Or do you not want to resist? His nose opened and closed. The man's scorching breath unrestrainedly sprayed on her face. You think you don't care about me anymore, but in fact, you still care a lot. He pressed her lips. She don't deny it. Your mouth can lie, but your eyes definitely can't. How much you care about me. Your heart is also very clear. His finger fell on the position of her heart, as though it had directly pierced through her heart, leaving no place to hide, no place to hide. Tao Yuan opened her mouth, unable to say a word to refute. When I said that I care about you, it's true. When I said that I'm jealous for you, it's also true. You believe me, right? His body continued to squeeze into her body, clearly already inseparable, but he still felt that it wasn't enough, as though he would only stop if he merged into her bones and blood. You also know very well that you still have feelings for me. If you really don't care about me like you said, you wouldn't have been so agitated just now. Admit it. When it comes to feelings, you can't lie to anyone, especially you. Lu Li had never been so convinced that Tao Yuan still loved him, deeply loved him, which also made him feel a trace of satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. Since you don't want to be entangled with me for more than 10 years, then, for the rest of your life, we'll continue to love and kill each other like this. His smile was like the devil, but also like a gentle lover. Chapter 489. Tell me, if you're not jealous, how do you explain all this? I said I'm jealous. Why don't you believe me? I've never lied to you. Admit it, you can't lie to anyone about feelings, especially you. Since you don't want to be entangled with each other for more than 10 years, then, for the rest of your life, you can continue to love and kill each other. You can't escape. The milk is spilled. Her fingers were scalded, and Tao Yuan came back to her senses. The glass was full of milk. She didn't sleep well last night, and now her mind was full of his words. She was out of it. When she turned around, she saw the culprit who caused her to lose her mind standing behind her in a bathrobe. He looked energetic and looked at her with a faint smile. She panicked even more. She quickly turned around, took 2 pieces of tissue, and wiped the spilled milk on the table. Why are you so distracted so early in the morning? Didn't you sleep well last night? Luli poured a glass of water. The transparent glass was illuminated by the sunlight, just like his face. Under the sunlight, it revealed a pure sexiness, like the handsome god Apollo. This man had 2 faces. He could be like the devil Satan, but he could also be incomparably handsome. I slept very well, he said to himself. Tao Yuan's back was facing him, and her fingers were wiping the table in a panic. She said coldly, "No one asked you, but I want to know, I slept well because of you." He put one hand on her side and naturally trapped Tao Yuan in the crook of his arm, half trapping her, and blew a breath of hot air into her ear. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm just taking breakfast." "Why are you so nervous?" Luli took the sandwich and slowly straightened up. His eyes were full of naughty smiles, and he was extremely frivolous. "You did it on purpose." She accused him. "On purpose what? Deliberately flirting with you? You're thinking too much." He took a bite of the sandwich, and his posture was casual. He didn't have the serious look of a CEO in front of others. He was just an ordinary family man. In front of her, he was very relaxed. He knew this very well. He didn't need to guard against this woman. "I didn't think too much." "Then why are you blushing?" "Who's blushing?" "I'm not blushing." Tao Yuan argued and touched her face subconsciously. It was indeed a little hot. "You do." He stared at her, his eyes burning. "I didn't." "You do." "I didn't know." She emphasized loudly, but the louder she was, the more guilty she was. "You're really bad at lying." Luli shook his head with a sly smile in his eyes. "What? If I say I'm jealous, why are you so happy?" "Who's happy? Do I have the word happy written on my face?" "Even if there were words written on my face, it would be you are very annoying." "I don't believe a word you said about jealousy." "Don't be so stubborn. Women tend to believe what they want to hear." "You say you don't believe me, but you're very happy." "It's written all over your face." Luli pointed with his finger. He had an expression that said, "No matter how you quibble, I'm still so confident." Thus, Tao Yuan was a little flustered. Her eyes blinked quickly, her eyelashes fluttering, and her cheeks couldn't stop blushing. How could this be? She couldn't resist at all. "Why are you making me feel uncomfortable so early in the morning?" "You're so annoying," she said with disdain. "Why aren't you moving away?" I still have the same saying. If a woman says she hates you, then she likes you. The more she hates you, the more she likes you. You say you want me to move away, but in your heart, you really want me to stay, right? Tao Yuan pursed her lips. "I've never seen someone with such a poor comprehension ability. Don't you need to learn Chinese if you study finance? Or was your Chinese taught by a math teacher, so you don't understand human language? What I said is that I hate you and want you to move away. What you say and what you think are 2 completely different meanings. I'll just understand it the other way around. You really know how to find a way out. Are you the most handsome man in the world?" Luli smiled. "You finally said something true. Although you don't mean it, you have good taste. I can't be bothered to argue with someone like you. This isn't arguing, it's bickering. Don't you think it's fun to bicker like this every day? I actually enjoy it. That's because you're thick-skinned. I'm going to ignore you. I'm going to work." Tao Yuan rejected Lu Li's kind offer to send her to work and drove to the hotel by herself. In a large office, a group of female employees were gathered together, chattering about something while putting on makeup. Upon a closer look, All of them were gorgeously dressed, each more delicate than the other. Most of the people in her group were weirdos, but they were all quite beautiful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. How's my makeup? Isn't it a little too thick? It can't be. If you don't dress up a little brighter, how will Appa notice you? It's a pity that I have to wear a uniform, or else I... What about you? Are you wearing a bikini? What's the big deal about a bikini? In order to attract Appa's attention, I'll wear sexy clothes, even if he wants me to. How do you know Appa likes sensual ones? Maybe he likes pure and innocent ones. All right, that's hard to say. Then I'd better not put on that red lipstick. Tao Yuan walked over and asked, "What's going on?" They exchanged glances, and one of them said, "The Korean celebrity, Kim Cheol, is checking in today. When did you notify him?" Tao Yuan furrowed her brows. "Why didn't I receive the email?" Usually, when a big celebrity checked in, the hotel would prepare it a few days in advance. "I sent it to you. Didn't you see it? Maybe it was classified as spam." Tao Yuan knew that they were purposely messing with her, but there was no point in bickering about it. "What time is he checking in?" 10 o'clock. She glanced at her watch. It was already 9:40. "Xiao Qing, arrange a room with a sea view for him and check it carefully." "Why do I have to go? I'm going to welcome him." "Do as I arrange." Xiao Qing left unhappily. "It's about time. You guys go first." Tao Yuan used 5 minutes to deal with some work and hurried over. Kim Cheol had just entered the hotel. She walked very fast. Just as she reached in front of him, she suddenly sprained her ankle. Seeing that she was about to fall in front of Kim Cheol, he reached out and held her in his arms. His blonde hair made his face look even fairer and more exquisite. The thin lips under the sunglasses were slightly raised, and a pleasant voice came out. "Hello, baby. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and you're hugging me so passionately? I like it." Tao Yuan blushed. She steadied herself and stood up. "Welcome to Wilton." The female staff were all envious of Tao Yuan. Why weren't they the ones being hugged by him? Damn it. This scene was witnessed by Lu Li, who was on the second floor not far away. The man who was originally in a good mood turned gloomy, and his face turned slightly green. "Who's that sissy?" Zhou Xinyang glanced at the entrance of the hotel, where a golden-haired man was hugging a woman. Taking a closer look, the woman was actually Tao Yuan. No wonder Lu Li was glowing green. That Zhou Xinyang cleared his throat. "He's the most popular young male singer right now. Kim Cheol from Korea." Lu Li gave him a look that said, "How do you know this guy?" "My sister is his diehard fan. She has a lot of posters of him at home. As far as I know, from aunties in their 40s to little girls in the 2000s, they're all crazy about him." Lu Li sneered. "Blonde hair and fancy clothes. What are you talking about? Do women nowadays like non-mainstream men?" Zhou Shenyang could tell from his tone that he was a serious old man. Actually, he was not even 30 years old, right? He was jealous. He was definitely jealous. Well, it's really hard to tell the aesthetic taste of women nowadays. Anyway, they all like this kind of beautiful men. Beautiful? I think he's a sissy. You mean from Korea? Then he must have had plastic surgery. No wonder his face is so fake. He's a Chinese-Korean mix. My sister said that he's the only natural beauty among the male stars in Korea. He didn't have plastic surgery. Lu Li rolled his eyes at him. Zhou Xinyang realized that he had said the wrong thing and kept quiet. This woman didn't even let go of a Korean lady boy. Her tentacles really extended far. Lu Li thought unhappily. Fang Yicheng had just left, and now there was this strange thing. It seemed that she wouldn't be satisfied until she angered him to death. Tao Yuan sent Kim Cheol to his room. He chatted with her on the way, and she felt like she was drowning in jealous gazes. When they reached the room, Kim Cheol wanted her to stay and continue chatting. Tao Yuan could only find an excuse to reject him. The moment she returned to the office, the female staff surrounded her instantly. "Team leader, how do you know Appa? Are you close? He treats you very well. He keeps talking to you and doesn't even look at us." There was a sour tone. "Is he going to treat you to dinner tonight? Can you bring us along?" It was the first time that Tao Yuan received such passionate attention. She felt a headache coming on. "I know him from before, but not as close as you think. I have other plans tonight. so I won't be having dinner with him. Then help us get his autograph. It's best if you can introduce us to him. What's his WeChat number? I don't talk to him much, so I'm not sure. Go do what you need to do. Don't be so nosy. After that, she went into her small office and heard the endless grumbling outside. What do you mean just know him? We're not that close. I think Appa's attitude toward her is very unusual. He doesn't even talk to others. Do you think he likes her? How is that possible? We're much prettier than her. Like a married woman? Appa doesn't have such strong tastes. Maybe Appa doesn't know. And you can't underestimate her charm. Isn't manager Fong fascinated by her? Just now, she deliberately fell into his arms and took the initiative to hug him. Disgusting, isn't it? Do you think we're blind? Manager Fong, Boss Liu, and now Appa. Humph. How many men does she need to be satisfied? Exactly. Why do you insist on hogging so many? You're not even willing to share a single one with us. Acting high and mighty. Shameless. Tao Yuan shook her head. She just felt that it was funny. A woman's jealousy was too scary. Just as she sat down, she received a text from Jean Shiol. Sure enough, he asked her out for dinner. After receiving Jean Shiol's invitation to dinner, Tao Yuan found an excuse to dodge the invitation. After cleaning up the mess for the whole day, she got off work in a daze. Just as she entered the underground garage, a sports car stopped in front of her. Chapter 490. In the 360-degree revolving restaurant, there was a live piano performance. As it was nearing the end of the year, the restaurant was wrapped in a romantic Christmas atmosphere. The Christmas tree was a few meters tall, twinkling with colorful lights. Looking down at the whole city from the floor-to-ceiling window, the neon lights flashed. Tao Yuan rested her chin on one hand and looked out of the window without blinking, as if she was drunk and a little drunk. But what made her dizzy was not the wine, but the beautiful scenery of the city. I like the end of the year the most. The whole city is bustling and bright, and everywhere is filled with a festive atmosphere. It's so beautiful, really beautiful. Tao Yuan sighed. No matter how beautiful it is, it's not as beautiful as you. Jean Che gently swirled the wine glass, staring at her, his amber eyes rippling with circles of tenderness. His golden hair made his skin look even fairer, and his facial features were exquisite and beautiful like a comic book prince. When the corners of his mouth curled up, it was like a smile that was not a smile, like a blooming rose. It was unavoidable to be amazed that such a beautiful man existed. Tao Yuan smiled. Thank you for your compliment. By the way, why are there only the two of us in the restaurant? Don't tell me you booked it? I'm a superstar now, and I have a large group of fans wherever I go. I want to have a meal with the person I like, so this is the only way. It's just a little bit of money, don't worry about it. A few $100,000 is just a little bit of money? You're really generous. But it's true. You're the most popular fresh meat now, and you're earning so much money that your hands are sore, right? I heard that your fans gave you sports cars and villas on your birthday. That's crazy. Sometimes it's quite troublesome to be liked by too many people, and I can't even have a quiet meal. Jean Che shrugged. But you enjoy this feeling, right? You were born to do this, and I'm really happy for you to have your current achievements. Everything I have now was given by you. If you hadn't saved me that night, I would have been dead. Jean Che recalled. Before that night, I was just a hooligan, fighting and killing people on the streets every day. I was chased by my enemies, blocked in a corner, and beaten half to death, but no one dared to do anything. It was you who saved me. You even gave me a sum of money so that I wouldn't sink any further. I still remember you telling me that everyone can start over. If I want, it's never too late. After my injuries healed, I joined SJ Entertainment as a trainee. After training for 2 years, I became famous in just half a year. I will never forget that you gave me a new lease on life. Thank you. What I did was just a slight effort. The person you should really thank is yourself. That day, when I first saw you on the screen, I knew that you would shine as brilliantly as you did today. Congratulations. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers. The two goblets clinked together, emitting a crisp sound. Tao Yuan felt happy for Jean Che from the bottom of her heart. Everyone had a time when they went astray, and there was also a time when they fell to the bottom. If someone had given you a hand, your whole life would have changed. She used to love Lu Li without any dignity. If it weren't for the fatal blow that night, she would probably still be a tragedy. For the next few years, she relied on herself and knew how tiring it was to be alone. So, if she could help others, she would be very happy. Everyone could be reborn once more. She and Jean Shay were people who had been reborn. They knew better than anyone else how to cherish what they had now. I've been too busy these 2 years and rarely contacted you. How have you been? Still the same, busy with work every day. You don't even have time to date? You even rejected my invitation. Other men should have no chance, right? You can't be like this. Tao Yuan shrugged and did not say anything. Do you need a boyfriend? Will you consider me? She was amused. I don't think so. First of all, I don't like relationships with younger men. Second of all, I don't want to become public enemy number 1. You're on a rise now. If you have a girlfriend, you'll lose fans. Your company won't agree, right? Jean Shay smiled and did not allow for an answer. Then why don't I introduce you? The boss of our Korean company is not bad. He's handsome, rich, and has a good character. Why? Do I hate marrying him so much? Even you, as my younger brother, have to worry about my marriage? I just care about you. Thanks. But if you want to help me, stay at Wilton Hotel a few more times. Just treat it as promotion among your fans. Needless to say, I'll definitely stay there. It'll be more convenient to see you. Forget about seeing me. My subordinates were so jealous of me today that they were going crazy. If there's any scandal, it'll be bad for your development. If there's anything, just text me. See, this is the bad thing about being a star. Even making friends has to be so complicated. But you're different. You're my benefactor. When I want to see you, I won't think about anything else. Jean Shay pointed to his heart and said gratefully, You'll always be the most special family in my heart. While they were eating, Tao Yuan's phone rang. Seeing the word hubby flashing on the screen, she realized that she had forgotten to inform Lu Li that she would not be home to cook. Wait, she clearly did not save his number. She had edited it as hubby. That man was too thick-skinned. She hung up. You're not going to answer it? Huh? It's a sales call. Oh, less than 2 seconds later, the call came in again. Tao Yuan adjusted the vibration, but it still didn't stop. Even Jean Shay noticed it. You'd better answer it, in case he keeps calling. Okay. Before she could speak, the other party asked in a low voice. Where? The gloominess made her a little uncomfortable. She answered. Dinner. You should be cooking at home at this time. Sorry, I forgot. You solve it yourself. Solve it myself? How do you want to solve it? Tao Yuan thought that he didn't even know how to eat. Then she would have to hang a pancake around his neck when she went on a business trip in the future, lest he starve to death. I'm busy now. Where? With whom? She didn't like his questions, so she took a deep breath. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't call again. Jean Shay took a sip of red wine and asked, Who? A suitor? He's just an insignificant person. Don't worry about him and continue eating. Although Tao Yuan said so, her heart was still disturbed by Lu Li's phone call. He was a very difficult person to deal with. He would definitely not give up just like that. So after dinner, she said that she had something to do and had to leave. The two of them went down to the lobby. Before they walked out the door, they saw a large group of reporters holding up their cameras and taking photos. Damn, how did they know I was here? They are really haunting me. Jean Shay used his back to block Tao Yuan. You leave through the back door first. I'll deal with them. Okay. Tao Yuan lowered her head and hurriedly left with the manager. Jean Shay adjusted his coat. As soon as he went out, the camera flashes kept flashing, almost blinding his eyes. However, he was used to it. Who was that woman just now? Your girlfriend? Did you just come down from the hotel above? Where is she from? Korea or China? Is she from the entertainment circle? I'm just having a meal with a friend. You don't have to make such a big scene, do you? Jean Shay joked. Such a big scene with just the slightest movement. Are you going to let me eat? The reporters were not so easy to fool and continued to ask questions. You came to see her as soon as you came back to China. She must be a very important person, right? How can it be simple to just be a friend? I can only say that she is a very special and important person to me. Are you satisfied now? Tao Yuan escaped from the back door, and a few reporters chased after her. She is there. Hurry up and take pictures. She covered her head and face with a hat and ran faster than a rabbit. Seeing that she was about to be caught up, a jaguar rushed over and almost hit her. It stopped steadily in front of her. Get in. She hurriedly got in. Luli glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that he had lost the reporters. Tao Yuan was panting. Why are you here? What do you think? Do you think I won't know where you are if you don't tell me? You asked those reporters to come here. Do you think that it is a glorious thing for my wife to have an affair, and that it is worth it for me to find so many people to take pictures? The husband came to the rescue when the wife was having an affair. As the husband, I have nothing to say. Don't you think so? You should give me a 24 Filial Husband Award. Tao Yuan pouted. Don't tell me that your appearance here is just a coincidence. He must have installed a surveillance camera on her. He knew where she went. Didn't I come specially to save you? Why didn't I prepare more before having an affair with a celebrity? If you were caught just now, not only would you lose face, the whole Liu family would lose face because of you. Tao Yuan smiled. I don't think so. If something really happened, I would ask you for help. As a 24 Filial husband, you could just call the media. Who would dare to expose me? Seeing her shrewd like a fox, Luli was a little unhappy. I was wondering who gave you such courage. So was me, isn't it? This is the advantage of being the wife of a domineering CEO. Even if I had an affair, the reporters wouldn't dare to expose it. Do you think you can hide the truth? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Oh, anyway, nothing happened this time, right? You care so much about the reputation of the Liu family. How could you watch me get caught? So you admit that you had an affair? Last time it was a sissy, this time it's a transvestite. You, Tao Yuan, really have a strong taste. You like this kind of weird, underdeveloped man. Don't you know that women nowadays like this kind? Are you talking about a man or a woman? I really doubt that he can satisfy you in bed. Tao Yuan was speechless for a few seconds. However, she was not a pushover that would be humiliated by him, so she immediately retorted. That's not a problem for you to worry about. Anyway, the person he wants to satisfy is not you. I'm just worried for you. If you had an affair with an incompetent man, you would have to bear the blame for nothing. That's not worth it. Luli said in a weird tone. You don't want a ready-made one. I don't know what you want. How would I know that you are good? I haven't tried. You mean you want to try? In that case, I can reluctantly let you verify my identity. Chapter 491. The two of them bickered, and Tao Yuan found it strange that Lu Li's reaction was so calm. If it was before, wouldn't he have thrown a tantrum, choked her neck, and called her a slut? But now he was in the mood to joke with her. What was going on in his head? You and him. What did you do? Who? Kim Cheol? Was there another man? Tao Yuan wanted to reply. A man and a woman alone together, other than, what else could they do? But that kind of argument was meaningless, and she didn't want to bring shame to herself, so she answered honestly. We just had dinner. At the revolving restaurant? That's pretty romantic. But you had a candlelit dinner with him. I haven't eaten anything yet. In the big office, a group of women gathered together and whispered. It's really her? Am I right? How could it not be? She was wearing this outfit yesterday. It's definitely her. No wonder she got off work so early yesterday. So she went to meet her lover. It's fine if it's someone else, but it's Appa, my favorite Korean celebrity. I'm heartbroken. You're not the only one who's heartbroken. So many women like him. It's a collective heartbreak. He didn't have any scandals before. Look, the news said that Appa said that Tao Yuan is a special and important person to him. Isn't that the same as admitting a relationship? But she's married. What relationship? It's an extramarital affair. Maybe Appa doesn't know. That must be the case. Appa is such a pure man. He wouldn't have an extramarital affair. She must have kept him in the dark. How dare she lie to our pure and kind Appa? She's too hateful. That's right, a hypocrite. Are all men blind now? I like this kind of green tea bitch. Tao Yuan heard them scolding her from the door. but she still walked in as if nothing happened. Why are you here chatting so early in the morning? What's the big news? Leader, you're on the news. Xiao Qing said sourly. She's the #1 trending topic on Weibo, the mysterious Miss Cheol, the rumored first girlfriend of Kim Cheol. You believe in gossip? Why wouldn't you believe me? President scandals are also true. Someone said sarcastically. President's new lovers often come to the hotel. It's not just the media. Leader, that's not very nice of you. You're obviously so close with Appa, but you can't even help me get an autograph. That's right. You secretly went on a date with him. Were you pretending to be unfamiliar with him because you were afraid that we would disturb your time together? The room was filled with the sour smell, and Tao Yuan almost died from the sourness. Perhaps it was because she was old. It was really difficult to understand the mentality of girls chasing stars nowadays. That person clearly did not belong to her, but it was as if he had stolen her boyfriend. What kind of logic was that? Given the current situation, even if she were to die to atone for her sins, it would still be difficult for them to feel comfortable. But why? She wasn't guilty in the first place. He is indeed my friend. I introduced you to him out of friendship. It's my duty not to introduce you. There's nothing more to say. Xiao Qing pursed her lips. Appa is so handsome. Of course you want to keep him for yourself. Why would you introduce him to us? I don't think it's as simple as a friend. Appa even admitted in front of the media that you are a special person to him. As for what's special, only you know. That's true. The more jealous they were, the calmer Tao Yuan became. She smiled. It's fine as long as we are clear about our relationship. There's no need to explain too much to others. If you're done gossiping, then disperse. Today's mission is very important. The few women left reluctantly. After a while, Jean Shei's assistant came to look for Tao Yuan. He said that he was shooting a commercial at the hotel pool and asked her to look for him. She had no choice but to follow him. The weather was a few degrees below zero. Jean Shei was wearing a pair of swimming trunks and jumping into the water time and time again. Tao Yuan shuddered as she watched. Therefore, being a celebrity really wasn't something an ordinary person could be. Apart from being good-looking, one had to be very professional and able to endure hardship. There was no such thing as easy money in this world, and no one would become famous for no reason. The director was only satisfied with the action of diving after repeating it for an hour. When the assistant left, Tao Yuan quickly took a towel and draped it over Jean Shei. You must be cold too. Hurry and put on your clothes. No, I often swim in Korea. It's much colder than here. Jean Shei flipped his wet hair childishly. His eyes were as pure as a deer's, and Tao Yuan felt her heart soften when she looked at him. That night when she saved him, she was moved by his pure eyes. Even though he was a hooligan, she felt that he was a good boy. He brought out her motherly side. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you infatuated with me? Jean Shei teased. Tao Yuan flicked his forehead. Don't tease me, understand? Got it, sister. Tao Yuan was afraid that he was cold, so she dried his hair. After a while, she realized that it was too intimate and quickly retracted her hand. Dry it yourself. I'm going back to Korea soon. When? My flight is in 2 hours. I came back mainly to see you. Oh, go back early if you're busy. Take care of yourself. Don't do this kind of scene in the winter. It's easy to catch a cold. Okay, I'll be careful. The next time I come back will be at least 3 months later. Can you send me away? Tao Yuan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she couldn't resist that pure deer's eyes and nodded. Okay. In the corner, he sneakily took out a phone and recorded the interaction between the two of them. Tao Yuan sent Jean Shei off as a hotel staff and reminded him. Did you bring your passport? Plane ticket? Identity card? Did you forget any clothes or shoes? Yes. Jean Shei frowned. I shouldn't have asked you to send me off. You are so long-winded. Oh, then I'm going back. Seeing that she was about to leave, Jean Shei quickly grabbed her wrist with a cheeky smile. I'm kidding. You like to nag. You think I like to nag? Isn't it because you're always forgetful and make people worry? If it weren't for the fact that you are not allowed to have a girlfriend now, I would introduce one to you. As soon as they walked out of the door, A group of reporters suddenly rushed out and took pictures of them with their cameras. The security guards couldn't stop them. The situation was quite out of control. Jean Che could only protect Tao Yuan in his arms. "Ah Che, is this the mysterious girlfriend from last night?" "Just a friend," Jean Che emphasized and pushed the reporter with one hand. "Get out of the way. It's not as simple as just friends. Someone just told us that you two have been together for a long time. Here, this is the photo." Tao Yuan glanced at it vaguely. It was taken when she was drying Jean Che's hair in the swimming pool. Her first reaction was, could it be the few people in her group? A woman's jealousy was really terrible. The reporters were in a hurry to squeeze forward. Tao Yuan and Jean Che were sandwiched in the middle, squeezing back and forth. The air in their lungs was almost squeezed out and they couldn't breathe. "Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way." "Ah Che, you are so protective of her, and you still say that she is not your girlfriend? Do you know that you are the third party?" "What third party? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know that the person in your arms is the wife of the CEO of Wilton Hotel?" Jean Che looked at Tao Yuan in surprise. When did she get married? Why didn't he know? Jean Che did a good job in public relations. Plus, his own character and taste were also highly praised, so the reporters instinctively sided with him, thinking that Tao Yuan hid the marriage and Jean Che was a mistress. "So you don't know that she is Boss Lu Li's wife?" Tao Yuan didn't mean to hide it from Jean Che. Now she was more annoyed about how to deal with these annoying reporters, so she casually said to Jean Che, "I will explain to you later. It's obvious that you are the mistress. What else is there to explain?" The female reporter said sourly, "Boss Lu has so many women outside, so you can't stand the loneliness anymore? You seem to have a very ambiguous relationship with young Master Fong before. Did you hook up with Ah Che because you broke up? Is this your way of taking revenge on Boss Lu?" Tao Yuan frowned. She looked like a weak woman, but at this moment, she was as strong as a suit of armor. "Pay attention to your words. I can sue you for slander." "I'm telling the truth. You are married to begin with. If there is nothing between you and Ah Che, why did you hide it from him? You are just guilty. The rich are so messy. No matter how messy the rich are, it is not as messy as you reporters. Many scandals are exaggerated by you, even inverted right and wrong, to please the public. Once there is a little scandal, you will flock to it. In order to poach people, you will do anything. What is the difference between you and flies? How much evidence do you have for the accusations you are making now? Just because we came out of the building together last night, it proves that we stole it? That building not only has a hotel, but also a 360-degree revolving restaurant. But from the beginning, you used that dirty idea to infer what we did. So you didn't go to the hotel to verify whether we had booked a room or not. And I, the waitress of the restaurant, can prove that we only had a meal together. Of course, you won't care about that. Even if you know, you will say that we went to get a room for the sake of attracting attention and making money, right?" The female reporter was speechless, her face turning red and white. "I don't need to explain anything to such a false accusation. Because people nowadays don't care about the truth, they will only believe what they want to believe. Jean Che and I have known each other for a long time. We are very good friends. Without evidence, you are making up nonsense and verbally attacking me at the same time. It is enough for me to take you to court." Her aura was majestic. The female reporter flinched. But there was still someone who did not give up and mumbled softly. "Then he said that you were special to him? Isn't that very ambiguous?" At this moment, Jean Che came back to his senses and explained, "I said that she is special because when I was in Korea, she saved me. Before I became a star, I was actually a gangster. No one dared to get close to me, but she, a stranger, saved me when I was about to die. I am very grateful to her. This is the relationship between us. She is the closest person to me, not like what you said." Chapter 492. What's going on? A voice was heard. It was not a heavy voice, but it calmed everyone down in an instant. Everyone turned around to look. A figure stood there, his body plated with a layer of pale golden light. When a figure passed through the pale golden light and walked over step by step, the reporters were stunned. It was actually Lu Li. He had appeared in person. No matter how high Jin She's value was, it could not be higher than this rich and powerful CEO in the Asia-Pacific region. Therefore, the reporters all rushed to him with their cameras and microphones. This man has such a strong aura. Jin She was secretly amazed. He was Tao Yuan's husband? It was no wonder that he was surprised. In his eyes, Tao Yuan was the best woman in the world and deserved the best man. However, what he thought was outstanding was not because of her prominent background, nor was it because of money or power. Based on his understanding of her, she was the kind of woman who sought a low-key life. Marrying into a rich family was not her choice. Moreover, when did she get married? He actually knew nothing about it. However, this man called Lu Li had a kind of light that would make any woman fall at his feet. The storm was about to calm down. Why did he come out? Tao Yuan felt a headache coming on. When he walked towards her, she subconsciously took a step back. However, in the next second, his strong hand grasped her shoulder and pulled her from Jin She's arms into his. She felt dizzy for a moment when she bumped into his muscular chest. "Are you guys ganging up to make things difficult for my wife?" It was a teasing voice, but the danger in it could not be ignored. The reporters looked at each other and asked after a while, "Do you know the news about your wife and Jin She? You mean the nonsense you made up? They are indeed very close. Didn't you hear it clearly just now? They are just friends. If it were you, who would you choose between me and Jin She?" The reporters were speechless. Wasn't the answer obvious? Even a blind man would choose Lu Li without hesitation. "Okay, my wife and I had some misunderstandings before, but they have been cleared up. We are very close now, as if we are in love. I trust my wife and want to protect her. If anyone dares to spread rumors, I will not let them off." Lu Li exuded an imposing aura. Even though he was smiling, it still gave people a chill down their spines. "When you go back today, you will receive a letter from my lawyer. Within a week, the reporters who spread rumors will be completely removed from this circle." The reporters were so scared that their faces changed. Previously, when they exposed his news, he was unmoved. Why was he so ruthless this time? There were at least dozens of reporters at the scene. It was too ruthless. Boss Lu, there's no need to do this, right? We are also working. There's nothing we can do." "That's right, Boss Lu. Don't take it to heart. Don't be so serious. I can understand that you are working. But as I said, I won't allow anyone to hurt my wife, not even any slanderous rumors." Lu Li lowered his head and gazed at Tao Yuan affectionately. He pinched her chin with one hand. The demonic power in his eyes locked her in place, rendering her immobile. "Really? My dearest madam." Tao Yuan did not remember how the farce ended. Anyway, when she came to her senses, she was already in Lu Li's office. The man took off his suit and threw it on the sofa, loosening his tie. "How many times have I helped you out of trouble? It's too many times. Even someone with a good memory, like me, can't remember it all. I didn't ask you to help me." Tao Yuan turned to leave, but he strode over, grabbed her wrist, and pressed her against the door. She was like a mosquito that was pinned, unable to move. "At this time, you should say thank you." "Why should I say thank you? I can handle it myself. Don't be nosy. Besides, you are not helping me. You are just acting cool for yourself." The stubborn little woman was very cute, which evoked a rare tenderness in Lu Li. He did not know that he could be so patient with a woman. It was like teasing a little pet. He was addicted to it and could not stop. He just wanted to see her go crazy, wanted to see her bare her fangs and claws. "Don't you know how to say thank you? I'm afraid that you can't bear it if I say it." "Huh, you need a lesson." He put his arms around her waist and lifted her up. With a little force, Tao Yuan was so anxious that she cried out. Lu Li, now her feet were almost in the air, and her body was half hanging on him. She felt very insecure. Then he went even further and kissed her on the lips. She stared at him sullenly. "Say thank you." She gritted her teeth. So he kissed her again. "Say thank you. Don't even think about it. Then I will kiss you until you are willing to say it." He kept kissing her, nibbling on her lips, entangling them deeply and lightly. She was pressed against the door by him, twisting her body. But the difference in strength between a man and a woman was too big. She could only be bullied by him. The tip of Lu Li's nose was against hers, and his eyes were like a wolf's. She, who had been kissed, was even more alluring. Her eyes were wide open because she was angry, and the black and white of her eyes were distinct, glistening, and very captivating. He couldn't help but choke. This woman could ignite him in an instant. The self-control and composure that he had trained for so many years melted in front of her. He was like an impatient young man. Lu Li resisted this feeling, but he enjoyed it very much. You still won't say it? I can't help but suspect that you're deliberately not saying it, because you want me to kiss you a few more times. Don't think too highly of yourself. Being kissed by you is like being bitten by a dog. I don't like it at all. You don't mean what you say. Who was the one who responded to me just now? Do you think I didn't feel it? You said that you have slept with many men, but your kissing was so jerky. That's because I don't like kissing you. Really? He smiled deeply. But I like your taste very much. Can you not describe it? So disgusting? Disgusting? I like it very much. I'll give you another chance. Do you want to say thank you? Lu Li pretended to kiss her again. Tao Yuan was anxious and shouted in a low voice. Thank you. Looking at his smug smile, she felt extremely gloomy. She didn't like the feeling of being controlled, especially by Lu Li. I've already said thank you. Can you let go of me now? Be good. He kissed her on the lips before letting go. Tao Yuan covered her mouth and glared at him. You clearly said that you won't kiss me if I say thank you. That was different. That was a reward kiss. The man said shamelessly. If you don't listen to me in the future, I don't mind using this method to punish you. After letting go of her, Lu Li took the cigarette box on the desk, took out his cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it up. Along with the smoke, his deep voice sounded. I can't tell that you're such a good Samaritan. You even went all the way to Korea to save a gangster. You're really great. You won't let any man off. It was clearly a good thing, but when he said it, it sounded like she had a motive and was very scheming. Tao Yuan thought that Lu Li was really hopeless. He couldn't see the good, he only saw the ugly. People with different views could not live together. It was better to divorce as soon as possible. I thought that you only liked obedient men, like loyal dogs to lick you. Turns out that you like to keep them. Why? Do you treat him as a pet? The relationship between people is not as dirty as you think. Of course, you can't understand what I'm saying. I just can't understand where you get your charm from. You attract so many men around you, and all of them are so loyal to you. Can't understand? Aren't you also around me now? She retorted. I'm different from them. I won't be conquered by a woman. It's always been me who conquered women. I'm very honored that you're my current prey. Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to discuss this very insulting theory with him. She just ignored him. Are you going back to the Lu family tonight? He suddenly said. After he mentioned it, Tao Yuan remembered that today was the 15th, the day she went home every month. How did you know? Don't look like I'm asking you. Qingwan is very upset on the 15th and 30th of every month. It's because of you, isn't it? During the years I was abroad, she didn't stop bothering me about it. Tao Yuan went with the flow. Since I'm annoyed with her and she's annoyed with you, to avoid everyone being annoyed, why don't we divorce? It's a relief for everyone. You really take the opportunity to mention that word. You know that the final result will be rejected by me. Is it fun? How do you know if you don't try? Maybe one day you'll think it through and agree to divorce. Didn't you hear what I said to the reporter just now? We're in love now. Do you think I'll divorce you when I'm the most interested in you? Divorce, at least until I'm tired of you. Until when you love me so much that you can't stop. By the way, I've fired the employee who sent the photos to the media. He was really fast. Tao Yuan's sympathy for that person only lasted for a short second. A black sheep indeed couldn't be kept alive. She should be cruel. You're good at dealing with men. Obviously, you can't deal with women. What does this mean? It means that I'm too beautiful and people are jealous of me. Can I go back now? I'm off work now. I'll go home with you. At 6:30, the two of them arrived at the Lu family. Su Baiyan knew that Lu Li would come home today, so she waited at the door early. Seeing her baby son, she was very happy at first, but she didn't expect that Tao Yuan would get out of the car from the passenger seat. Her face darkened at once. Why did you come back together? On the way, Luli played it down. Su Baihe had hoped that Luli would come home today. In order to avoid him, Tao Yuan didn't go home. However, her hope was disappointed. She disliked Tao Yuan even more. Chapter 493. Tao Yuan thought that the mosquitoes came earlier this year. Su Baihe's words always went in one ear and out the other, so she pretended not to hear anything. In the first year of her marriage, she was ordered around by this pair of mother and daughter every day. She worked hard to cook, but Su Baihe directly smashed the bowl, saying that she didn't even want to feed the dogs and that she didn't know how to cook. Since she disliked her so much, she could just leave. Why blame her for not knowing how to cook? As for why she came back so late, she should blame her son for dragging her away from work. He even brought her around Motu City a few times for no reason, which was why she came back so late. Say something. Are you mute? Tao Yuan ignored her and directly entered the villa. Look at her, what kind of attitude is this? How can she treat her mother-in-law like this? She's so arrogant and uncultured. Su Baihe was furious and complained to her son. Enough, Mom. It's just a small matter. Aren't you tired of arguing the moment you come back? Luli didn't mind. She's the one putting on airs. I'm her mother-in-law, so what's wrong with teaching her a lesson or two? She's still putting on airs. She's like this in front of me, but in front of your father, she's another person. She's too scheming. During dinner, Lu Yanting asked about Tao Yuan's work situation, and she replied that everything was fine. Dad, why are you only concerned about her work situation and not her relationship situation? Someone is the female lead of a scandal and is in the limelight. Lu Qingwan sarcastically said. Su Baihe immediately asked, what's going on? Wasn't she having an ambiguous relationship with that Fong Yicheng? Now that he went back to take over the Fong group and doesn't want her anymore, she turned around and hooked up with a Korean celebrity. Mom, he's the one you like, the most popular male celebrity, Kim Cheol. Kim Cheol? Isn't he only 20 years old? That's right. That's why someone has a wide range of interests. She doesn't even let off a 20-year-old fresh meat. She's really capable. Lu Yanting frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? You only know how to stir up trouble every day and never stop for a moment. I'm not trying to stir up trouble. The media has already been alerted, and everyone in the hotel knows about it. You're the one who refuses to believe me. You're always siding with her. Tao Yuan, tell me, were you caught by the reporters going to a hotel with Jean Shay? Did someone take an ambiguous photo? Tao Yuan put down her chopsticks and smiled at her. You have so much time to care about me. Is it because you can't find a boyfriend? What does it matter to you whether I can find a boyfriend or not? What does it have to do with you which man I'm close to? Tao Yuan asked. Who am I to you? Lu Qingwan screamed in agitation. You're my sister-in-law. After shouting, he regretted it, but it was too late. Oh, so you also know that I'm your sister-in-law. But in the past few years, have you ever respected me as your sister-in-law? Your behavior is improper. Why should I call you sister-in-law? My brother doesn't love you. You're the one who keeps pestering him. Since I'm such an annoying person, why do you have to pay so much attention to me? Aren't you tired of monitoring the people you hate all the time? Lu Qingwan couldn't argue with her, so she was very unhappy. Mom, look, she's bullying me again. I don't have so much time to bully you. You're the one who always likes to use my matters to make trouble for yourself. If you have so much time to care about whether I'm having an affair or not, you might as well find a proper job. If you have too much free time, people will hate you. Su Baihe was angry that her daughter was being humiliated and scolded. Who do you think you are? Who are you to tell me what to do with my daughter? Then why should I be criticized by her? Qingwan is doing this for the reputation of our Lu family. If it weren't for the fact that you're always entangled with different men, would it be like this? Why? Someone caught you and angered you? Tao Yuan smiled faintly. She was calm and composed, bright and beautiful. It seems that you and your daughter are the ones who are angered now, not me. I've been talking to you calmly all this while, but your emotions are much more agitated than mine. You uncultured be asterisk tsh. Enough. Lu Yanting slammed the table. Quarrel. Quarrel. You only know how to quarrel. Every time Yuan comes home, you guys have a big quarrel. Can you stop even once? You also know that it's because of her coming home. It's all her fault. Su Baihe pointed at Tao Yuan's face. She got angry when she saw Tao Yuan's calm face. She was clearly the daughter of a mistress of the Tao family. Her identity was so disgraceful. So why did she act like she was more noble than anyone else in front of them? Who gave her the right to be so arrogant? Yuan has already been forced to move out by you guys. Can't you even tolerate her coming home twice a month? What do you mean by being forced to move out by us? It's clearly because she wanted to have an affair outside. Lu Qingwan retorted with a shrill voice. Did I falsely accuse you of what happened between you and Fang Yiqing and Jin She? Aren't you entangled with them? Say it yourself. Tao Yuan really didn't want to explain a word. Who cared what the mother and daughter said and what they thought? But she still had to give Lu Yanting an explanation. Just as she was about to clarify, Lu Li, who had been silent at the side, spoke. They're just friends. As for those scandals, they're all fabricated by the reporters. He said calmly and casually, but the others were stunned. Lu Li was actually speaking up for her in front of the family? Tao Yuan almost suspected that her ears were playing tricks on her. He seemed to be very natural, as if he had always been protecting her and not the one who cursed her death. He even looked at her, as if she was so surprised. Brother, are you speaking up for her? Did you take the wrong medicine? Lu Qingwan was stunned. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not helping anyone. The truth is that they were caught by the reporters. What's wrong with you? You've been cuckolded, do you know that? Do you think you know better than me whether I've been cuckolded or not? Lu Li asked. He knew that Lu Qingwan wanted to help him, but when he heard their argument just now, he actually quite disliked what she did. The reason why Tao Yuan was so eloquent now was because of them, right? He could imagine how much she had suffered at home when he had just left. Wasn't there a saying? Who was willing to be thorny? Who was willing to be strong? They were all forced by reality. Tao Yuan was the same. Thinking about it, he felt a little heartache. Isn't that the obvious truth? What else could a man and a woman do in a hotel? Just chat under the quilt? After Tao Yuan came to her senses, she suddenly thought of something. You were the one who called the reporters at the entrance of the building that day, right? Lu Qingwan looked a little guilty. I don't know what you're talking about. I heard it from someone else. You know very well whether it's true or not. Since you could do it, just admit it. What's the point of hiding it? This provocation worked on Lu Qingwan, and she said confidently, so what if it's me? If I admit that I asked someone to follow you, will you admit that you cheated? She thought that this would force Tao Yuan to tell the truth, but she just took a sip of water slowly and said, I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat. What do you want me to admit? That day, I just had dinner with him at the 360-degree restaurant in that building. That's all. Of course you would say that. You're the best at quibbling. Lu Qingwan kept scolding and did not notice that Lu Yanting's expression was extremely ugly. Shut up, Lu Yanting roared. How could our Lu family produce such a shameful thing like you? Lu Qingwan was stunned by his scolding. Dad, it's fine if you're the one who's embarrassed, but you still got so many reporters to follow you. Do you want to make our Lu family restless? I'm also helping our family to get rid of a scourge. You're messing around. Don't tell me that I believe Yuan didn't do anything wrong to the Lu family. Even if she did, we shouldn't wash our dirty linen in public. You're embarrassing us too. Dad, shut up. Don't talk anymore. Go upstairs. I don't want to see you. Fine, I don't want to see you either. I've never seen people like you who can't tell right from wrong. Humph. Lu Qingwan threw down her chopsticks and rushed upstairs. Su Baihe quickly followed to comfort her. Tao Yuan had experienced this kind of farce countless times. The mother and daughter quarreled over and over again. It could even be called acting. They were the ones who stirred up trouble at first, but in the end, they were the ones who suffered the most. Why didn't the Oscars award them a golden statuette? The anger on Lu Yanting's face gradually calmed down, but his expression was still forced. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he returned to the study. Tao Yuan continued to eat calmly. She didn't have enough for lunch, so she was a little hungry. You still have a mood to eat? Luli asked, amused. Why not? Today's food is delicious. You're heartless. If being heartless can make life easier, then there's nothing bad about it. Usually, this kind of person lives longer. Hee hee, my mom and sister are mad because of you. You must be happy in your heart, right? It's fine if you're used to it. But they should be the most angry today because you spoke up for me. Actually, there's no need. After all, I'm such a heartless woman. Even if you help me, I won't thank you. Luli smiled. As he got up, he suddenly bent down to her ear and blew a hot breath in her ear. I'll kiss you until you say thank you. As soon as Luli returned to the bedroom, Lu Qingwan ran in angrily. Brother, you have to give me an explanation. What now? Luli took off his suit and tie and threw them on the sofa. He pinched his eyebrows and used his remaining patience to deal with her. This sister of his had been spoiled since she was young. She had the classic princess syndrome and a bad temper. She would make a big fuss over a small matter. As the big brother, even he couldn't bear it. Why did you speak up for Tao Yuan? Did I? Chapter 494. Lu Li's face turned gloomy when he heard such vile curses. Do you think it's appropriate for you to say this? How is it inappropriate? I've never treated her as my sister-in-law. She doesn't deserve it. I've never seen a woman more shameless than her. I've spent so much effort to help you, but you're still speaking up for her. Do you want to anger me to death? I think you're the one who wants to anger me to death. Luli coldly said. Do you think you're doing this for your own good? I'm her husband. Even if she did something wrong, I should be the one to deal with it. I don't need you to seek justice for me. But I'm your sister. How can I watch her do something wrong to you? Lu Qingwan cried. What drug did she use on you and Dad? Both of you are on her side. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're still scolding me. Hearing her crying and scolding, Lu Li was a little annoyed. You're already 23 this year, right? Can't you find something to do? How can you treat her as a proper business? I'm angry when I think of her. If I don't chase her away, I won't be satisfied. I don't care what you're thinking. But let me tell you, whether you're willing or not, Tao Yuan is still my wife. She's your sister-in-law. Don't play so many tricks. Lu Qingwan's eyes widened. Her heart was broken. You're determined to help her? Brother, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Have you forgotten Sister Yanran? It was Tao Yuan who chased Sister Yanran away. She's the one who broke you guys up. She deserves to die. I'm taking revenge on her for you. Yanran. That name hurt Lu Li's nerves. He was annoyed and turned his face to the side. Okay. Go back to your room and rest. You'll regret it. Lu Qingwan ran out of the room. Lu Li was in the bedroom, so Tao Yuan didn't want to go upstairs so early. After watching TV for a while, she warmed a glass of milk and was about to put it into her mouth. Pa! The glass was slapped away and the milk splashed on the table. When he turned around, he saw Lu Qingwan's ferocious face. Her eyes were as red as blood. If looks could kill, she would have died 10,000 times by now, right? Unfortunately, under the torture of the mother and daughter, she had already cultivated a body of copper skin and iron bones, invulnerable to swords and spears. You bitch! Lu Qingwan slapped her in the face. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to defend against it, but Tao Yuan had practiced Taekwondo before, so she quickly dodged it. Lu Qingwan used too much strength and stumbled, falling flat on her face. Tao Yuan held the milk and stood there unscathed, looking down at her with a mocking gaze. Slapping people when you're angry. Is that what your mother taught you? You and your daughter are a perfect pair. You cheated on me so many times. You're shameless. You're the best. Lu Qingwan cursed. If she didn't have to pay with her life, she would have stabbed Tao Yuan to death long ago. How could such a disgusting woman still be alive in this world? She should have been hit by a car or struck by lightning. How did you bewitch my brother? Tell me. The more agitated she was, the calmer Tao Yuan was. She slowly blew away the hot air and drank a mouthful of milk. With his IQ, it's good enough that he doesn't bewitch others. How can I bewitch him? He even spoke up for you just now. That's just you embarrassing him. You keep saying that I cheated. Who's the most shameful one? Isn't it him? You said those words to me, but I don't care. He's the one who feels the most uncomfortable. You slapped him in the face like this. How will he treat you? You. Am I not telling the truth? Whether it's the truth or not, let's not talk about it first. But your actions have betrayed the fact that your IQ and EQ are both low. It could be said that Tao Yuan really didn't feel any pressure at all when fighting with the mother and daughter. When the two of them had a conflict, Lu Qingwan's actions were always stupid. Sometimes she hoped that she would take the initiative to provoke her and then teach her a lesson. Yes, your EQ is high. If your EQ is not high, how can you have a foot in several boats? Now, even my brother has been bewitched by you. No matter what, having a high EQ is better than having a low EQ. How many times have you suffered losses and you still don't learn from it? Even I can't help but be disappointed. Are you mocking me? I just feel that it's a pity. The genes of the Liu family are quite good. Look at your brother. He's a top student from a famous school with an IQ of 180, but you don't even have a brain. Heh, I think your IQ has grown to his. You? Lu Qingwan couldn't beat her, and she couldn't scold her. She was about to go crazy. B*T*. It's just the same scolding over and over again. You're not tired of it, but I'm tired of hearing it. Can you be more creative? Oh, I almost forgot. You don't even have a brain. How can I expect you to be creative? Let me give you a piece of advice. Next time you want to find trouble with me, remember to take a photo of me and my adulterer before you complain. Otherwise, it'll be like this, a thankless task and making a fool of yourself. What's there to be proud of? Do you think you're pure and clean? You were raped a few years ago. You're already dirty. Tao Yuan's gaze turned sharp. When she mentioned this matter, she hated the mother and daughter to the bone. You're already a used shoe, you splash. A glass of milk was poured on Lu Qingwan's face. The milk was still a little hot, and Lu Qingwan screamed. The milk dripped down her face, and her hair was also wet. She looked like a ghost. You actually dared to pour it on me. Why not? Compared to the disgusting things you and your daughter have done, this is considered light. I'm warning you, don't mention that matter again. Otherwise, I could do even worse things. Putting down the glass heavily, Tao Yuan left in large strides. Lu Qingwan cursed for a long time. After returning to her room, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She cried, took out her phone, and begged. Sister Yanran, when are you coming back? Come quickly. Tao Yuan returned to her room. She was full of anger. Luli had just finished reading the documents and put them aside. Who angered you again? You're so angry. Who else? Isn't it your sister who will die if she doesn't cause trouble for a day? Do you have to be so mean? My mean tongue? Her words are truly venomous. Tao Yuan took out a tissue and wiped the milk on her fingers. Lu Qingwan had just poked her sore spot again, so she was very annoyed now. She looked at Lu Li with anger. She's still young. Why are you arguing with her? 23 years old. She's not young, right? It's just that she doesn't have a brain. You guys have spoiled her. She has such a bad temper. Sooner or later, she'll be beaten up. Why are you saying more and more? Then ask your sister, what did she say to me? I can't do anything to her because she's already done the worst thing to me. Luli knew that she was referring to that night, and he felt a little guilty. That was also a scar that he didn't want to mention. At first, he was a little angry, but he forcibly suppressed it. Okay, don't argue with her. If I argued with her, she wouldn't be alive now. Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to talk about that piece of trash anymore. When are you going out? Why should I go out? I'm staying here tonight. Me too. In that case, I'm leaving. She reached for her bag, but Lu Li threw it aside. Why did you throw my things? You're sick. I don't want you to go. It's my freedom to go or not. Why don't you want to? I don't want to stay in the same room with you. Are you still not used to it? Dad is not in a good mood today. Dad isn't in a good mood today. What will he think if you leave? Stay and have breakfast with him tomorrow morning. Considering Lu Yanting's feelings, Tao Yuan compromised. You sleep in the bedroom, and I'll sleep in the guest room. Why are you so distant? The bed is so big, it's enough for 2 people. It's not about the bed now. It's about me not wanting to share the bed with you. Not only that, I'm not even willing to share the room. Bedroom or guest room, you can choose one. The man's lips curled slightly to one side with a faint smile. I choose you. Sorry, there's no such option. I'll sleep in the guest room. She turned to leave, but Luli took a step forward and blocked her way. If you don't understand me, I'll tell you once and for all. Tonight, you have to share the room with me. Why? Because I'm your husband. We're just a nominal husband and wife. Really? He smiled wickedly. That's good. Tonight, we'll make it real. As he said that, he carried her in a princess carry. Tao Yuan's feet were in the air, and she could only wrap her arms around his neck. What are you doing? Let go of me. You're saying let go, but aren't you hugging me very tightly? I'll fall if I let go. Then you better hold on tighter. Maybe I'll suddenly. As soon as he let go, Tao Yuan thought that she would fall and screamed in fright, but he hugged her tightly again. The man who had succeeded in his prank had a smirk on his face and raised his eyebrows. Are you afraid? You're already an adult, yet you're still playing this kind of trick. Aren't you childish? Hurry and put me down. Her legs kicked wildly, trying to break free from his embrace. Put me down, do you hear me? The man's eyes revealed the wildness of a hungry wolf, his gaze burning. Tonight, I won't let you go. Tao Yuan's heart trembled under that burning gaze. Moreover, her whole body was in his arms, like a prey that had fallen into a trap with nowhere to escape. She felt very uneasy. His eyes clearly said that he wanted to eat her up. She was so nervous that she trembled. Don't mess around. You're my wife. I won't mess around no matter what I do. I'm just enjoying the benefits of being a husband. Luli carried her to the big bed and threw her on the bed. Before she could dodge, the man's body had already pressed down on her. It was so heavy that she groaned, but he smiled smugly. Do you like the feeling of being pressed down by me? You're crazy. Tao Yuan gritted her teeth and twisted a few times. As she struggled, his shirt was wrinkled and one of the buttons was undone, revealing a section of his strong pectoral muscles. Even though she had seen it many times, she still felt very uncomfortable, as if her eyes were burning red because of his skin. Chapter 495. I like it this way. Why should I let go? He was in control of her, and his handsome face was right in front of her. He had just smoked, and now her breath was filled with the smell of smoke. It entered Tao Yuan's nose, seeped in her blood, and quickly spread throughout her body. I don't like it, you stink. She straightened her neck and tried to distance herself from him. Of course, that was just a futile effort. Do I stink? Where do I stink? I hate the stench of your smoke. It's so pungent. Pungent? Smell it again. He was getting closer, and they could kiss at any time. Tao Yuan could only purse her lips and try to avoid breathing in his breath. His pestering was driving her crazy. Does it smell good? Pungent. She squeezed out a word with difficulty. Really? Then, unfortunately, you have to get used to the smell of my smoke because you will have to smell it for a long time in the future. What are you trying to do? Didn't I say it? I am enjoying the benefits of a husband. You insisted on marrying me, and all these years, you have enjoyed the glory and wealth of Mrs. Liu. Now it is time for you to fulfill your obligations. Are you not willing? How can there be such a cheap deal in the world? Tao Yuan stared at him stubbornly. I did not take a single cent from the Liu family. You did not, but all these years, how much benefits did your father get from the Liu family? Do you know? He squinted his deep eyes, and there was a hint of mockery in them. Tao Yuan was a woman with a strong sense of pride. That is his. I did not take it. You feel that you have lost out. So what does it have to do with me? You can't put it that way, he wagged his finger. The son pays his father's debts. You are my wife. If I want something, isn't it more convenient to get it back from you? Tao Yuan did not know what method he was going to use to get it back, but it was definitely not a good thing. Being pressed by him, she did not know whether it was the heat or the nervousness, but there was a layer of cold sweat on her back. I will say it again. I do not owe you. No, you owe me. You owe me a lot. The smile in his eyes deepened a little. So much that you won't be able to repay it all in this lifetime. You're crazy. Let go of me. Get off me. Tao Yuan was so angry that she continued to struggle with all her might. Her face was red. Unable to push him away, he began to curse loudly. What's the difference between you and a hooligan? Do you think you're attractive? But I hate it. I hate it to death. You say you hate it, but you like it in your heart, right? When you married me, didn't you think that one day, during our wedding ceremony, I would push you down? His words were laced with sarcasm. That's what you're hoping for, right? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, why do you want me to leave? You really can't get tired of playing hard to get. I didn't know you were so dirty before, but now I feel disgusted when you touch me. Get your filthy hands off me. You don't deserve to touch me. Dirty hands? Don't you like my dirty hands? He pinched her delicate chin. His eyes were burning, and there was a spark in them. Do you know? When you're angry, your face is red, and it's especially charming. Every time I see you pretending to be calm, I really want to tear off your disguise and let you be like this and like an angry lion cub. His voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. It was as if his words were on fire, burning her body. What? Are you angry? You want to bite me? Where do you want to bite? Tao Yuan's face was so red that it was about to explode. She felt embarrassed and angry, but the man was still calm. He smiled and teased her, controlling her reaction. She was like a little beast that had fallen into a trap, and he could play with her. What were you like when you were with other men? Gentle and shy? Or like now? Why? You want to know? Don't forget, I'm the woman you hate the most. Tao Yuan looked up. The hand that was pinching her chin had a smell of smoke. It drilled into her nose and disrupted her heartbeat. But there was a voice that kept reminding her, calm down, Tao Yuan. You have to calm down. This devil only wants to humiliate you. You can't let him play with you. You may have given me the riches and glory of Mrs. Liu, but other men have given me the happiness of a woman. That is something you can't give me. She tried to use this method to provoke him, but Luli laughed instead of getting angry. Why can't I? I'm your husband, and I have the right to enjoy everything you have. The light in his eyes intensified. Tao Yuan felt that he could bite her neck off at any time, but he was still laughing. Since you admit that you are Mrs. Liu, then, dear Mrs. Liu, call me hubby. This time, he had never heard her call him that before. It must feel good. Don't even think about it. Tao Yuan said forcefully, You're my wife. Shouldn't you call me that? You have so many women outside. I think they would be happy to call you hubby 1,000 or 10,000 times. Really? Since you don't want to call me hubby, then use your body to fulfill the duty of a wife. Luli pressed down and bit her neck. Her heart was in her throat, and she struggled with her hands and feet. Luli, let me go, she screamed. Call me hubby, and I will let you go. His voice came from her neck. Tao Yuan was so anxious that tears came out. This kind of intimacy was strange, and she was at a loss. You call me hubby so unwillingly. Even if you do, it will be fake. Is it necessary to hear it? I think it is necessary. Why? Are you going to call me hubby? Tao Yuan bit her lips and stared at him with a pair of red rabbit-like eyes. Tao Yuan had no doubt that Luli could do something to her tonight. She, who was forced into a corner, could only bear the humiliation and call him hubby. Hubby. Luli stopped and put his ear close to her. What do you call me? Your voice is too low. I can't hear you clearly. Are you done? Didn't I already call you hubby? Tao Yuan was furious. What else did he want? He was so bad. I didn't hear you clearly. Call me again? How about you call him that? You don't want to? Then, Luli began to move his hands up and down her again. Hubby, is this okay? Tao Yuan called him that, but in her heart, she was cursing him for being a pervert. You seem to call me hubby reluctantly. It's already very reluctant. I said it was fake, but you insisted. Is this interesting? Are you lacking in love to the extent of being abnormal? Don't you women like the feeling of being forced? Don't say that you are special. You, Tao Yuan, are best at saying one thing and saying another. Should I give you a reward for calling me hubby so sweetly and obediently? As he said that, he kissed her lips. Tao Yuan's eyes widened, and her mind went blank for a moment. She only felt that his lips were moving continuously, and the taste of tobacco between his lips and teeth confused her nerves and made her confused. This kiss lasted for a long time, and she was also stunned for a long time. When her eyes found a little focus, he had already let go of her lips. There was not much emotion in his eyes, but there was a bit of gentleness between lovers. The tip of his nose was against the tip of hers, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. It seems that you also enjoy my kiss. Tao Yuan seemed to wake up from a dream. Her face blushed to the roots of her ears, and she hurriedly reached out to push him. Go away, you stinky hooligan. You let me go after enjoying it. Are you burning the bridge after crossing the river? He was not as tight as before, and his posture was like a yuppie's son, frivolous and lazy. Who enjoyed it? Disgusting. Tao Yuan wiped her mouth hard, looking very disgusted. Do you like to force others that much? She was trembling all over now. She did not know whether she was more nervous or more embarrassed. In short, every time she dealt with this man, she became not like herself. Calmness and pride were all gone. Other than panic, there was only panic, so he succeeded time and time again. Moreover, he was getting more and more skilled at playing with her. She pushed him away and sat up. Her legs were so weak that she almost rolled off the bed. Lu Li was amused by her. I really should let those people see how pathetic their noble and cool manager Tao's legs are so weak that she can't get off the bed. Tao Yuan glared at him. He picked up his clothes and walked to the bathroom. A sentence floated in the air slowly. Stay here for the night. Otherwise, if I catch you, it will not be as simple as just now. At night, in the bar, the lights were bright. Two men were sitting at the bar, drinking. One had just come from the company, and he had not changed out of his suit. He was handsome and exuded the domineering aura of a king. The other was dressed casually and had a beautiful face. He was even more beautiful than a woman, and his peach blossom eyes were very attractive. His gaze was quietly searching for prey on the dance floor. One could tell that he was a battle-hardened playboy. Lin Yuqing swayed his body to the music. Why do you have time to look for me today? I asked you out before, but you rejected me every time. Have you finally thought it through and come to the bar to look for me? I told you long ago that if you play with female celebrities and models too much, you'll get tired of them. It is exciting to change occasionally. This bar has the most beautiful girls. If you like one, I will give it to you. Lu Li slapped away the hand on his shoulder and gave him a look of disdain. I can't swallow these vulgar girls. You can have them. Why are they vulgar girls? There were a few good ones just now. Look, all the women here are flirting with you, wanting to have sex with you. I am at a disadvantage coming out with you. You were like this in college. More women like you. That means they have good taste. What's the use of that? No matter how good their taste is, they will not be able to enter young Master Lu's eyes. They can only fantasize about you in their dreams. Lu Li felt disgusted. This bastard's words were really disgusting. How did he call a brother? Oh, right. Tomorrow is your company's anniversary celebration, right? It seems to be the 4th anniversary of you and sister-in-law. You have been married for 4 years, but it is as if you are not married at all. Why are you holding such a big celebration this year? As if you can't wait to announce it to the world. Are you going to help her get married? It is my dad's idea. Chapter 496. Bullsh asterisk T. Lu Li felt it was ridiculous and cursed. How could I fall in love with her? You know very well in your heart. You call me out today because you have something on your mind. It has to do with her, right? Why? Did she disturb your heart? Lu Li wanted to deny it at first, but he called Lin Yuqing out to talk about this matter. He raised his head and gulped down a large glass of beer before saying with a frown, Have you ever had a different feeling for a woman you originally hated? When I came back this time, I didn't like her at first. I thought she was a B*TCH who went around seducing men and making me a cuckold. But after getting along with her, it didn't seem to be the case. She had a lot of lascivious men around her, but she didn't seem to have sex with them. Even though sometimes I thought it was a little ambiguous, it didn't seem like that. She used to only know how to cry, and I got angry just looking at her. But in just 3 years, she seemed to have become a completely different person. No matter what I said, even if I choked her neck, she wouldn't shed a single tear. She was really different from before. It was as if her whole body was glowing. When I saw the glow on her body, I wanted to get close to her. The more I wanted to resist, the closer I got. Damn it, I've never lost control of myself like this. Lin Yuqing listened to him quietly and nodded thoughtfully. Then, he explained in a sincere and earnest tone. Actually, it's very easy to understand. It's just one word. Love. No. He wagged his finger and said solemnly. B*TCH. Lu Li kicked his chair, and Lin Yuqing almost fell flat on his face. Please, I'm just telling the truth. Do you have to be so cruel? You're obviously a B*TCH. No matter how B*TCH I am, can I be as B*TCH as you? I'm B*TCH, but at least I won't go back to you. Back then, you despised her so much, but now that you found out that she's beautiful, oh, you want to chase her back? But don't forget, she's a person, and people's thoughts change. No one will always stay in the same place and wait for you. Even someone as eloquent as Lu Li couldn't refute. He was at a loss for words and was in the wrong. Don't blame me for my harsh words. It's just like that. Think about it. 3 years. 3 whole years. She had to work hard in the business world alone. Was it easy? There will be times when she is weak and needs help, but if you're not by her side, there will naturally be other men. Even if she fell in love with someone else, it will be very normal, not to mention that she was still pure. This is really not easy. I quite admire her. Isn't it all because of her? I didn't beg her to marry me. Women can do anything and give up anything for love. Let's not talk about the past. Let me ask you, do you really want to get her back and live a good life? I don't know. Lu Li was very frustrated. I'm afraid I can't forget the past. If that's the case, then you can only let go. Didn't she want a divorce? Then you should divorce her. Find someone else and start over. She's not the only one. Is it as easy as you say? Do you know that our positions have been switched? She used to be pestering me, but now it's my turn to pester her. I don't know what's wrong with me. Anyway, if I don't see her for a day, my heart will feel uncomfortable, as if something is missing. Oh, you are in love. Lu Li felt that it was impossible. After Tao Yanran, he never thought that he would fall in love with another person. To be precise, he had lost the ability to love, especially Tao Yuan. However, if it was not love, how could he explain those feelings of loss and gain, and the sourness he felt when he saw her with other men? Thinking about it, his head was about to explode. Do you still love Tao Yanran? Yes. Lu Li answered without hesitation. Then will you get her back? Lu Li shook his head. It's over between us. I let her down. Even if we get back together, we can't find the previous feeling. Then do you love Tao Yuan? I don't know. If I were you, since Tao Yanran and you have feelings for Tao Yuan, don't suppress yourself anymore. Give yourself and Tao Yuan a chance. She is a good woman. Even if she has done something wrong in the past, she has been punished. You should turn this page and start over with her. Instead of being in this contradiction and competing with yourself, it's better to open your heart and follow your heart. Follow his heart. His heart was already with Tao Yuan. But could they really start over? Ding dong, ding dong. In her sleep, Tao Yuan was awakened by the doorbell. She walked out of the room with a coat and looked through the peephole. Lu Li was standing at the door, leaning against the door with a red face, drunk. She really didn't want to open the door for him. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang a few more times. Tao Yuan had to open the door, and his tall body directly fell on her. She hurried to hold him. Why are you so drunk? She helped him sit on the sofa and went back to close the door, complaining. You're disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night. Don't you have the key? I just want you to open the door for me. He leaned back on the sofa, muttering with his eyes narrowed. You woke me up. Can you sleep without me here? I slept soundly without you. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Why are you so drunk? I'm happy. Lu Li pulled at his collar, and his neck was red. Tao Yuan suddenly thought of saying, no matter how crazy a man was outside, if he knew how to go home, at least it proved that he had a home in his heart. Did Lu Li treat this as his home? How could she have such a strange idea? Maybe he had just come back from a gentle village. Honey, I'm thirsty, Lu Li shouted in a hoarse voice. Tao Yuan had to pour him a glass of water. Looking at him, she was still a little worried. Is it very uncomfortable? Yes. You know it's uncomfortable, but you still drink so much. You deserve it. Although she said so, she went into the kitchen and made him a cup of tea to relieve the hangover. Here, drink it. Luli frowned as soon as he smelled it. What is it? I don't want to drink it. You'll feel better after drinking it. Open your mouth. She brought it to his lips, and Luli reluctantly opened his mouth. He took a sip and frowned even more. You didn't poison it, did you? Kill your husband? I want to, but I'll have to go to jail. It's not worth it for you. Drink it quickly. I'm going to sleep. Luli complained, but he still drank 2 big mouthfuls. Tao Yuan wanted to laugh when she saw his awkward look. Who would have thought that the dignified and cold CEO would be so childish when drunk? He even needed someone to coax him to drink the hangover medicine. She wanted to take the cup to wash, but he grabbed her wrist. In the blink of an eye, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his entire body against her stomach. Luli, Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She was not used to such intimacy and did not know how to deal with it. I'm so tired being with you. I'm so tired, he closed his eyes. I always force myself to hate you, but I want to get closer to you. What's wrong with me? His hoarse voice was full of exhaustion. Tao Yuan, what curse did you cast on me? Every word he said went straight into her heart, making Tao Yuan's heart flutter and tremble. Were these his words from the heart, or was he acting? She hoped that he was acting. Otherwise, she was worried that she would fall. In fact, she was already falling. She watched herself fall bit by bit, but there was nothing she could do. It's so good to have you by my side. Just like this, together, he murmured softly as if he was sleep-talking. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and he looked very satisfied. Let's start over. Okay, he said. Start over? Tao Yuan's body trembled, thinking that she was hallucinating. For a long time, she did not know how to answer, and the man who was hugging her had already fallen asleep. Even in his sleep, he was still hugging her, afraid that she would leave. Her heart was completely in a mess. Luli hugged her for a long time and refused to let go. Tao Yuan's legs were sore from standing, so she could only sit on the sofa and fell asleep as she sat. When she woke up the next day, she found herself on the bed. It was Luli who carried her to the bed, and he had already left. She remembered that there was a very important meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he should have left at 7 o'clock. Had he eaten breakfast? He drank so much last night and was in so much pain. If he went to the meeting early in the morning, how uncomfortable would his body be? Would he be able to take it? Realizing that she was actually worried about him, Tao Yuan hurriedly chased those ridiculous thoughts out of her mind. Who was he, Luli, that she needed to worry about him? She couldn't even feel sorry for herself. Luli had always been a picky eater, so even if it was breakfast, Tao Yuan still had to prepare a lot of food. It was rare that he was not around today, so it saved her a lot of trouble. She made herself oatmeal yogurt, ate a little, and went out, feeling refreshed. When she reached the hotel, she heard the chattering of girls at the entrance of the big office. Anyway, it was like this every day, either talking about how amazing the guests were, or which celebrities were, or which passerby had turned into fans, or which fans had turned into haters. At first, Tao Yuan would stop them, but as time went by, she got used to it, or rather, she felt helpless. 2 women were equivalent to 200 ducks, and with 7 or 8 of them together, it was impossible for them not to gossip. Actually, sometimes she also felt that it was fun to listen to them gossip. The office was very lively. After all, these girls were young and energetic. They were not like her, who had a very mature mentality. Who is Tao Yuan? Who is Tao Yuan? The delivery man walked in with a big bouquet of pink roses. There were 99 roses, so big that the delivery man's head could not be seen. Team leader, your flowers. Tao Yuan walked out of her small office and was stunned when she saw the big bouquet of pink roses. My flowers? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Tao Yuan, is that you? Yes, that's right. Hurry up and sign for it. I still have to send it to the next house. Tao Yuan had to sign it. She did not like flowers, and many people around her knew that. Who would give her flowers? She searched for a while, but there was no card. Team leader is so charming. Which suitor is it? Employee said sourly. Chapter 497. Why are you asking about her? It's as if team leader will tell you if you ask. She has a lot of mysterious pursuers, unlike us. No one cares about us. I'm so jealous. You have so much time to gossip. Don't you think your workload is not enough? I still have a lot of things to do. Do you need help? His words silenced them, and they did not dare to make a sound. Tao Yuan returned to her office with the flowers, but the complaints were endless. You always act like a boss. What's so great about you? Yeah, there's no card. You must have given them to yourself. Ha ha, that must be it. You're so scheming. Tao Yuan was still wondering who sent the flowers when Luli called. Did you receive the flowers? You gave them to me? She was very doubtful. In her impression, Luli was not a romantic man. When he was dating Tao Yanran, he did not send her flowers. She still remembered that Tao Yanran complained to him because of this. In the end, he did not send her any flowers. So, he gave his first time to her? What a mess. Her thoughts were too evil. She despised herself. I went out early this morning to pick them. I picked each one carefully. His voice came through the phone. It was deep and sexy. Tao Yuan's ears heated up. She was glad that he could not see it. Is your brain crushed by a door or stepped on by a chicken? Did someone tell you that you're really insensitive? I'll be sad if you do this. The one who can hurt your heart hasn't been born yet. At least, it won't be me. Ha. You're really the most ungrateful woman. Other women would be very touched when they receive flowers. But you're saying that there's something wrong with my brain. You really know how to spoil the mood. How can that be? Aren't I flattered? She played with the flower petals. She did not realize that the two of them were. Are you more surprised or spoiled? You're scaring my little heart. He laughed deeply on the other side, and the corners of Tao Yuan's mouth also curled up. If she looked in the mirror now, she would be shocked by the sweetness of a woman in love. Aren't we in a meeting? Yes, the flowers are almost here, so I came out to ask you if you like them. Everyone around me knows that I don't like flowers. Flowers are so expensive now. Instead of buying flowers, you might as well buy something practical, such as a quilt or a soy milk machine, so that you could drink soy milk every morning. You are so vulgar. I'm just a commoner. There's nothing I can do about it. I have to work now. You should hurry to the meeting. After hanging up the phone, she looked at a bouquet of pink roses and couldn't help but laugh. In the past, she had always felt that she didn't like flowers, especially roses. But this bouquet of pink roses, no matter how she looked at it, was so sweet. Therefore, it didn't matter what kind of flowers were sent. What mattered was who sent them. The woman in the big office started to feel jealous again. Look, she's smiling at that bouquet of roses. It's like she's in heat. Does she think she's still a young girl? Another man is going to be killed. How pitiful. At noon, when Tao Yuan went to the staff cafeteria for lunch, she met her former colleague from the business department, Lao Yang. When she first entered the hotel, it was Lao Yang who brought her along and taught her step by step. She could make some achievements in the business department because of Lao Yang, so to her, this 40-year-old man was her mentor. What a coincidence. She sat opposite him. Hey, yes, long time no see. Old Liang glanced at her plate and said, What's wrong? You eat so much? Tonight is the company's anniversary dinner. As the female lead, shouldn't you be on a diet for the sake of your beautiful image? Haha, I've already given up on dieting. If I don't eat, I don't think there will be any effect. Why? Am I that fat? Of course not. You have the standard figure. You're the most beautiful person in the whole hotel. Thank you. The two chatted for a while, and Tao Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's so comfortable to be with old colleagues. It feels so good. Yeah, I also miss the time when you and I Ching were in the department. You missed the time when we played mahjong together, right? Hey, that's my hobby, don't tease me. But it's also true at that time, we were the iron triangle, and if we pulled another person, we could have a table at any time. Now I'm short of 3 people. It's too difficult to get a table. Let's find a weekend. I'll call Fang Yicheng. Let's play a few more rounds. Okay, I haven't played mahjong for a long time, but he is now the CEO of Fang Group. He has a lot of things to deal with every day. Can he find time to play mahjong? His 3 sisters are iron ladies. They won't blame us for taking care of their brother and not doing proper work, right? By the way, have you been in contact with him recently? Very little. To be precise, after the last time, they didn't even make a phone call. Tao Yuan occasionally thought of sending him a text message to ask about how he was doing, but he seemed to be very busy. Even if he replied, he would only reply with 1 or 2 words, so she didn't contact him much later. She could imagine that he must be working very hard now, very hard. But she also hoped that she was just one of his first goals, and he would gradually work hard for himself. She also hoped that in the process, there would be a girl more suitable for him. Alas, you are all gone, leaving me alone there, so lonely. Lao Yang kept shaking his head. I don't even want to mention the one who replaced you. You just came to make me unhappy. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. Huh? You have such a good temper, but you still vomited blood. I really want to meet that god someday. What are you talking about so happily? A voice sounded above her head. Tao Yuan looked up. It was Lu Li. CEO. Lao Yang hurriedly stood up. He rarely saw the CEO in person, and the CEO had a strong aura, so he was a little nervous. Tao Yuan introduced calmly. This is my colleague in the business department, Lao Yang. Lu Li nodded. Lao Yang had a bad feeling, so he found an excuse and ran away. Tao Yuan shook her head. Look, you scared him away. What did I do to him? I think he ran away because he felt guilty, right? Lu Li sat down and said with a faint smile. What? Have your taste changed? You are tired of young men, and now you like old men? But it is a pity that whether they are old men or young men, your taste in men is really not good. Can you not be so narrow-minded? Lao Yang is the master who taught me when I entered the business department, and it was Dad who arranged it. His son and daughter are both in primary school, and his family is happy, okay? It is even more immoral to provoke a married man. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes without a care for her image. I don't want to explain to you, lest you say that I am explaining to cover up. But if you don't explain, it means that you are guilty. Then should she explain or not? Anyway, he would convict her no matter what she said, and the result would be the same. She might as well shut up. You have a good chat with him. Of course, I got along very well with my colleagues in the old department, and I had a good time working there. But now, I am being treated with jealousy every day, and I feel helpless. Are you complaining to me? I was wrong. I forgot that I should not say this to my boss. You missed the business department? Yes. I got along very well with them, and the previous colleagues were very motivated and gave me a lot of positive energy. It felt great to work hard together. Since you like it so much, transfer back. Tao Yuan took a sip of the soup and did not think much of it. Oh, thank you. She did not take it seriously at all. I am serious. You are being ostracized in the current department, aren't you? Even your subordinates want to cheat you. There is no point for you to stay there. Tao Yuan suppressed her excitement, but her eyes were already shining. Are you serious? You really want me to transfer back? Tao Yuan's eyes were shining, and she was still suppressing her excitement. In Lu Li's eyes, she was quite cute. He dated many women, and they were all very ambitious. They knew that being with him would not work out, so they wanted to be satisfied with money. He had given them the most ordinary bags, villas, luxury cars, and 1,000 gold for a smile. However, this Tao Yuan, such a small thing, could actually make her so happy. She was also a very simple woman. In this realistic money society, it was also a very beautiful and precious thing to be happy because of a small thing. Previously, I transferred you to the customer service department out of selfishness, but I can't deny your ability. The business department is the most suitable place for you to develop. That's great, the man added faintly. Anyway, Fang Yiqing is not there. Who else can you hook up with? His mouth was still a little dirty, but Tao Yuan was in a good mood, so she decided not to argue with him. Then I will finish this week, and I will transfer back next Monday. This is the happiest thing for me recently. Shouldn't it be tonight's wedding anniversary dinner? You don't know how many women in the company envy you. Ha ha. Yes, they envy me so much that they want to kill me. Even being a nominal CEO's wife, which is not favored, has already attracted a lot of criticism. I don't want to be so high profile, or I will be assassinated one day without knowing what happened. You are my woman. Who dares? It was undeniable that when he said this, his domineering look was really attractive. Tao Yuan's heart was a little numb, and she did not dare to look directly into his black eyes, which were full of magic, for fear of falling into them. I still think that there is no need to show off your love. It is not real anyway. Then make it real. This joke is so cold. She did not dare to look into his eyes. Luli was very clear that she wanted to escape from his seriousness. Because once she was sure that he was serious, she was afraid that she would not be able to resist. But the more it was so, the more he would not allow her to escape. Being stared at by him, Tao Yuan's scalp went numb, and she hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, you woke up so early this morning. Does your head still hurt? After drinking your hangover tea, it doesn't hurt anymore. But you still feel a little uncomfortable, right? Are you tired? Don't look down on your man. Luli took a sip of coffee with a bit of arrogance. She glanced at her watch. It's time, I have to go back. Come with me to the office. Chapter 498. Tao Yuan went to the CEO's office and asked as soon as she entered, "What's the matter? Say it. What's the hurry? Are you afraid that I will eat you up here?" Tao Yuan thought that it was not impossible. Wasn't Lu Li the kind of person who would eat people up without spitting out the bones? What was he pretending for? It's 2 o'clock. I have to go back to work. Anyway, you will be transferred next Monday. Why do you care about that? Whether I'm transferred or not, I have to be on the last shift. This is my principle. Even if you say so, I will not get a raise. Lu Li took out a cigarette, put it into his mouth, and lit it. When he smoked, there was another kind of charm. Compared to the overbearing CEO, he was more like a licentious aristocrat, which made Tao Yuan's heart palpitate. This man was really charming, like a poppy, which she could not quit. After slowly smoking half of the cigarette, Lu Li took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from under his desk and handed it to her. What? A gift? Is there a bomb in it? So the flowers in the morning were for her in advance. Are you afraid? Open it, and you will know. Tao Yuan shook it nervously. There was nothing shaking inside, so it should not be a bomb. She opened it, and there was a long pink gift inside. It was simple and exquisite, and the pearls on it were hand-sewn. It was exquisite to the extreme. She had bought a few gorgeous dresses, but they were not as beautiful as the one in front of her. It felt like it was tailor-made for her. She could not help but be dumbfounded. What does this mean? You are not going to wear work clothes for tonight's dinner, are you? It's not that rude. I brought a dress, but this one looks better. Did you choose it yourself? Don't I look like it? I have very good taste. That's true. Boss Lu, you have had so many girlfriends, thin and fat. Of course you know. It sounds quite sour. Are you jealous? No, I'm complimenting you. Can't you tell? You say one thing, but mean another. He touched his lips. There was still a cigarette left, so he put it out. Why don't you try it on for me? Now? There's no need for that. We'll see it tonight anyway. There won't be any surprises if we wear it now. That's true. Even if you don't wear it, I can imagine it in my head. His eyes were fixed on her body, and Tao Yuan felt that she was naked in front of him. She blushed and shouted anxiously, "What are you doing? Don't think about it. Can you control what I want?" As a man, it was his first time picking out a dress for a woman. He was an extremely picky man and had seen countless pieces, but this was the one that caught his eye at first glance. He could imagine how beautiful it would look on her. This woman was the kind of woman who became more charming and beautiful the more one looked at her. She had an oval face, and her skin was fair and smooth like milk. Her skin was full of collagen as though it could glow. Beneath her willowy eyebrows was a pair of large eyes with distinct black and white. They glistened like water, and when they were angry, they became even more delicate and charming, extremely captivating. Her nose was sharp, and her small mouth was pink and tender. She always liked to open it slightly, and he could see her lilac tongue. He liked her style of dressing. It was simple and elegant, but there were many details that were meticulously designed. She knew how to match them well. Even if the clothes were not very expensive, they made her look very elegant. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was. Tao Yuan blushed under his gaze. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I seem to understand now why all those men are head over heels for you. So, CEO, What you mean is that you're head over heels for me, too. I didn't even know that I'm so charming. Just one compliment, and you're getting cocky. I'm not head over heels for you yet. That's true. CEO, what kind of woman have you not seen before? How can a commonplace woman like me enter your eyes? Sometimes, you're really not cute when you say such things. Lily did not mean what he said. In fact, it was when she was as arrogant and cunning as a little fox that moved him the most. Seeing those pink and tender lips open and close, he wanted to bite them hard and suck her sweetness. Of course, I'm not as cute as those girls outside. Little thing, I'll eat you sooner or later. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Thank you for the gift, CEO. I'll go first. Wait, there's another one. There's another one. What festival was it today? There were actually so many gifts to receive. Tao Yuan was really overwhelmed by the favor. Anniversary gift. Soy milk machine. Tao Yuan's eyes widened, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Who gives a soy milk machine as an anniversary gift? Didn't you say so? It's not practical to give flowers. It's better to give a soy milk machine. You could drink soy milk every day. Tao Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. That was just a casual remark, but I took it seriously. Anyway, you have to make me soy milk every day from now on. Okay, can I go now? Where's my anniversary gift? I didn't prepare it. She answered honestly. Tonight was just a formality. I didn't think of giving you a gift. The man harumphed loudly through his nose. I know you're the most heartless one. Tao Yuan shrugged, indicating that there was nothing she could do. But don't think I'll let you go. Since you don't have a gift, then I can only accept you for the sake of being difficult. He grabbed her into his arms. The gift box and the soy milk machine fell to the ground. My things, Tao Yuan screamed. The next second, her lips were kissed by him. This was not the first time he kissed her forcibly, but every time, she was so nervous that she almost fainted. She was held in his arms, and he lowered his head and pressed her down. Tao Yuan was of medium height, but she was still very petite in front of him. She had to stand on tiptoe with difficulty. Sensing this, Luli held her waist and almost lifted her up. He turned around and pressed her against the desk. Her body was fragrant and soft, so soft that Luli wanted to embed her into his body. He rubbed her hard, and his movements became intense and rough. He couldn't control his strength and hurt Tao Yuan, but she actually yearned for him to be a little harder, until he crushed her. She didn't know how it happened, but when Tao Yuan realized it, she had already wrapped her arms around his neck and was responding to his kiss. She felt like she was bewitched by the faint smell of tobacco between his lips and teeth. Her heart was trembling violently, and her entire body was trembling violently. Heat kept rising in her body. She was boiling and crazy. She wouldn't be afraid, even if the world collapsed. Her response made Luli extremely excited. She still had feelings for him. No matter how much this woman denied it with her mouth, her body was very honest. She enjoyed this passionate kiss just like he did. They liked each other very much and wanted to squeeze each other dry. When the kiss ended, it was as if they had just experienced an earth-shattering event. Both of them were so excited that they were panting heavily. Luli pressed the tip of his nose against hers and panted passionately. Since we're making up for the wedding tonight, shouldn't we make up for the wedding night too? His eyes were bright and deep. I'm already looking forward to it. Tao Yuan was head over heels in love with Luli. When she returned to the office with the dress in her left hand and the soy milk machine in her right, her head was still dizzy. Her feet felt like they were stepping on soft clouds. It felt so light and unreal. Did you guys see that? The guest in the presidential suite today was so handsome. And it was a very special kind of handsome. He was so feminine, so seductive, like a vampire. It's true. He could compete with the CEO. I almost suffocated. His eyes are blue. He must be mixed. No wonder he's so good-looking. His nose is super straight. He glanced at me, and I almost fainted. I went to the front desk to ask. His name is Ouyang Shua. I checked on the internet. There's no information about him. But can an ordinary person live in the presidential suite? He must be an invisible rich man. Maybe he's even a prince of a certain country. He's crazy handsome. I want to be a princess. The chatter pulled Tao Yuan's thoughts back to reality. She teased him. Which celebrity is it this time? It's not a celebrity. It's a very handsome guest. Leader, do you want to know him? Team member B asked in a strange tone. Several women winked at each other, meaning, this coquettish fox is going out to seduce a man again. Bitch. A team member ran in excitedly with a red face and was out of breath. The handsome guy in the presidential suite. I want to find customer service. I'll go. The women jumped up and scrambled to go. Tao Yuan shook her head. You guys continue to do your things. I'll go. Why? It's not fair. You're all crazy for him. I don't want a scandal of customer service pushing a guest down. Humph excuses. It's obvious that you want to push him down. Why? This kind of thing doesn't need the leader to come out. You're using power for profit. Tao Yuan was too lazy to care about their jealousy. She put down her things and left. At the door of the presidential suite, she rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. There was no response. Tao Yuan pressed a few more times, but there was still no answer. Seeing that the door was unlocked, she walked in. Mr. Ouyang? Mr. Ouyang? Mr. Ouyang? Hua hua. The sound of water came from the bathroom. He was taking a shower. Tao Yuan had to stand at the door and wait. She was absent-mindedly thinking about what Lu Li said to her. A pair of strong arms suddenly hugged her from behind and pressed her against the wall. Tao Yuan had practiced this before. She pushed with her backhand, but the other party had anticipated her move. He pressed her arm back and pinned her down with his legs. For a moment, she couldn't move. In the fierce push, she only saw a pair of charming blue eyes and the man's beautiful skin. The next second, she was kissed, and the hand eagerly pulled her clothes. Chapter 499. Woo woo. Tao Yuan clenched her teeth. Her wrist was restrained by him, so she used her elbow to push him, but the man forcefully pulled her hand over her head. Tao Yuan was furious, but this man seemed to have gone mad. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from him. His actions became more and more excessive, and the terrifying memory came back again. That night, she was pressed on the hotel bed by a strange man. She screamed and begged, but she couldn't stop him. Her eyes were covered with tears. Tao Yuan was angry and afraid. She bit his lips hard, wanted to bite off his lips. Her lips were filled with the taste of blood. The man finally stopped. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He licked it with his tongue and hooked it into his mouth. He savored the taste and murmured, "A little lion that bites." Tao Yuan finally saw the face clearly. The pale skin had a kind of morbid beauty, which made the pair of eyes look even darker blue. It was a feminine man. Every gaze and every smile exuded an evil aura, and the movement of his eyes was captivating. When he licked his lips, he was like a vampire tasting fresh blood. This man's beauty was full of evil, and it made every pore of Tao Yuan exude a chill. She had an instinctive fear of him, as if there was a terrifying memory of him in the depths of her brain. However, she didn't know him at all. Perhaps it was because his evil nature made people afraid. "Let me go, you shameless man," Tao Yuan cursed in a shrill voice. She was incomparably furious and couldn't stop twisting her wrist. Even if she was afraid, she would rather fight to the death with him than give in to him. Shameless man? I just accepted a prostitute that they gave me. How am I shameless? He actually treated her as a prostitute? Tao Yuan couldn't stand the humiliation and wanted to slap him. However, they were in a hotel now. She couldn't do that to a guest, no matter how much she wanted to. This was the first time she hated the principle of customer service so much. "I'm not a prostitute. I'm the hotel's customer service." Ouyang Shua glanced at her nameplate. Prostitutes nowadays also play with uniforms? That's quite cool. I repeat, I'm customer service. Team 5's leader, Tao Yuan. Everyone here can testify. It turns out that the hotel employees also do internal transactions. This is also arranged by them, right? You're the team leader, but you're also in charge of earning extra money? No wonder those customer service staff looked at me as if they wanted to eat me alive. Are they your colleagues? You. Tao Yuan was furious. She raised her head and glared at him. Mr. Ouyang, although you are our hotel's VIP, it doesn't mean that you can insult my character. Then tell me, what's a customer service worker like you doing here? And when I was taking a shower. He grinned evilly and approached her a little closer. His skin was still sickly white, but his muscles were strong. If Luli was a cheetah, then he was a fox. You called customer service yourself. Oh, really? I forgot about it. His lips curled into a smile. When he smiled, it did not make people feel relaxed. On the contrary, Tao Yuan became more and more nervous. She had an instinctive fear towards him, and she hated his feminine and evil aura. Just like Dongfang Bubi, a man who was neither a man nor a woman, but had unparalleled martial arts skills and was a very dangerous man. It seems that I've made a mistake, but you have quite a character. Since you're here, why don't we? Don't touch me. You're the first woman to say these words to me. He was not angry, but laughed. Playing hard to get? If you don't need me, then I'm leaving. Who said I don't need you? Didn't I say it just now? I need you a lot. The evil look in his eyes made Tao Yuan's breathing quicken. Her body trembled slightly because of fear, but she bit her lip and refused to admit defeat in front of him. She wanted to escape when he pulled away, but he used one arm to support himself and landed next to her cheek, blocking her way. You're not considering it? This kind of good thing doesn't happen every day. He had the cheek to say that it was a good thing. Who did he think he was? Was this a gift from the heavens? He was a shameless lecher. To me, it's a disaster. Tao Yuan gave him a cold stare. Once, 100 times, 1,000 times, I don't want it. Ouyang Shua shrugged and retracted his arm. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at her with admiration in his eyes. You have quite a character. Tao Yuan smiled coldly. You should be glad that we're in a hotel. If we were outside, I wouldn't be so polite to you. After saying this, she left. Ouyang Shua had been following her with his deep blue eyes and a faint smile on his face. After a long time, his smile darkened and became sinister. His eyes were full of conspiracy. This game was more interesting than he had imagined. Tao Yuan went to the bathroom to tidy up before returning to the office. She didn't want anyone to see her, but they still noticed that something was wrong. Team leader, what took you so long? You're so red. Where's your suit? Tao Yuan was a little annoyed now. She ignored them and closed the door. The suit is gone. It's very suspicious. Did they sleep together? Can it be so fast? Why not? She's very hungry and thirsty. Can't you see that her lips are swollen? It's obvious that they kissed. It can't be. Isn't tonight her and the CEO's anniversary dinner? Can't she stand the loneliness? A door couldn't block their voices. Their sarcasm reached Tao Yuan's ears and annoyed her. In the past, she could ignore it because it was just a rumor. She had a clear conscience. But this time, she was really kissed by him. She rubbed her lips for a long time in the bathroom, but his breath still lingered on her lips, which made her feel disgusted. Tao Yuan took a tissue to wipe her lips a few more times. The skin of her lips was almost torn. It hurt so much. It had happened to customer service before, but this was the first time she had encountered it. She suffered a loss and couldn't complain. How unlucky. Who was that man? Why did she feel that he was familiar? He scared her. She had an inexplicable premonition that what happened today was not an accident, but a conspiracy. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she shivered. She was probably just being paranoid. There was no enmity between them. She didn't even know him. Why would he plot against her? Maybe she hated his feminine looks so much that she thought he was up to no good. He was such an eccentric man, yet they were actually infatuated with him. Tao Yuan closed her eyes and calmed herself down. She had suffered a loss. There was no point in dwelling on it. The most important thing today was the dinner party. Thinking of the pink scene that he had personally arranged, she couldn't help but look forward to it. In the CEO's office, Luli hurriedly finished a few documents and took the time to look at Lin Yuqing, who had been waiting for a long time. His hair was neatly combed, and he had dressed up meticulously. His skin was fair and beautiful. He was so feminine. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think that I am especially handsome today? He struck a pose. Luli rolled his eyes at him. Is it appropriate for a man to dress up so? You're getting married today. As the best man, it would be inappropriate if I didn't dress up. I'm so sorry. I have to support you, don't I? Why didn't I know that I was getting married today? I went to the venue to see it. TSK. How is it different from a wedding? The place was full of pink roses, sweeter than lollipops. I told you, there's a girl living in your heart, right? But if I were a woman, I would also be so moved that I would marry you. Even if you become a woman, I'm not interested in you. Can't you say something nice on such a good day as marriage? Will I die if I don't say something nice? Lin Yuqing grinned cheekily. It's almost time. Hurry up and change. Luli got up slowly and went into the bedroom to change into a tuxedo. Looking at the figure of Daozong Ong, Lin Yuqing was stunned. The neon lights outside the window shone on the man's face. The handmade suit outlined his tall and straight figure. Every stitch was perfect. His waist was wide, his hips were narrow, and his legs were long. He was definitely a beautiful beast in the city. Lin Yuqing was worried that he would be turned gay. Tisk tisk, look, Boss Lu is indeed Boss Lu. This figure, this temperament, you can't find another person like him among billions of people. I used to think that I was the most handsome man, but now I am willing to take second place. You're the most handsome. Luli raised his chin and adjusted his bow tie. He was too lazy to care about his useless nonsense. The most ordinary action was performed by him. By the way, tonight's banquet is very grand. Uncle invited all the famous people in Motu City, including the famous Si Wenshan boss Si. This is equivalent to announcing Tao Yuan's identity to the world. This is even more important to her. Have you thought about it clearly? You only told me this when the arrow is already on the bow. That's really timely, Luli said sarcastically. So, you're really planning to start over with her? Lin Yuqing's expression became more serious. Although everyone knew that you were married, they have never seen this mysterious Mrs. Tao. But after tonight, it will be different. In the future, if you have any scandals, people will think about her and laugh at her. You think I didn't think about it? So, you were serious about her? Luli didn't say anything. His silence meant that he agreed. Lin Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. As a brother, I can rest assured. Lin Yuqing said as soon as the two of them left the office. I brought a female companion tonight. I'll go pick her up. You go first. I'll be there soon. Luli left alone, thinking about the banquet that was about to start, and thinking about Tao Yuan in her pink gown. He couldn't help but smile. However, at this moment, a familiar figure passed by him. He stopped in his tracks. Tao Yanran? Was an illusion? When he was in America, he thought it was her a few times, but he found out that he had mistaken her for someone else. But that figure, that feeling, it was so similar. Luli chased after her. The elevator door was about to close, and he used his hands to open it. A tall and graceful woman stood there, her curly hair casually draped over her shoulders, like a Spanish girl with a natural charm. Their eyes met, and that pair of phoenix eyes that could speak instantly hooked on a Luli's soul. He felt a hard blow to his heart. Chapter 500. The banquet was a sea of pink. It was even more gorgeous than the last time Tao Yuan saw it. Pink roses and colorful roses covered the entire floor. It was even more gorgeous than a royal wedding. It was like a fairy tale, a dream for every girl. Until now, Tao Yuan still couldn't believe that she was the heroine of this dream. She had become the object of envy for all the female guests. She felt like a princess. If this was a dream, then she would never wake up. Lu Yanting nodded approvingly. You did well this time. You didn't disappoint me. Su Bai's chest was filled with resentment. Her entire face was green. She was the daughter of a third brother. What right did she have to receive such treatment? When she got married, the wedding was far from this extravagant. How fancy! Does this still look like a company's annual meeting? Extravagant. Don't tell me our Lu family can't afford it. When did you become so stingy? I'm stingy. I just don't think it's worth it. She's not a daughter of a noble family. She's just a third brother's bastard. It's embarrassing for others to mention her, but you treat her like a treasure. You can't wait to tell the world. Everyone is laughing at you. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you don't want to, then leave. I'll leave. Do you think I want to come? Su Baihe was about to pull Lu Qingwan away when she stopped her. Why are you stopping me? Why should we be treated like this? Mom, if you leave, we won't be able to watch the show. Lu Qingwan had a mysterious look. Show? What show? She whispered a few words in her ear, and Su Baihe exclaimed, What did you say? Yanran. Show. Lu Qingwan quickly made a shushing gesture. Su Baihe nodded excitedly. Daughter, you're amazing. Tao Yuan came over to greet Lu Yanting. Lu Qingwan looked at her from head to toe with a faint smile. You're very beautiful today. Can't you tell that you're the third brother's daughter? You've been preparing for this banquet for a long time, right? You're not soft-hearted at all when you spend our Lu family's money. Do you think you can force my brother to accept you like this? Tao Yuan smiled. You've misunderstood. The entire banquet, including these decorations, were personally arranged by your elder brother. He put in a lot of effort. I advised him not to be so high-profile, but he didn't listen. Lu Qingwan's face stiffened. How could her brother treat her so well? Damn it. But when she remembered that she still had a trump card in her hand, she held back. Really? Then I hope you get what you want. However, I'm afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the end, it will become a huge joke, and you'll be the one to lose face. We're fine. You don't have to worry about us. Tao Yuan then left and continued to entertain the guests. Seeing that the time was almost up, but Lu Li still hadn't shown up, she felt a little strange. She called him, but no one picked up. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful today, so beautiful that I can't open my eyes. Lin Yuqing praised in an exaggerated manner. Thank you. Where's my brother? I don't know. I can't find him. Impossible, right? He came half an hour ago, and we went out together. But I've looked everywhere. Nothing happened to him, right? Impossible. Maybe something happened to him at the last minute. I'll help you look again. Don't worry. As soon as Lin Yuqing left, Pan Chi came, her two willowy eyebrows knitted together, looking very worried. Where's Lu Li? She asked the first thing she said. I don't know where he went. Could he have gotten into trouble? He really didn't come. Pan Chi sneered. Let's go, he won't come. Tao Yuan had a bad feeling and pushed her hand away. What do you mean? How do you know he won't come? Don't ask. He won't come anyway. Come with me. Chi-Chi, do you know something? Pan Chi bit her lip. I didn't want to tell you, but I don't want you to continue being deceived by him. Someone told me today that she saw Tao Yanran at the airport. She's back. Tao Yuan's ears buzzed. Her face turned ashen, and she staggered 2 steps. Tao Yanran. Tao Yanran. She had thought that this name would not hurt her, and that she could face it calmly. But at this moment, it was like a sharp bayonet piercing her heart. She had originally prepared to let them be, but Lu Li refused a divorce and kept seducing her, giving her the illusion that they could start over again. She naively thought that tonight might be a turning point, but it was impossible. Tao Yanran, did she purposely appear on this night that belonged to her? She wanted to snatch Lu Li back on this day and give her a ruthless blow. But she was the one who betrayed Lu Li first. Her eyes welled up with tears. Tao Yuan stood there helplessly, her hands clutching her skirt tightly. Are you okay? Pan Chi could not bear to ask. She had seen her trying to suppress her pain before, and that was a few years ago when she fell in love with that scum again. Yuan? Don't be like this, okay? Say something to me. That couple must be together now. Let's go. I'll take you to settle the score with them. She wanted to drag her away, but Tao Yuan stood there, motionless. What do I do if I see them? Catch them back. I always knew that Lu Li loved her. He gave me hope, but he was lying to me just to humiliate me now. Maybe this was arranged by them together. The more Tao Yuan thought about it, the more she felt that they were working together. At this moment, she felt stupid. She thought that he spent so much time and energy to make it up to her. But he just wanted to give her a beautiful dream, and the higher he threw her, the more painful it would be when she fell, and her bones would be smashed. She had a taste of this feeling. He had always treated her badly before, and she was used to the feeling of despair, so she slowly became numb and no longer hurt. And hope was the most terrifying thing. She had expectations for him, and then completely destroyed her hope, which was even more painful than before. He was really ruthless, so ruthless. Maybe he and Tao Yanran were in a corner of the venue, waiting to see her make a fool of herself, see her embarrassed, see her being laughed at by everyone. Lu Qingwan and Su Baihe also knew about it, and were looking at her with gloating eyes. This pair of vicious mother and daughter. The MC went on stage and announced excitedly, "Today is a good day. In addition to the hotel's anniversary, the Lu couple's wedding anniversary, and the most important thing is that the Lu couple wants to give Mrs. Lu a grand wedding. I believe that everyone has also noticed that our banquet venue is decorated like a wedding. Now, let's welcome the sweet Lu couple." The light fell on Tao Yuan, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Hundreds of eyes were only looking at her. The white light was so bright that she could not open her eyes, and everything was white, almost making her faint. "Let's go," Pan Shi urged in a low voice. She felt embarrassed for her in such a situation. Tao Yuan closed her eyes. No, even if she was laughed at by them, she could not run away. One day, she would return all the humiliation she had suffered today to them. She pushed Pan Shi's hand away and walked step by step to the stage. Every step was like stepping on thorns, and her feet were dripping blood. But she had to bear such torture because she asked for it. If she did not suffer, she would not learn. Every step she took, every drop of blood she shed, was to remove the remaining feelings she had for Luli. She walked up the stage with her head held high. She thought she would be a princess tonight, but she was not. At this moment, she wanted to be her own queen. Their mockery would not make her feel ashamed, but would only help her achieve nirvana. The wedding march was played. Tao Yuan straightened her body and walked on the gorgeous stage that was covered with pink roses. She was all alone. All the guests were stunned. Alone? What was going on? Since it looked like a wedding, where was the groom? All kinds of strange, suspicious, mocking, and gloating gazes came from all directions. But Tao Yuan still held her head high and smiled. She was dressed in a dreamy long dress, beautiful and elegant. If there was another tall figure beside her, then she would be an enviable princess. But at this moment, she was alone, but she still held her head high and was as strong as a queen. Su Baihe and Lu Qingwan were so excited that their eyes were shining. Lu Yanting's face was ashen, and he could not sit still. Pan Shi's eyes were red. Tao Yuan was such a good girl, and whoever married her was lucky. But why did she have to suffer so much? The music stopped, and Tao Yuan walked to the front of the stage. She looked calmly in front of her and smiled. "First of all, I would like to welcome all the guests and colleagues to tonight's dinner. Everyone must be very confused. Since this is a wedding, where is the groom? But actually, this is not a wedding between me and my husband, but a wedding between me and the hotel. I have worked in Wilton since I was 22 years old. This year, I am 25 years old. Wilton has been with me for the best 3 years. Here, my colleagues and clients are like my family, and my work is my family, my husband. It could be said that I married work. So, in the 3rd year, I want to take the opportunity of the hotel's annual party to hold a wedding for me and the hotel. Lincoln Group has been established for 58 years, and it cannot do without your help. I believe that with the joint efforts of this family, we will definitely bring better enjoyment to all the distinguished guests. Let's look forward to it together." She raised her glass and saluted confidently. From that slender body, a powerful and dazzling light was emitted. The yellow light was a little restless. "What would you like to drink?" Tao Yanran stood by the bar and asked gently. Her wavy hair made her look wild and flirtatious. In the past, he always liked to call her little wild cat. The man's doting tone had lingered in her ears for many nights, making her miss him. Luli still had not recovered from the surprise of their encounter. His face was tense, and he looked at her silently, as if he did not believe that it was true. And Tao Yanran, who stirred up a storm in his chest, was calm and elegant like a fox. "The usual? Brandy?" Chapter 501. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm wondering if I've changed so much in the past few years that you can't recognize me, right? She poured the wine very slowly. As the wine slowly poured into the glass, it was as if it was poured into Lu Li's heart. Every movement of hers was so charming and natural, like a glass of strong wine. I just didn't expect you to come back so suddenly. Business trip. The hotel was booked by the company. I thought I would only be back for one night, so I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. Is this fate? What should be met will still be met. I can't hide from it. Two almond-shaped eyes stared at him leisurely. She took a sip of the wine, leaving a scarlet lipstick mark on the glass, like a fiery flame. Lu Li swallowed his saliva subconsciously. I heard you just came back. How have you been recently? I don't think I've seen any news about you recently. Are you busy with work or dating? Lu Li didn't know how to answer and could only ask. What about you? Me? I'm still the same. Working, dancing, very busy, but very fulfilling. Occasionally, I think of you and our past. Am I a fool? I'm sorry. That's all in the past. Why are you sorry? Even if someone let me down, it's not you. She lowered her head. Others could only see the corner of her mouth slightly curling up, but not the cold light that flashed in her eyes. Oh yes, the hotel is very lively today. Is there any important event? Lu Li then remembered and looked at his phone. It had been half an hour since the ceremony started. Tao Yuan alone. He had arranged for the ceremony to start. It was too late to rush over now. Moreover, he was not in the mood to do those things. He thought he had sorted it out, but the appearance of Tao Yanran disturbed the peace and stirred up 1,000 waves. He couldn't forget the past. The company's anniversary celebration. As the CEO, you can't be absent. Hurry up and go. Forget it. It's not important. Lu Li took a sip of wine, feeling upset. You're going back tomorrow? Yes. Why not stay for 2 more days? Are you reluctant to part with me? Tao Yanran winked at him mischievously. Every look in her eyes was naturally charming. Don't tell me that you still love me these past few years. Lu Li turned his head away, unwilling to face this problem. Yes, he still loved Tao Yanran. However, he had once given her a devastating blow. He could not pretend that nothing had happened and face her in the past. Since reconciliation was impossible, then what was the point of talking about love? It just made the situation more complicated. If you can't bear to part with me, I can stay a few more days for you. The two of them weren't sitting very far from each other. Tao Yanran leaned over and placed her arms on the armrest of the sofa. Her dangling fingers slowly rested on the back of her hand, as though she was hinting at something, but it wasn't that obvious. It was more like a vague ambiguity. Do you want me to stay? The blood in Lu Li's body flowed rapidly, crashing all over his body. His breathing became irregular, and his chest rose and fell more intensely. He felt that he was on the verge of losing control and was about to lose control. As if escaping from something, he stood up. I'm going. Goodbye. Forcing himself not to look at her again, he quickly left the room. Tao Yanran didn't chase after him. She sat there leisurely, enjoying the brandy. She guessed right. This man still loved her deeply, otherwise he wouldn't have run away so quickly. Of course, she wouldn't be stupid enough to force him. Only by loosening the reins could a man be unable to stop himself. The corners of her mouth curved into a confident smirk. She would take him back the way she had lost him. Tao Yuan, let's wait and see. Lin Yuqing was looking for Lu Li all over the world. After a long walk, he returned to the office. Why aren't you answering the phone at this time? What happened? Everything on the desk was pushed to the ground, and the floor was a mess. The man sat on the big office chair irritably, holding a cigarette. Why are you here? Lin Yuqing was startled. I just looked around, but you weren't in the office. Why did you come back? Why didn't you go to the annual party? Where did you go? Say something. Do you know how worried Tao Yu was about you? She thought you had an accident. You didn't go to the party on purpose to embarrass her, did you? If you do that, I'll look down on you. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? What do you mean? What the hell happened? Say something. You're making me anxious. The finger holding the cigarette pinched between his eyebrows. With the smoke coming out of his nose, Lu Li's irritated voice sounded. Tao Yinran is back. What did you say? Tao Yinran? You saw her? You're not dreaming, are you? Or did you get the wrong person? It's her. I was with her just now. So you didn't go because of her. The complicated situation made Lin Yuqing frown as well. Damn, she didn't deliberately pick today to make trouble, did she? No, she doesn't know. She said she doesn't know? That woman has long become a demon. Only you think she is very simple. What were you doing together? If you don't say anything, it means yes. Damn, you and Tao Yuan at your wedding. Lin Yuqing paced back and forth like a trapped beast, feeling indignant. If they were not good brothers, he would have beaten him up. I say, don't you think you've gone too far? I didn't. I only stayed for a while. I don't know how to face her. Luli was very irritated. His brain was in a mess, and he couldn't think. So you plan to get back together with her? No. Then what are you thinking? Since you don't plan to get back together with her, you should go to the annual party as originally planned. You left Tao Yuan alone there. Have you considered her feelings? She will be laughed at. I'm not in a mood to think so much. As soon as I saw her, all those memories came back. I would think about how Tao Yuan hurt Yinran and how she broke us up. I thought I could not hate her, but I can't. Lu Li's eyes sharpened, and he clenched his fingers. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging, and the bones of his fingers were also trembling. I hate her. Tao Yuan knew that everyone present was laughing at her, but she still talked and laughed, dutifully fulfilling her responsibility as the hostess. All they saw was her elegant and beautiful figure, her gentle smile and graceful demeanor, as if she really didn't care. Even Pan Shi was almost confused by her, thinking that she really didn't feel pain. But could it really not hurt? She loved Lu Li for more than 10 years, and Lu Li loved Tao Yinran. In his eyes, there was only Tao Yinran, and in his heart, she, Tao Yuan, was a mean and vicious the culprit who destroyed his happiness. Later, when Tao Yinran left, she finally became his wife, but she didn't live the fairy tale life. Instead, what waited for her was endless humiliation and hurt. And today, at this moment that should have belonged to her, Tao Yinran snatched Lu Li away. This kind of love, from the beginning to the end, was torture, causing her to be covered with cuts and bruises. And she couldn't cry, couldn't show her aggrieved side, and still had to use that strong appearance to disguise herself. Pan Shi admitted that she couldn't be so great. She didn't even dare to think about how painful Tao Yuan's heart was. It was probably like a wound that hadn't healed, yet was torn open by a hand, and the flesh was badly mutilated. And the person who hurt her was the person she loved the most. Her blood was only exchanged for more merciless mockery. She couldn't stand it anymore, walked to her side, and snatched her glass. You've already drunk a lot tonight. Don't drink anymore. Even if you force yourself to smile, you're only doing it for yourself. That *TCH will still laugh at you in the dark. Who are you acting for by pretending to be strong? Who do you think you can move? It's just making you more miserable. Tao Yuan smiled gently. I'm not acting, and I don't want to do it for anyone. Since I'm an employee here, this is just my job, and I don't think too much about it. If you're referring to Lu Li, to me, he's already dead. Dead in her heart. She took another glass of champagne from the waiter and continued to drink. She, who usually couldn't hold her liquor, drank a lot today and didn't get drunk, not even a little dizzy. It was probably to keep her sober and remember the feeling of this night. Yingyun, if you still think of me as a good sister, leave me alone, at least for tonight. Let me continue to finish what I have to do. Pan Shi couldn't help but be moved by that kind of gaze. She felt sorry for her, but she didn't know what to do to help her. In the end, she could only give up. Lu Yanting had been holding on until now, and his face was extremely ugly. When some of the guests had left, he couldn't take it anymore and punched the table. This bastard, I thought he had changed. I didn't expect him to go so far. He's a disgrace to me. Su Bai's expression was very interesting. Our son has been forced by you to marry her. Do you think you can always control him? No matter what, he shouldn't mess around on such an occasion and embarrass the Lu family. Isn't it because you insisted on holding a wedding anniversary? You're just shooting yourself in the foot. Lu Qingwan saw Tao Yuan coming over and couldn't wait to taunt her. I just reminded you that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Am I right? You've made a fool of yourself this time, and even the Lu family has been embarrassed by you. You're a jinx. What do you mean by marrying him to work? Huh? Who do you think you can fool with that excuse? Do you think we're all 3-year-olds? Ridiculous. Tao Yuan looked at Lu Qingwan's hateful face in silence. She really looked like a monster bearing its fangs and claws. She was so ugly that even the 18 levels of hell couldn't contain her sins. Say something. Are you deaf? Or are you scared silly? Weren't you quite eloquent just now? I don't know where this mad dog came from, but why should I care about it? Can a human be calculative with a dog? Tao Yuan sneered. You're calling me a mad dog? Look at yourself in the mirror. If you don't look like a mad dog, what do you look like? How dare you be so arrogant? My brother doesn't want you anymore. He's with Sister Yinran now. Lu Qingwan thought that this sentence would provoke Tao Yuan, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. Is it fun to bring up such outdated news? You know, she laughed even more arrogantly. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.